Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some PathOfExile discussion. It is Patch Notes Day. That's right, 3.25, it's day 14 of Hype Season, and this is the day when the patch notes come out, where your character's dreams are either built up or crushed ruthlessly. Today, it's actually a bit of a mix of both. We are going to see the Adorned absolutely gutted, we are going to see Detonate Dead, Detonated and Dead, and we're also going to see some considerable buffs to a whole suite of things, but also probably most exciting of all for a lot of PathOfExile players, we are seeing the introduction of the currency exchange, which is going to be a league exclusive mechanic to start with, because it's something grinding gear games want to really thoroughly test before they allow it into the core game. I do think that they are intending to keep it in the core game, but they want to test it out firstly here. Now, one thing I did want to point out to people, if you are watching this while it is live but you are behind, you've got the ability to jump around in the stream, but you also can speed it up so that you catch up. If you run it at 150, 175% space speed, then you'll be able to catch up in a modest amount of time. This is going to be a very, very long discussion because there's just so much to cover today. Alright, with all of that in mind, let's start with some of the biggest winners, some of the biggest losers. As I said, the Adorned is getting gutted. It's going from 50 to 150% roll range currently to 0 to 100% roll range. A 0% one will be a hilarious, hilarious keepsake. But other than that, I don't think it's completely dead, but it's gone from being widely best in slot to something that is just niche playable. Think of this as going from slightly below Mage Blood power level to something more like Worm's Malt power level, where it definitely does something useful, but most people aren't interested in what it's doing. There's also going to be a whole bunch of other changes to skill gems, and there's 30,000 words in the patch notes, but before any of that, I wanted to quickly go through the core parts of the announcement itself. Not the video that was originally live streamed. I've put up separately my video on demand of the Twitch stream that I did when all of the information on this was dropped. But I want to just go through some of the key high points that have come up here, some of the things that grinding gear games have called out as key features. While I'm doing this, I am going to be monitoring chat as much as I can, and I'll respond to questions that come up there, but there will be things that I end up missing out on that get asked in chat. So if you do see a really good question and I haven't answered it, then just echo it. If you see a question that's already been answered, feel free to answer it for me. And then that will then mean that people who have joined late won't end up having a whole bunch of repeating questions, won't end up dominating as much as they have in some of the previous incarnations of patch note videos. So, firstly, in the Settlers of Kalguur, you are going to be building a city called Kingsmarch, which I think is going to play a major role in PathOfExile 2. And this is going to entail doing a whole lot of mini games where you find things while you're out mapping, and these things are then used by townsfolk. Townsfolk basically automate all of the boring parts of the town for you, and they're going to allow you to then build up a town, and that town is going to have a number of important loot elements to it. One of the key things is you're going to be able to recruit basically bots. These are going to be other exiles that will run maps for you on command, and they'll have a chance of failing those maps. That's going to be something quite interesting to see how it plays out. I think in practice we're going to be running our highest tier maps, and we're going to have our little minions run all of the low tier maps that we are no longer interested in, chasing those really, really rare drops that come from them. But we'll have to find out all of that information. And then there's a whole bunch of other things that are going on in this expansion as well. So this is the information, just high level overview of the Challenge League. I don't want to dig into this too much. It's covered in the VOD of the Twitch livestream reaction. It's also something that's covered in Grinding Gear Games' official announcement. Likewise, these are those resources we were talking about, and the Kingsmarch management system. You'll be able to disenchant items here, which is an alternative to vendoring them, and maybe something that provides you with some useful rewards there. Now, you will be able to establish boat-based trade routes, because of course it is a boat league, even if boats aren't central to it, and you will be able to send off a boat, and it will be able to then go on some trade route. It might get captured by pirates, in which case you'll have to fight those pirates off, or alternatively, you can concede the fight to them and just let the pirates have what they want. That'll happen sometimes too. And you'll be able to ship off certain members of your crew, plus various shipments of items. They'll then get shipped off and they'll come back full of loot instead. And this is one screen that Grinding Games provided of what that might look like, although this is something they're working on, and they probably, I don't think it'll be necessarily this generous in reality. Like, that's a lot of Chaos Orbs that they're flooding the economy with there. And if you're giving that many Chaos Orbs, you're probably also going to be giving a substantial number of raw Divine Orbs as well. Sort of thing that will have a big impact on the Trade League overall. And just an image that is not really all that important there, just some of the atmosphere. So, you'll be able to delegate map running like we were talking about there, which is something that's going to be something we'll have to figure out how that plays in practice. I got a question in chat which is asking, are the NPCs that are moving to Kingsmarch, are they still going to be in their existing locations? The answer is I don't know. I would assume they still will be, because Heist without Isla would be, like, it's quite a big change. If Isla was to be removed from Heist, there'd be a Heist that cannot be completed anymore without at least certain Heist gear. And I assume that that's the case as well for, well, definitely for the expedition mechanics. So I'm assuming that they're still going to be around, but we'll find out the details of how that's going to work in time. Potentially, when we go through the patch notes, there'll be a whole lot to discover there. Kalguur crafting techniques apply enchantments to weapons. These are absolutely positively locked to a particular type of item. For example, this Siege Axe has a very cool enchant on it, but you will not be able to get this on anything except a one-handed axe. You can get it on a different type of one-handed axe, doesn't have to be a Siege Axe, but this build your own Mjolnir, albeit Fire Mjolnir, which is quite a bit worse, these are going to be something that can only be available on an axe-based type. And then, of course, we have the two-handed maul one, 41% of weapon physical damage added as extra of each element, which is just enormous. That's a lot of extra damage. If you have a Fizz-rolled maul, this is going to make it both a Fizz and an Ally maul at the same time, and it's going to be really good at both of them. Now, the currency trade market is probably the single biggest thing that's happening in this patch, and here you'll be able to see that you can select currencies that you want, and you can also select currencies that you've got, but it's not limited only to currencies. You can also trade a lot of other things that are stackable. For example, you can trade Delve Resonators, Delve Fossils, Scarabs. Scarabs are the most important thing. Divination cards, so all those Divination cards that get abandoned, that you've got that are like reasonably good cards, but not something that you necessarily want to go out of your way to make an effort to sell. These are now going to be much easier to deal with here. Fragments, breach stones, breach splinters, all sorts of crazy stuff. I do think there's going to be some crazy arbitrage going on with this early on, especially with uncommon currency flips, and particularly it might be very lucrative if you were to do things like, say, I want your breach stones, and in exchange for your breach stones, I will give you these breach scarabs. I think that where you can pair up organic demand and organic supply, and you can be the sort of the reverse end of that, supplying that, you can make a lot of currency out of that. Now, doing this is going to be dependent upon gold, which is a new bind on acquire resource that is essentially a measure of how many monsters you're killing. So this is going to be a very substantial change to the way the game plays. All of the trade bots will no longer be anywhere near as important as they've been in the past. They'll probably still exist, honestly, because the ability to trade without expending gold will still be something that some people will want, but it's going to be much more significant. This is going to be much more significant for a lot of other things. Now, one effect of this, anytime that there is a league-wide surplus of something, but friction makes it so that it's hard to get the ones you want of it, anything in that sort of category of item is going to crater in price as a result of this. For example, if you take divination cards that are legitimately useful but that are not in enormous demand, like the divination card for lightning coil, most people don't bother to sell the lightning coil divination cards that are spare. They'll just sit 3 or 4 of them in their stash, and then maybe at some point they'll hit 8 and then they'll go and turn it in. These sorts of divination cards that are for tier 3, 4 and 5 rarity uniques are going to crash in price, because now someone can just list them for 50 rogue markers. Now, lightning coil may be an exception. We'll come back to that later. Lightning coil is going to be rarer, I believe, based on some of the things that were said in the patch notes, and potentially much rarer. So instead of being tier 3 rarity, it might be tier 1 or even tier 0, but that's not confirmed yet. We'll find out all of that information in the future, but that's something to just keep in mind there. Anyways, the ability to trade for other obscure stuff here is going to be enormous, and particularly things like scouting reports that people just forget to trade. People do pick them up, but they forget to trade them. If you are a net consumer of these, they're going to be much cheaper as a result of this, because more people are going to go and make the effort to go and trade them, because trading will be less of an ordeal, and it's not going to require you to leave your map. Getting a couple of people in chat saying that they've arrived late. If someone can just take responsibility in chat for telling those people that they can rewind and that they can watch at a higher pace, that would be great. But if you get the chance, if not, it's no big deal. So this is one of the biggest changes that the game's ever seen, and it's going to be something that will be a tremendous impact on just the feel of everything. There's also going to be other uses for gold as well, like you can gamble on well-rolled rares with the black market, which is basically going to be Gwenin, but minus Gwenin being bad. So that's the currency trade market. There's a number of new unique items that will drop from various bosses. These bosses will be spawned by them wanting to interfere with your construction of the town of Kingsmarch. So as you start getting further along in that, you'll occasionally anger one of these bosses. They'll come and try and wreck things in your town. Maybe they'll kidnap one of your workers, anything along those sorts of lines. And then you'll be able to fight them off and maybe get Svalin, the Girded Tower Shield. Hey, Alpha Omicron, thank you for the gift membership. And grats POE Cat on winning it. So that's one of the items that you'll be able to get. This is quite an interesting one. Chance to block is lucky is a really strong stat. Obviously comes along with a decrease in your maximum block chance, but you can still get really high. 65% chance to block with lucky is 87.75% chance to block. So that's really, really high. And you can trigger a socketed elemental spell on block as well. So, whole lot of really good things there. Oh, Maniforged Arrows got obliterated, someone is saying in chat. I'm looking forward to seeing that when I get there, because I had not noticed that. My first read through the patch notes, this is not my very first look at everything. This is me coming back to it, but I haven't gone through the patch notes with a fine comb. I've just looked at highlights and done a few Control-F searches for things. So if Maniforged Arrows has been forged of something other than mana, then if it's gone out of mana, then we'll have to see what that ends up being. Now, there's a whole bunch of things that are being added that are retaliation skills. And retaliation skills, the idea of these is that they have a trigger condition, but rather than triggering automatically like cast when damage taken or cast when stunned, you have to manually trigger them. And because you have to manually trigger them, that ends up being something that you have to do yourself. Had a question on Svalin come up in chat there from Minosh, asking if lucky applies before or after max block. It'll be after. So your max block will go down to 75 from 75 to 65%. If you do reach 65%, then it'll roll twice and take the better, which, like I was saying, is 87.75% chance to successfully block. And then we have a whole bunch of other skills along these lines for retaliation. And there's going to be support for them, both on the passive tree and also in the newly reworked Gladiator Ascendancy. So I think that this is going to be a highly active and dynamic playstyle running the Gladiator. This is not going to be a I tune out, pay no attention, and run maps without thinking type of build. This is going to be, I want to have a core game plan, but then when monsters do the right things to me, I want to have the ability to do something better back to them. That strikes me as the playstyle of the Gladiator. Of course, though, there are a bunch of things that relate to bleed. Bleeding enemies you kill explode, dealing 20% of their maximum life as physical damage. And, probably most interesting of all, bleeding you inflict is aggravated. This deals higher damage as though the target is moving, which is really, really good. And so there's a whole bunch of interesting things going on there. Now, Volcaneer in chat is saying that the block chance, that it can be as high as 96%. 96% would mean that you'd have to get your maximum block up to 90% before the 10% penalty. And if you can do that, I'm just going on the baseline 75% maximum chances. So if you're at 75% and then you get minus 10% into 65, that's where the 87.75 comes from. And yeah, someone's mentioning in chat as well that this Gladiator rework does remove all of the support for physical.build that Gladiator used to have. I always associated the Scion with that build anyway. So even though the Gladiator could play it, I more associated the Scion with it. I'd have to have a look and see what the Scion Gladiator node ends up looking like there, because that is the physical dot builds. So this is builds like Exsanguinate, Reap, and the like. Those skills apply physical damage over time that is not considered to be an ailment or a bleed, and so they don't benefit from some of the things in the Gladiator Ascendancy. We will have to have a quick look there and find out that information. There's an interesting note on the tree. Apparently, every 4th retaliation skill you use always critically strikes. And if you are interested in seeing the whole passive tree, I will put a link to that in the current chat in the live stream. And this is the current status of it. I expect that things will change a little bit. So maybe that won't be exactly how it looks going forward, but that's what we've got for the moment. Anyways, going forward, we have the Warden, which is completely replacing the Raider. RIP Raider, it's gone, it's dead, and it's not going to be doing any more raiding anymore. Instead, we now have the Warden. So where the Raider was focused on speed and frenzy charges and onslaught and stuff like that, the Warden instead is thematically tied to 3.23's Wildwood Ascendancies. And this is a very complex Ascendancy. It's something that is going to be using the rework of Tinctures. Tinctures now are a standard item, and these are something that are really quite complex. They are going to kill your mana while they're active. But while they do this, they're going to provide you with an enormous benefit in exchange for that. So essentially, think of this as a way that you can overload your mana pool in order to get a burst of extreme power. And these Tinctures are going to be something that you can't use unless you're in the Warden Ascendancy. On top of that, there's a whole bunch of different things there, like 30% less mana burn rate and a number of other things that will make Tinctures better. This cluster in the tree here is all about Tinctures. Then we also have some more general purpose things. So we have the defensive aspect, which is Mother's Teaching and Lessons of the Seasons. And then we have the Elemental Ailments cluster, Avatar of the Wilds, and 3 different options, which are all effects that improve the effect or alter the effect of various elemental ailments. So it's a very complex Ascendancy. It's not going to be clear for a while how to do this. And there is no all my damage can poison. Unfortunately, the Ruthless node that does that on the Assassin has not been brought in here. Can we play Poison Lightning Strike Warden is being asked in chat. I don't see the ability to poison with lightning damage anywhere yet. So the Prismatic Tincture, for instance, is really good, but it's not something that fits that. And the Poisonberry Tincture, which is the one that would be the poison-based, it doesn't have anything that provides non-chaos damage and non-physical damage with the capacity to poison. Someone's saying in chat that you can use Tinctures on any class. I think that is correct, is it? You can use them on anything, but you can only use one, and then the Warden gets the ability to use 2. Is that correct? Okay, cool. I've misread that. I had thought that you had none originally. And that's right, yeah, you can use ranged weapons with a Warden. So it looks like you may be able to use them on anything for melee. So that's cool. Thank you to chat for correcting me on that, because I had just assumed that Tinctures were Warden only. And there's also a number of other different things there. Buckskin from Warden is being asked about in chat. I recall Buckskin being pretty good, but never amazing, just solid. And so yeah, there's ways you can poison with any skill, but they all have severe drawbacks. There's Boots Out of Delirium, and there's also the options from the Heist Pneumatic Dagger, which has drawbacks because it's a dagger base, and daggers are worse than claws. And there's a couple of other things you can do as well, but the best option is to have them be. The best option it would have been the thing that's the Assassin in Ruthless in 3.24, and that does not appear to be an option. There is a massive balance overhaul. One of the things that I think is one of the best decisions that they've made, and this is going to really drive not even the top 1% of players mad, but this is going to hit the top 1/15th of 1% type level of players, the top couple of hundred players, and that is that they are putting a hard cap on how much quantity a monster can have. This is going to be an absolute limitation, so that the meat sack farming and various other related things from 3.24 won't be repeated. one of the things that was outlined in the Grinding Your Games interview that took place earlier today was that there were just dozens of players, we're talking dozens, not hundreds, that were generating literally 100,000 unique items a map for a period in 3.24. And that's one of the reasons that Grinding Your Games did a number of nerfs in the middle of the league. That was a sort of thing that meant that pretty much anything that those players were capable of generating was worthless and wasn't exciting for anyone else that happened to loot it. So, Magic Find, there is going to be player quantity is being removed outside legacy items in standard and outside a couple of other weird situations. Party quantity is going to stay the same, but because player quantity is gone, that's not going to be as big a factor as it was. Monster quantity is going to be hard capped, and zone quantity will still be able to get really high. So basically, that's the overall situation there. No longer going to be a situation where you can have one player drop 12 Mage Bloods in a single play session. That's not going to happen anymore. Instead, those Mage Bloods, there'll be a smaller number of them in the total economy, but they won't be as concentrated in the hands of certain people. And the increases in drop rates of Mage Bloods from a couple of leagues ago, they'll stay. There's also a number of other changes to Divination cards that are aimed at the same thing. What I think Grinding Your Games' goal here is that for the bottom 99.5% of the player base, these changes mean nothing. For the top 0.5% of a player base, these are nerfs, and the closer you are to the top 0.01%, then the bigger the nerfs become. I am 100% behind those changes. So, in terms of other changes though, weapons are being improved. Demon's Horn, you can see here, has a critical strike chance of 9.5% base, which is way higher than it is currently. In fact, I might just quickly bring up another window and have a look what that is in the current state of the game. So, I'll just bring that up and transfer that across. Demon's Horn. Demon's Horn. 7%, 1.2 attacks per second. So, it's going from 1.2 to 1.4 APS and 7% base crit to 9.5%, and it's 23 to 58, that's still in range. And just checking the other stats. It looks like it's losing some flat damage though. It is losing flat damage there, but it's still going to be much slower. Someone's pointing out in chat that there are a couple of corner cases like Glittering Scarab to get more player quantity, and there's also some of the unique maps I think have the ability to mimic that effect as well, but most of it's gone. Venter's Gamble is being overhauled, and I think my face might be in the way of this, but instead of having quantity on it, it's still going to keep 6 different mods, but the new mod is going to be mana reservation efficiency of skills. Something everyone wants, everyone needs, and Venter's Gamble is going to be a place to get it, or presumably to get reduced reservation efficiency if you roll poorly, which may actually have some use cases. There are definitely cases where people want to get Venter's Gamble to be negative. One thing I'm curious about, Voidhome. Does Voidhome still have negative? No, Voidhome is not being changed. That's the unique item that has negative quantity on it. Okay, in the endgame content, it's improvement section. And let me just mute myself for a sec so that I can get this cough out of the system. Oh, that's a lot better. So in the endgame contents section, improvement section, they talked about how they're bringing back the Affliction Wildwood. Now, again, this is something that has previously multiplied a lot with player quantity and other sources of quantity to go completely out of control. That's not going to be as ridiculous now because of that quantity cap and because of a number of other changes. And so the Affliction Wildwood is going to be available. It's going to be strong. You're going to want to do it when you find it, but it's not going to be as ridiculous. And there's also going to be Sentinels that you'll encounter in there as well. Whole bunch of things that are going to show up there. Now, in terms of the other things that are being changed, this is the new Divination Scarab. Divination Scarab of Pilfering causes the map boss to get twice as many Divination cards as the whole map would normally have, but they're going to get tougher for every Divination card on them. So that could be interesting. We'll see exactly how that feels. I think the meme use of this, I don't think this is good, but I do think it'd be funny, is going to be to put it onto the map boss of Fields map, because, assuming that Reign of Chaos still drops in field, that's going to be something really funny because so many of that card drop that you could end up with the Divination Scarab of Pilfering, giving the boss like 40 Divination cards or a lot more, potentially. And next we have the Titanic Scarab of Legend, which is going to make unique monsters tougher and more lucrative. Again, this is something that is going to be a loot multiplier in certain situations, but it's going to be capped by various things. This will be really good in conjunction with Rogue Exiles in particular, as you'll be able to get more unique monsters, and particularly actually with ritual setups. If you have a ritual that's got the 9 goats in it from Glacier map, Glacier is on the Atlas from memory, I have to check that, but I think it is. Glacier map will then be able to, you can then pull in 9 goats into a vessel, then you could run that, put a bunch of extra unique monsters in area, have additional monster modifiers on them, and have a bunch of things that have potentially pretty high quantity and rarity, but we'll have to check that one out. There's been a few questions in chat about skill balance. We'll come to that in a bit. There's a lot to get through in the patch notes before that, but that's going to be one of the biggest sections in them. Quality on maps. There are now new types of quality. So here we have one that gives increased pack size at the expense of item quantity. This is much stronger than the base chisel. And the one that increases item rarity, which I think is stronger just by virtue of having higher numbers on it. Someone has checked and confirmed that the Glacier is going to be on the Atlas. Prismatic Oil only comes from Blight maps, and this could be quite expensive this league because the league mechanic does not appear to interact with Blighted maps. So people are going to want to do the league mechanic and as a result not do Blighted farming, but then Prismatic Oils are going to be something they're not going to be able to get. And for those of you who miss fighting the King of the Mist, you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to pick up an audience with the King. The new That Which Was Taken is not going to be That Which Was Taken as you remember it from Affliction League. It is going to be the Parandus Duel from 3.24. It's been renamed and it's going to drop from the audience with the King and the fight against the King of the Mist. But the Parandus Duel is still around. Console players, rejoice. You're going to be getting a number of buffs to performance, ideally. It looks like Grinding You Games have rebuilt a bunch of the game code in order to make it work better on consoles, play to their processing strengths and compensate for their processing weaknesses. So hopefully that works really well. I do think there's probably going to be some problems with this as well, but I guess we'll find that out. Obligatory PC master race, console peasants, bad luck joke here, but yeah, that's the sort of thing there. And of course there's new supporter packs as always. There is a press kit you can download if you want to have a look at that, and I recommend grabbing it if you like having any sort of PathOfExile themed art, because it's got some cool artwork in it. And also this image is not easy to get, this one of the supporter pack characters here. You can download this. The way that you do that is by coming to this page, pathofexile.com/settlers, pressing F12 in Chrome so that it brings up the inspect window, and mess around in there, and you will eventually find a hyperlink to this image specifically. So you'll be able to find that one there. Alrighty, that is the features of the new league. Let's talk about the patch notes. 30,000 words in here, so this is not going to be short. I'm absolutely locked in here in this room, probably expecting to be here for several hours as we go through everything, some of which I have not yet read, and some of which I have done Control F searches for. For example, if you want to ever ask, where were you when the Adorned was killed? All you need to do is just go Control F Adorn, and you can see where you were when you found out the Adorned was killed. Anyway, that's enough of that. There's a whole bunch of different sections here. Let's start with the Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League. Essentially, this is just the high-level information we've already discussed from that other page. So it's just telling players that aren't familiar that the Challenge League means a new economy, which is, for most veteran PathOfExile players, one of the biggest selling points. It's just a fresh start where the accumulated wealth of a decade plus of playing is no longer a factor, and you start the game from fresh. And of course, for players that aren't interested in that experience, you can always just play in standard and you won't have to put up with that. And then it's all talking about how you're going to be building Kingsmarch and getting all sorts of things going there. And be able to build a shipping routes and bring Isla there. Kind of curious what's happening with Heist though. Are there any I want to find out if there's any other mentions of Isla anywhere. No, the only mention of Isla. If we check Heist, maybe? Heist, no. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, that's... It looks like Isla is going to be both on the island and also on the Rogue Harbour. It'll be interesting how that works. And then we have the information about how your town grows. That's going to attract more attention, and you'll then end up in fights as a result of this. And of course, as always, there will be standard, hardcore, solo self-found, ruthless versions of the Settlers Challenge League. So you can mix and match those difficulty modes if you want, or you can play with none of them and just play in the base version of it, the most common version of the game, which is softcore trade enabled without the ruthless rule set. But if you like hard modes, you can play any of the hard modes you want. And you'll also be able to make private leagues as well if you want. That will be something where the administrative side will come online a few days before the league goes live, but the actual gameplay starts at the same time as everyone else. There will be challenges that will be attached to this league, and there's 40 of them, and there'll be 8 challenges that are for the Ruthless mode, and there'll be MTX rewards as well, which are not yet revealed. Okay, going down through here, one thing that's interesting coming up in chat there is that people talking about Defiance of Destiny getting nerfed. I actually think Defiance of Destiny is still very much the OP powerhouse it's been, and that's because Tier 17 monsters have had their damage nerfed. So Tier 17 monsters are going to do 30% less damage, and that is going to mean that Defiance of Destiny will keep up with that damage. So I think Defiance is still going to be one of the best items in the game. Anyway, let's go through here the new skill gems. These haven't been talked up very much. Crushing Fist, retaliate against a blocked hit, so you must block in order to use this by slamming a huge armored fist into the ground in front of you. This is something that you can trigger on a lot of builds, and I feel like this is something that might get used alongside Aegis Aurora. So that's definitely something I am interested to see how people use. Vengeful Cry retaliates against a savage hit. It's only a savage hit if you lose 15% of your life from it, and it will retaliate with a war cry, taunting all nearby enemies to attack you, and the user and nearby allies gain a buff which grants rage and prevents rage from being lost. Overexertion supports melee attack skills which can be exerted, causing them to deal more damage for each warcry exerting them. Cannot modify minion skills, Vaal skills, channeling skills. Eviscerate is a new skill gem. This retaliates against a blocked hit with an arcing slash that releases 2 waves of force. But most importantly, enemies right in front of you can be hit by both waves. This only works if you're using a sword or an axe alongside a shield. So you need to be using sword and board, and you need to be, well, sword and board or axe and board. Either of those will work. Now, it's important to note Varanustra is an item that I think needs to be mentioned here, because there's a number of things in this league that are going to trigger off weapon types. Varanustra is a unique item that I believe is a tier 2 rarity unique. I will just confirm that. And it is... let's see, unique item tiers. Varanustra is tier 2 rarity, so it's not common. And it's a mediocre to marginal weapon. It deals adequate but not good damage. And it counts as all one-handed melee weapon types, which matters a lot in this particular league. So keep that in mind. There's a bunch of things that will work up there. Anyways, we jump back here. So this is going to then do a lot of damage to things that are right in front of you. Potentially extraordinary damage. I'm kind of curious if a build that face tanks things with a view to retaliating ends up being viable, especially using Aegis Aurora. Swordstorm retaliates against a blocked hit again, with a hail of blades that rains down in front of you, requires dual-wielding melee weapons, and deals damage of both weapons when it's hit. Expert Retaliation supports retaliation skills, causing them to have more cooldown recovery rate and to also have a longer duration in which you can activate them. I am curious how this plays out, whether you want to go with damaging things instead, and this is just the sort of backup that you use if you feel like, I want to use a retaliation skill, but I don't feel like I've got the precise play skill in order to fire them off at the right time always, or whether this is something that's just numerically better than other things as well. Definitely keep an eye on it though, it could be really interesting. And a lot of other builds will use these, yeah. It's not just going to be attack-based builds, but I do think attack-based builds get the most out of them because a number of these are dealing damage based upon the weapon that's swinging with. Now, here's one, though, that retaliates against a blocked hit with a sweep of your shield, ushering a wave of ice in a cone in front of you. So this is Glacial Shield Swipe. This sounds like it could be really good on builds like Righteous Fire, where you might not be doing much damage with your weapon, but you've got access to having something extra, and if this is able to freeze reasonably reliably, it could be good. That's something we'll have to have a look at exactly how it works. There's a question in chat as to how long by default the use window is on retaliation skills. I'm just going to check if that information is on the gems, because I don't know the answer. And yeah, so retaliation, it's becomes usable for 2 seconds once you block a hit on Swordstorm. And what's the cooldown on it? 3 seconds. Oh, the cooldowns are huge. Cooldown on this is 5 seconds on Divine Retribution, and this is 2 seconds. Cooldown time 3 seconds, and it is 2 seconds usability. It looks like it may be 2 seconds on all of them. It's 2 seconds on the first ones. I think that these are going to be things that you might only want to use them on rare monsters at this rate. We shall see exactly where that works. Now, critical strikes which inflict bleeding with supported skills also inflict rupture. This is a huge DPS boost at significant drawback to the duration of bleeds. Rupture is something that currently exists. So if we bring up rupture on the Deadeye, I think it's a debuff that causes the affected target to take 25% more damage from bleeding, but it causes the effects to expire 25% more quickly on them. So that can stack up to 3 times. This is really significant more multiplier to damage if you are hitting fast with something that inflicts bleed. I don't think that many people are going to want this. It's going to be one of those things that looks amazing in Path of Building, but that will actually fall off pretty badly in the real game sometimes. You must critically strike for this to do its thing properly as well, and it's tough to make it work. I don't think it's a complete brick, but I also don't think it's going to be widely used. Note that this is based upon the Deadeye Ascendancy option that basically no one uses because it's on the Deadeye. Deadeye has so much more. Divine Retribution retaliates against a blocked hit with a surge of divine power, causing multiple waves of lightning blast to expand outward from the targeted location. This looks like it does massive damage, and it cannot be triggered or used by totems, mines, or traps. But again, this is one of those retaliate against a blocked hit. There's a lot of that mechanic here, and this is really playing into that Gladiator concept. I feel like you probably want to consider a 3-link on one of these retaliation skills. I don't think you want to use lots of them. I don't think you want to go with scaling one of them to the moon, but a 3-link on these might one-tap a lot of tanky rares, and if they're in that position, then I think they're in a really good spot. Now, Arsenal of Vengeance Keystone passive skill to the southwest of the Duelist starting location has been added. This now provides damaging retaliation skills become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. That's cool. So this is a way to use these that removes everything that's tied to the block mechanic and instead makes it key off you suffering damage from hits. This is going to be useful on builds that perhaps endure things with the use of something like Defiance of Destiny, or what's the lesser version of Defiance of Destiny called? I'm trying to think of the name. There's something that's broadly similar but weaker. I'll think of it at some point. In any case, this is going to be something that will be useful in that sort of situation. If you're taking a lot of damage and recovering life yourself. Oh yeah, of course, Blood Notch, Immutable Force, and Valerium is the other combination that does the same thing. It took a while to think of that because it got nerfed hard this league. That combination will be something that would also function. Now, we have a whole bunch of new items that are being added here. This is base armor type. So when they're saying armor, they mean armor, evasion, energy shield. Can be any of them. 18 new helmets. These are high-level helmets. 18 body armors, 12 gloves, 12 boots. These can be found in the endgame. They showcased that I believe it was minimum levels of 84, 78, and 72 on the helmets, and likewise on the chest armors. And presumably the gloves and the boots split the difference a bit. Maybe it's something like 81 and 75. These are just simply better than what exists at the moment. Instead of Vile Regalia being the best chest piece for people who are playing a energy shield based character, you'll have something that's better, and then you'll have something that's better, and then you'll have something better again. There are going to be 3 tiers up on Vile Regalia, and the same will be the case for the other slots, except the gloves and boots are only getting 2 additional slots. These will be found in the endgame, and generally speaking in PathOfExile, the minimum level to equip an item is also closely tied to the minimum level at which it can drop. At least for bases. So that's my expectation. Unless Grinding Gear Games change the formula for the drop rates, these are going to be absolutely ubiquitous. Like, they're not going to be rare, they're going to be dropping everywhere. I don't think they'll keep the existing formula though, because I think they will want these things to be somewhat special when they drop. Like, if you get the new Vile Regalia, they'll want you to be like, oh, that's a cool drop, not, oh, that's the 17th one this map. So for that reason, I think they may be quite a bit rarer, and that would be a divergence from how they've done in the past. Fun fact, for those of you that don't know, the way that item levels work in PathOfExile on bases, there is a strong bias towards getting item level 59 and slightly under at bases to drop. Once you tick from 59 to 60, there's a big drop in the drop rate, but it's not crushing. It's fairly big. I think it's like it drops down to 45 again. And then that the bias towards higher tiers is really intense other than that change there. So if they keep that formula as it was, then these new bases are going to be dropping all the time. Necropolis uniques, all of them are being added to the game. Paranda's Pact is going to be dropping from the King in the Mists, and it's got a new name. It's also Paranda's Pact is going to count as one of the new unique cards though. And someone's asking, going back to these bases, do I think they'll be more common, less common, or what compared to the existing Atlas bases like the Vermilion Ring, the Steel Ring, and the two-tone boots? I really don't know. I could see them being made rarer, because it's not like people are excited by a drop of the two-tone boots, but it really just comes down to what Grinding Gear Games are going for there. This is going to be them returning the power that they're taking away in Determination Aura and Grace Aura, and I don't know how early they want us to have that power back. That's the key thing there. Another thing someone's pointing out in chat, thanks Tumblr for this, the Trickster is not being changed, and this means a huge buff to the Trickster. Going from Sadist Garb to something much better, this will be a huge buff for the Trickster Ascendancy in particular. So that's going to be something interesting. Anyways, we already covered the uniques that are being added to the core drop pool, and there are 15 new uniques in total. Now, there are 5 new Divination cards, which is quite interesting. They haven't sold Divination card commissions in a long time. So I'm curious whether this is 5 Divination cards that were purchased a while ago and that have just been saved up for now, or whether these are 5 completely new ones that Grinding Gear Games have added, or whatever it is. I guess that's going to be something that we'll find out. And then we have the 72 foiled uniques and 179 Valdos maps being added. Just going through a couple of the questions in chat. Someone is asking what's up with Hatred. We'll get to that in a sec, but the Hatred aura is having its entire reason for existence changing. It is no longer going to be the same aura, and it is going to be a massive nerf to aura stacking that change. And also a massive nerf to party play that involves aura use. So Hatred is getting substantial changes there, and it's no longer going to have any synergies with lightning damage that's converted into cold through Call of the Brotherhood. Call of the Brotherhood actually is one of the biggest losers of these patch notes that I don't think it's even mentioned in here, but Call of the Brotherhood is in a much worse spot. How good is Paranda's Pact with its new name going to be? The answer is going to be very good. It is a really, really strong jewel. It's something that's going to be really strong. Now we have a whole bunch of introduced new items, which are the new chisels. Maven's Chisel of Avarice. This is going to modify the quality of a map, enhancing currency found, replacing other quality types. Now, my theory, and I'm not sure about this, but this is my theory, this is going to replace the tier 17 massive buffs to loot that existed, and these are only going to drop in tier 17s. That's my theory, but we'll find out the details. That these are going to be big boosts, but they're not going to be as multiplicative as 3.24 tier 17 map boosts were. We shall find all of that information. Now, Maven's Chisel of Divination is going to enhance divination cards found. This can go as high as 100%. Like 20% quality is going to be 100% more divination cards. The Maven's Chisel of Procurement is going to modify item rarity. Then there's one for pack size. Now, I've got to check the numbers on the proliferation one. I think it's just 20% that it goes up to. I think it's an exception. And then there is the Scarab-based version as well. Maven's Chisel of Scarabs, a currency item that improves the quality of a map, enhancing Scarabs found. Again, I'm suspecting that all of these are going to drop from tier 17 maps. That said, who knows, maybe it's going to be from something related to the Maven, given that it is the Maven's Chisel. I guess we shall find out. Oh, and someone's mentioning they saw the Chisel drop in the Maven 10-way. That's an interesting thought. That's not something I thought of, because I didn't notice that. So thank you for pointing that out. If it drops from the Maven 10-way fight, that would be... it'd be an interesting location. I feel like those fights have needed an extra drop. So it is definitely positive to have something new there. But we shall find out. Prismatic Oil has been discussed a little bit in the past already. So I quickly mentioned it at the start of this stream and also in a separate video. And it's going to be a really big deal. But apparently, we can have a look at these prismatic anoints, or at least at some of them. So I'm just going to have a look and see if there's any... This is the passive tree. If I can see any of those prismatic... I'm not seeing the prismatic anoints. I mean, there's Tranquility, but that's already been there. May well be that I'm missing something. Tenacity, that's existing. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Hey, Wallad, thank you for channel membership. May your Varlobs have interesting results. They're all grouped around the starting areas of the classes. Okay, so... the start area of the here. Okay. 80% increased area of effect of aura skills. Consecrated ground you create also grants 50% reduced duration of damaging ailments on you. What do we got here? 10% increased effect of arcane surge on you per summoned totem. These are in an interesting location where if you wanted a few of them, Thread of Hope is looking better now. 16 life, 30 strength. Way of the Warrior was an existing one, I think. Adaptive Steel, 5% chance to defend with double your armor for each time you've been hit by an enemy recently, up to 30%. And Always Angry, plus 8 to minimum rage. Oh, isn't that one make you happy? Sion's Ambition, strike skills which can target additional enemies, do so from 40% further away. Whole bunch of really cool information, a whole bunch of really cool stuff there. I think at some point we're going to have to go through a whole list of those anoints. Hopefully Grinding Gear Games actually put out a list of them all. That would be cool because I couldn't find them. Like, I'm glad that people in chat point out where they were. And there's like just a whole bunch of little stuff here that some of which is going to add. Tinctures have 40% increased effect when at or above 10 stacks of mana burn. That's a cool one. That's something that definitely could not have been revealed until today. Unless Grinding Gear Games wanted to put it out yesterday, just as a bit of a troll. It's like, oh yeah, here, have a look at this mod. This mod does something a bit weird. So yes, you should be able to get these by Thread of Hope. Over near... I think I saw Grasping Vines somewhere. Inflict a Grasping Vine on hit against enemies with fewer than 8 Grasping Vines during the effect of any life flask. So that's quite powerful if you can keep a life flask active all the time. The life flask const is pretty tricky because you've got to be able to ensure that you are still using your life flask. Your life flask falls off when you go to max life. So people are asking where this passive tree is. I might just put this in here. Someone's saying you cannot Thread of Hope them. That would be unexpected, but I guess we'll find that out later. We'll get some clarification. 3 new Grandmasters to hog 'em. This is bad news because I know which these are. A bunch of people decided that they would go berserk with Hogg'em and make the most ridiculous characters they could. So there is a completely unkillable one, or pretty much unkillable one. A whole bunch of other ridiculous stuff there. Next, we have added icons to monster health bars to display whether or not they're armored, and to take the opportunity to examine the armor levels of different monster types to ensure that those are appropriate. So this means that physical overwhelm as a player stat is going to be more important. Creating a solo self-found character no longer requires you to have previously freed the Scion on your account. You know, I did not know that was the case. Stack decks are now going to have a space in the currency tab, and a number of small improvements and surprises to the campaign and to graphics and the like. Now, we'll come back to melee improvements in a sec. I just wanted to quickly check. There was something that jumped into my head at some point. Nothing about Thread of Hope in there. Let's go back to melee improvements. And yeah, so there's a lot of really strong potential stuff there. So that I think that is GG Noobs too. I think that is Empyrean's ridiculously tanky character, and I feel like there was a crazy DPS one as well that was made. But basically, all of the new things that are being added are going to be the most ridiculous ones. So, melee improvements. Melee totem skills are being removed. And this is going to be something that's like good and bad. It's good in the sense that it's going to make regular melee builds better. It's bad in the sense that my totems are combat minions playstyle is dead. So, I don't know. I think I would have preferred that they just removed the buff and then made it so that the melee totem builds still could exist, but that they weren't necessary. But anyways, that's the setup. People are just suggesting a couple of quick changes with respect to my sound. I think I agree with that. That should probably be a bit better. Hopefully we don't get any more beep, beep, beeps. In fact, let me trigger one of those beeps now. If we just do that quickly. Oh, that's still really loud. That's why I have my... That should be a lot better. Okay, hopefully that's less crangled on as far as the sound goes there. So, going back to it here. Essentially, they are nerfing melee by removing the melee totem skills, but then they're giving that power back and a little bit more. And when I say a little bit more, I mean a lot more, because they are tremendously amping up the amount of damage that melee skills do through the use of skill gem levels now. So skill gem levels are going to matter a lot more on melee. Now, gem levels are going to cause an increase in mana consumption as well as an increase in damage, and their intention is that mana cost on spells will be much higher than on melee weapons, and that there'll also be a lot more on melee sources of things like mana leech and the like. So, positives and negatives both there at the same time. I don't know what just happened there with some question got asked, and before I was trying to read it, it disappeared. So, RIP Ancestral Protector, Ancestral Warchief, Vile Ancestral Warchief, and Earthbreaker support. They're completely and utterly gone. Players who have purchased the Iron Maiden or Void Ancestral Warchief microtransactions will have them refunded on those points. And existing versions of the Shaco and Replica Dragonfang's Flight with any of the removed gems will now provide a different gem instead. And Dawnstrider no longer provides... So Dawnstrider is being reworked. No longer provides 100% increased effective buffs to your ancestor totems grant while active, and buffs from active totems last 4 seconds, and the like. Instead, socketed slam gems are supported by a level 25 Earthbreaker and Ancestral Bond. So, that's interesting. That lets you make these builds again. So if you want to play melee totems, you now need Dawnstrider. And I think, which boss does Dawnstrider come from again? I'm trying to remember. I'm going to have a look at that. It is the Exarch. I thought so. Yeah, so if you want to play Earthbreaker now, if you want to play melee totems, the only way you can do that is by killing the Searing Exarch. And I feel like Dawnstrider is the uncommon drop from the Exarch, is it? I might just check that out. Poor Ben, it was one of his unique designs. No, it was the common one. Okay, so the uncommon one was Dawnbreaker, and then the rare one was Dissolution. Dawnstrider is the common drop, so that's going to be a build enabling item now instead. Someone's asking what I'm drinking. Just caffeine, because I got up at 5:15 this morning in order to do the first live stream over on Twitch, and it's a long day and a lot of discussion, so it's going to be caffeine to keep awake now. Then afterwards, it is going to be beer time. So the relevant mastery's gone, and the Panopticon cluster is being removed. Ironwood Notable is being moved to the Shamanistic Fury Totem cluster. So essentially some of the things that were combat minion totems, some of the support for them on the tree that was useful to spell totems is being moved to spell totem areas. Now, Ironwood no longer provides 150 armor per summoned totem or totem resist. It now provides totem life, and totems gain PDR. The small entrance passive now gives something else instead. So this is basically, I want my totems to be more durable, is the purpose of this cluster, rather than my totems are partly more durable, but so am I. And then it's another one of those changes that removes some of the thematic links between totems and anything other than the Hierophant, really. You'll also see when we get to the Chieftain that the Chieftain's totem nodes have been removed because they're not expected to use them anymore. They are really a Hierophant thing now. Surveillance notable passive skill now has its own cluster to the southeast of the duelist starting location, with 3 small passives which each read, attacks used by totems have 6% increased attack speed. That's intriguing, because that's going to be ranged, that's just going to be ballistas, isn't it? That's going to be ballistae, and also, I guess you could also use that with the Earthbreaker effect on Dawnstrider. Some clusters have been shifted around a little, and instead of Ancestral Guidance is now going to give totems regen, and then we have totems now grant elemental resistance instead. Yeah, just a number of other little changes there, and totems are losing a bit of attack speed in the Watchtowers cluster, but they're getting damage instead. So essentially, let's talk about the totems change overall. The totems change on its own would be a modest nerf to melee, and also the removal of a build archetype. The build archetype is coming back through the use of a single build enabling unique, and the power is coming back through the gem level scaling that's coming up. The gem level scaling is going to mean that mana is going to be more noticeable on melee builds, and particularly that melee builds missing 3 times in a row is going to be terrifying now. Missing 3 times in a row is really, really, really bad, so that's something you absolutely have to keep in mind. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on there. People are asking what's up with Facebreaker. My expectations for Facebreaker is that the item is probably dead because the flat physical damage on a bunch of skill gems seems to be gone, but I need to check that because I haven't checked every single skill gem. But if that's right, then Facebreaker is gone. It's just kaput. My preference with the totem changes, I would have rather that they kept Ancestral Protector, maybe consolidated Ancestral Warchief and Protector into one gem, and just had it as a combat minion that did nothing else. It was not going to provide you any buffs, maybe even gave you a debuff to your attack speed so that you didn't want to use it as a personal attacker, and then it was an alternative way to deliver attacks rather than directly delivering them. And then Earthbreaker could have been kept as it was. That's my thoughts on what I would have done in their position, but they've gone with something a little bit more extreme. That should work. So what I mean by missing 3 times in a row, and when I say missing, I mean both accuracy missing and hitting an area where everything's dead, that's going to mean your mana leech is going to be turned off, and you're then going to end up in a problem where you may be out of mana. Life tap's going to be an option. I think people will probably... Life tap is going to be the option if you are willing to sacrifice damage for quality of life, then you'll go life tap. If you prefer to maximize your damage, then you'll make mana work because it will be stronger. Life tap's not a very good support. And then you can make it work through the use of just juggling around reservations a little, having a bit of unreserved mana, and then relying on mana leech. But if you miss 3 times in a row, you may well find yourself at 0 mana, and then you're in trouble. So accuracy is going to be important, as is not hitting areas where there's no monsters. You will still want life tap on things that aren't there for dealing damage, though, like gap traversal skills. Now, banners are getting a complete overhaul. Banners no longer provide anything passively. Banners are now all about the buffs that they give you when you plant them. They seem to be a fairly complex mechanic, and I don't think many players will use them, but I do think a minority of players will love them. So, instead of having a reservation cost, they're free. They don't grant a permanent buff. You plant them, that causes their effect to go active. When they're planted, they're far more powerful than before, and they deactivate when you leave their area. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. A new Bannerman and Renowned Deeds cluster has been added to the southeast of the Duelist starting location. Bannerman no longer grants 15% increased effect of non-curse auras from skills on enemies, or placed banners also grant 30% increased attack damage to you and allies. Instead, banner buffs linger on you for 3 seconds after you leave the area and have 20% increased duration. Renowned Deeds grants 30 to maximum valor. A new Rallying Icon cluster has been added southwest of the Duelist, and it has banner skills have 15% increased aura effect. Banners also grant 5% to all elemental resistances to you and allies. I really don't think 5% ally res is a useful thing to have on a banner there, because it's inconsistent with the way they're setting them up now. You're not going to want to be going from 72% to 77% with that. You're only interested in using it if you're going from like 90% to 95% so that you don't end up being brought down to 70 by ally weakness. And even then, that's corner case. It's not that important. There's better things you can do to protect yourself there. So, not a fan of that effect. 15% increased aura effect is good, but yeah, I'm just not sold on that cluster at all. Defiant Stand cluster has been added south of the Marauder start. It causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and frenzy charges when you consume maximum valor to place a banner. This is a really strong effect, but one that is just unreliable. I honestly think I would prefer this if it was 3 frenzy and 3 power, because those are going to be harder for Marauder to get, and the endurance charges are something you've got more options for, and unless you've got substantial investment in charge duration, I don't think that consuming maximum valor to place a banner is going to be trivial. So yeah, I'm really not sold on that either. A new Aura and Terror cluster has been added southwest of Marauder's start. It provides banners also cause killed enemies to have a 20% chance to go boom, dealing 10% of their life as physical damage. Yeah, numbers are too low there, I think. And banner skills have 20% increased area of effect. I'm not sold on that. I mean, if you're planning banners often, you could probably get something out of that, but it's 20% for 10% is just... I think it's just too low. Yeah. Not sold on that. Now, there are new banner passive masteries. Banners also maim enemies. That's actually quite strong. Gain 5 valor when you Warcry if able. Remove a random ailment on you when you consume at least 10 valor to place a banner. Are you going to be like... This is just unreliable bleed removal. I don't like unreliable bleed removal. I like my bleed removal to be absolutely guaranteed. Recover 3% of life per 5 valor consumed when you take an action that you probably perform when you're at full life, because it's going to be the first thing you do in a fight. But then we do have banners also cause enemies to take 8% increased damage. This mod is good. This is the way that this is worded. This is shock layer scaling. So this is actually a more multiplier to damage if you're not inflicting shock. And if you are inflicting shock, it's like their shock goes up by 8%. So if you're shocking for 30%, then this goes from 130% base to 138% base. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'm really not sold with anything in this banner section. People are talking about in chat how banners don't die and totems do. But the thing is that, like, banners, you've got to charge them up again before you can use them again. And I just feel like it's just not there. I feel like it is just not there at all. Rage is the next mechanic. So Rage is now something they're saying is being made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage grants 1% more attack damage per rage gained to a maximum of 30, but no longer inherently increases attack speed or movement speed. You lose 10 rage per second if you have not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Previously, 1 rage per 0.5 seconds. So, rage is going to fall off really quickly if you're not remaining in combat. Many sources of rage, though, generate it much more quickly. There's now a shared cooldown preventing you from generating rage on hit from more than 1 hit every 0.5 seconds. A number of rage-related stats have had their wording updated to make it clear that they scale with increased rage effect. Rage effect applies to the damage inherently granted by rage, so instead of 1% more, it'll be 1.3% or whatever, and all other bonuses granted per X rage if you have any, such as rage support. Bonuses are while you have a certain amount of rage, or other effects that refer to your rage but do not cause rage to grant additional stats are not affected. Berserker Ascendancy and rage-related skill gems now have received changes as a result. They're going to be referred to later. Chainbreaker and Calm Spirit have been updated to state their rage regeneration stats do not delay the inherent loss of rage. That makes sense because they're recovering your rage, but that's not going to prevent you from losing it from other sources. Bear's Girdle no longer has 4 to 6% increased physical damage per 10 rage. This affects existing items. It now has plus 10 maximum rage instead of 20. So essentially, Bear's Girdle looks like it's getting dumpstered, but because rage is likely to be more intrinsically powerful, it may actually be just as good as it was before. The other thing is that Legacy Bear's Girdles are going to be incredible. Legacy Bear's Girdle in Standard will be really, 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 really strong. And people are talking about Berserk being much weaker now. That's very deliberate. Grinding Gear Games stated that there were a whole bunch of changes that they made in the Melee Overhaul where they asked the question, what hoops do we need to jump through for Melee to work? And they were saying the answers were things like, I've got to have a rage source, I've got to have Berserk, I've got to use Berserk regularly, all these sorts of, I've got to use totems. And what they decided was that they were going to get rid of all of these things that were not obvious, that were needed for Melee to work, because that way they could make Melee just work without all of these extra factors. So that's the reason Berserk's being nerfed. It's very, very deliberate that they've done that. Their goal is that during Berserk uptime, damage will be comparable, but when Berserk falls off, your damage will still be there with these changes, whereas before it would have been gone. A lot of people will just miss Berserk out entirely. And I dispute that Melee didn't work with these hoops. If you jump through these hoops, Melee was doing genuinely ridiculous damage, but so could spells as well. But Melee was doing enough damage to annihilate anything in the game if you jump through all the hoops. Calm's Primacy, Unique Axe, no longer has gain 1 rage on crit with attacks no more than once per 0.5 seconds. Instead, it has gain 5 rage on melee hit. Calm's Primacy, I'm trying to remember how rare this thing is. I might just check that out. I'm pretty sure... It's only tier 4. Okay, so it's a very accessible item. Wonder if it still is after this. Honestly, we'll find that out, I guess. Ravenous Passion Unique Helmet no longer has rage grants cast speed instead of attack speed. Oh, this was just added. This change affects existing items. It now has gain 7 to 10 rage after spending 200 mana. A Divine Orb can be used to make items worse. Okay, so... Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, of course, because it doesn't need to gain as much rage. Oh, of course, because rage is no longer granting attack speed. This just kills the item, doesn't it? Ravenous Passion? Is this like... This is one of the new items that was added. I think it was the common item off Uber Eater from memory. Yeah. So it was reading... It's got... Oh, it's still getting spell damage. Oh, it's gaining more spell damage. Okay, no, that's fine. That is actually alright, and that's fine there. I've got that there. Rickrolled Savagery now has 10 maximum rage when using a sword instead of 25, and legacy versions will remain in standard. So standard's getting so many new legacy items here. The various heist bases are getting changed to just provide rage on melee hit. That's kind of crushing to these items. I get what they're doing here. They've made it so that increasing maximum rage is just so incredibly good. But figure that these are just bad now, I think. I need to check the numbers on them. How much damage does the Psychotic Axe do currently? I think it's like miles behind, isn't it? It's 1.3. Okay. 1.3, 1.5, 54 average to, 52.5. I think this base is just dead now unless it gets increases somewhere. Yeah, the helmet is fine. Thanks for people who've just like been sort of. I had to think a lot about that helmet, but the helmet we were talking about before is fine. Ravenous Passion. It's it's for triggered spells, which is worth having a look at there. So I am very much not sold on the Psychotic Axe at all. New Battle Trance cluster has been added to the northwest of the Marauder area, plus 10 maximum rage. This is just mandatory. Like, I don't care where this is, you've just got to take it, right? Battle Trance, northwest of Marauder start. Like, that thing is just kind of ridiculous. I have to find where this is. It doesn't matter where it is. If you have to skill Grimmage across the whole... If you have to skill... Oh, hang on, that's the wrong spot. Is it over here? Yeah, that's what we're after. Here we are, Battle Trance. Okay, plus 10 maximum rage. Gain 1 rage on melee hit. Gain 1 rage on melee hit. Inherent rage loss is slower. And what's the... No, I'm trying to see what the mastery is. I can't seem to see the mastery there. Maybe we don't know it yet. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, do people disagree with this? But you just have to take this. Like, if you're playing melee, this is just mandatory, right? Like, this is 1% more... This is basically going from 130% to 140% base damage. And there's, it still scales adequately with other things. It's like 3 points in here is 7.5% more damage once you charge up. And charging up is going to be quicker than it used to be. So, yeah, this is kind of crazy. POE planning, a POE planner is apparently up to date, someone's saying, but I don't want to close anything in order to open it. So I'll leave it with what we've got there for now. So that node just feels like you have to take it if you're playing a melee build. Now, is it physical damage or is it everything? It's just more attack damage as well. And yeah, that's crazy. All right, Battle Trance is one of the reasons to play melee, I guess. I'm just going to take a very quick pause in order to let out a nasty coughing fit. Alright, that's better. Sorry, I had to get that out of the system. I could tell that I was not going to be able to keep that in, so I figured I'd better just mute myself for a sec and get it out before we go forward, because I have heard what a recorded cough sounds like when I've been doing editing, and it is not pleasant at all. So, we now have the section here that is each rage grants 1% increased armor and gain 3 rage when you suffer a hit from an enemy. That feels good, honestly. Like, that's also going to stop you from losing rage as well. And I think this is strong. One thing that's going to be noticeable with rage is going to be less impacted by fights that have long long phases, intermission phases, like if you're fighting, say, Innocence, Rage is going to be fine because your ramp up is going to be quicker than it used to be. And so even though Rage provides more damage than it used to do, and thus is more important, it's more central to your character's build, it's still going to be something you need there. Oh. Now, let's have another quick look down here. We've got Savage Intensity Cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder's starting location. Provides 20% reduced cost of attacks when you have at least 20 Rage, and inherent loss of Rage is 20% slower. Reduced cost of attacks is a pretty big deal now. With all of the changes to melee, with the gem level mattering now, that's going to be a factor. That's going to be a way of addressing that, and the cost is going to be fine. It depends how many points it is. So this is just south of Marauder's start, and this is going to be the Savage Intensity Cluster. Let's have a look for that. Savage Intensity. That'll be it there. No, that's not it there. It's not that one. It's here. Okay, so that's a fairly awkward location, actually. No, it's right near. Oh, it's right near Solar Steel, which is good. So you often want to be in this area anyway, but it's 3 points to get 2 Rage on melee hit. I'm just thinking how that's going to feel. Like, I don't know that this is reliable enough. I think like it does work for life and mana costs, yes. People are asking in chat. It is life and mana. Or even energy shield if a cost has an energy shield cost because you're playing Wild Strike of Extremes for some reason. This feels like it's something. The delay of the lost start is more important, people are saying in chat. I think that's probably right, because 20% slower loss of Rage is probably not going to matter that much, because once you start losing it, you're still probably going to lose it all outside things, outside corner cases. A new Veteran's Wrath cluster has been added southwest of Marauder's start. 2 Rage on melee hit, and inherent Rage loss starts 1 second later. This is the more powerful effect. Adding 1 second before you start losing Rage is going to be better in more situations. This is going to get you through those fight moments where you've got a short intermission only. It's not going to help you with a long pause, but also regaining your Rage is going to be pretty fast as well once you're back into combat. So yeah, we'll have to see what exactly it feels like. Now, added a new set of Rage Masteries. 1% stun threshold per Rage. Like, that's going to meaningfully increase the amount you stun. It's not that much, but it's going to add up. Movement speed per Rage is going to actually be worse than it used to be, because Rage is going to fall off quicker once you're out of combat. It will be useful, but it's like you'll take this for a point, but you won't be stoked about it. It is better value to spend your point helping Creighton, but given that you probably are already helping Creighton, especially on a melee character, getting movement speed per 5 Rage as a worse version of Creighton that stacks with him is reasonable. Now, 7 to maximum Rage with inherent loss of Rage being faster is fine. That's a manageable drawback and quite good. Warcries grant 1 Rage per 5 enemy power up to 5. That's not nothing, but only if you're already using Warcries. This is not worth using Warcries, but if you were using it, it's still fine. 25% increased maximum total life recovery per second from Leech when at maximum Rage. So that's strong, but it's inconsistent. It's like safety in long fights. The way that the playstyle for this is you manually cast a guard skill when you're running up to a pack. Then you start beating on the enemies, and then about the time your guard skill expires, you hopefully hit maximum Rage. That's the playstyle for this. If you manually cast guard skills preemptively like that, then yes, this is a good setup for you. If you don't manually cast guard skills, then this is not going to work for you. That's my thought there. Nearby enemies are intimidated while your Rage is non-zero. Intimidate's is still really good, isn't it? It wasn't It was never nerfed, was it? Yeah, 10% increased attack damage, and that's in the shock layer, so that's, yeah, really strong. Like, I think that if you're going to take one mastery, it's going to be this. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage. You only need at least one rage, so basically your first hit doesn't get this, but your subsequent ones do. This is crazy good. Someone's asking about the stun aspect, stun threshold. I just need to reconfirm that. I have looked into the mechanics on stun threshold before, but I believe it's your capacity to inflict stun, isn't it? And look, mate, let's just say for now, I'm not sure which way stun works on this. It's one of those things that I've researched this when I've needed to know it, and then I've forgotten it. So I'm not gonna assert that I'm right about the stun mechanics. I looked them up the last time I did a video on Immutable Force, Bloodnotch, and Valyrium, and I felt like I understood them that day, but that day is quite a while ago. Anyways, let's go through the next section here, which is the tinctures. While we're just having a quick look here, that yeah, when I say the increased damage that we were talking about, the 10% increased damage, this is in the shock layer, is the way that I think of it. Because people are talking about, is this increased, is this more? I like to think of it as you have one thing, which is the shock layer, and that becomes one more multiplier to damage, but it is its own layer. So that's something you want to factor in. People are confirming there that it does seem to be your stuns are better. That is what this mastery does. That's what I thought. 1% increased stun threshold. It's a really strange terminology. Tinctures have been added to the core game. Adjusted mechanics. You can place one into one of your belt slots instead of a flask. When it's active, it grants a powerful buff to your melee attacks. Note, only melee attacks by default, but can be bow attacks if you are spec'd as a warden. And this inflicts mana burn on you, draining your mana at an increasing rate the longer the tincture has been active. The tincture can be turned off, or it will run out when you run out of mana. You can inherently only have one tincture active, and they have cooldowns. So once you've deactivated one, no tincture can be activated for a while. They can be magic or unique, but they cannot be rare. NPCs in towns may sell tinctures. Added a new Blood-Soaked Blade Keystone passive skill to the southeast of the duelist's starting location. It causes tinctures to inflict weeping wounds instead of mana burn, draining your life instead of your mana. That's cool. I've got to check the exact wording of this. That's a really interesting thing. So, weeping wounds, weeping wounds. I was over in this area, and I might just scroll the screen as well so that you can all see it. Effects that interact with mana burn instead affect with this, and it causes you to lose 1% of your maximum life per second per stack, and it stops when you reach 1 life. So the way that that is worded, it stops when you reach 1 life, which means you cannot use this with Chaos Inoculation. I thought that would be the case, but I did want to check that one out. And yeah, there's the potential for unique tinctures, and there are 15 new uniques, so there's plenty of space for that. What else do we have here? A new Nature's Concoction cluster has been added to the south of the range's starting location. Flasks adjacent to applied tincture gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy with a weapon, no more than once per second. So this is something that's broadly like one of the nodes that was available in the Wildwood Ascendancies. There were things that modified your flasks when they were adjacent to a tincture. That could be potentially very strong in conjunction with automatically use on becoming full. So that's something to keep an eye on in there. A new perfected formula cluster has been added to the southeast of the range's starting location. 15% chance for tincture to not inflict mana burn, and causes tinctures applied to you to have 10% reduced mana burn rate. Now, if you don't inflict mana burn, the interaction with that could be interesting. Does that just mean that once you get it going, you can just leave it on forever? So that was Perfected, was the name on this one. Perfect. Oh, they periodically inflict mana burns. So, okay, you activate the Tincture, and then each tick of mana burn has a 15% chance to not apply to you. So that's not quite as crazy as I was thinking. It's essentially, it's not 15% less. It's actually going to be the square of that. So that's 27.75% less. And the reason for that is that you're going to 15% of your upticks are not going to occur, and 15% of your drain's not going to occur. So it's 15% less drain and also 15% less acceleration of drain. And as a result, it's that's going to be the square of that, which is, 27.75% less mana drain. As a result of that, that's pretty solid, and I can see that being used. You also got this 5% reduced mana burn rate as well. I figure that that's going to be a commonly picked up thing if people decide they want to use tinctures. And yes, just to clarify something in chat, that flask effect is not going to apply to tinctures because they're not flasks. Even though they take up the slot of a flask, they're not going to apply there. 25% increased tincture cooldown recovery rate is a reasonable thing for a cluster, but maybe too much of a cost. Colloidal mixture has been added to the northeast of the ranger's starting location, causes tinctures applied to you to have 15% increased effect. This is very, very strong. And a further 15% if you've used a life flask recently. This sounds like it's incredibly strong because tinctures all have scaling effects and they're all really, really big. It's interesting seeing people's divergent opinions on how serious the mana drain aspect of these is. I think the mana drain aspect on them is significant, but as people are saying in chat, you can recover mana through recoup, and that's going to be a really strong way of paying for these things forever. Not forever, but for a long term. And you can also get mana flasks. If you need to use if you want to use a mana flask, you can, but also just mana leech. Gemini claws are another thing that you could use with these that are just going to provide you ridiculous amounts of mana income. So I think there's a whole bunch of things that you can use there. Burst of Energy cluster has been added to the northeast, which is going to cause you to recover 15% of mana when you activate a tincture. I don't think anyone's going to take this, pretty much. I mean, when I say no one, there'll be someone that will use it. But I don't think this is particularly strong at all. Most of the time, I just can't see it. It's not going to be much mana in absolute terms, unless you are playing some sort of really weird build. And the builds that want to have a lot of mana, where this might actually grant you 1,000 mana, they're not going to be interested in playing a tincture. They're not going to be attack builds. Unless... what's Mana Storm? Mana Storm is the item. I just want to quickly remind myself if I'm remembering it right. When you cast a spell, sacrifice all mana to gain added a maximum lightning damage equal to 50% of sacrificed mana for 4 seconds. This can be used with attacks. So you'd have a Tincture enhanced weapon, Mana Storm. So you then cast a spell. Like, let's say you cast a guard spell, you're stacking quite a bit of mana. Maybe you sacrifice 4,000 mana to gain 2,000 maximum lightning damage. And then once you do that, this is then going to be recovering some of that mana that you've just spent. That's like, there's synergy there, but I don't think it's a combo that you really are that interested in. Like, okay, you're gaining several hundred mana back, and you do have a genuine use for that because of Mana Storm, but I don't think it's a combo. It's too many weird things going on, and there is a long cooldown on these tinctures. I'm not sold with it. The first 6 stacks of mana burn applied to you have no effect. This is a pretty big deal. This is going to give you a lot more time. Well, no, actually it's not, because you're going to have no trouble sustaining it. Like, this only really helps you if the 5th and 6th stacks actually cost you more mana than you're recovering in realistic combat. So no, I don't think that's any good. Now, 30% increased evasion rating while you have an active tincture. That is going to be, like, it's okay. It's nothing great. 1% increased flask charges recovered per mana burn on you. That could be quite good. I don't think you can use this. I don't think you can go absolutely crazy with this. Maybe you can with mana recoup. Maybe this is the one that gets used in Ward Loop somehow. Flask charges gain per mana burn on you. You're using Ward Loop even though you're not actually doing any mana attacks. No, you're not doing any attacks. You're just doing it in order to gain the mana burn status effect on you. And then, like, if you can get 40 or 50% mana burn and sustain that, that could be something ridiculously silly. So it feels jousty, yeah. It feels like it's ridiculous and cool. Something else I want to query on this: what happens if your maximum mana is 0? That's broken before in Path of Exile. So mana burn, I need to check that. How does it work when you? It automatically deactivates when you run out of mana. We need to test this when the game goes live. We need to know what happens when you have 0 maximum mana on your character. That is possible with Calandra items, and it is possible with legacy items that exist from Scourge League. In Scourge League, the league got completely broken for a period. This actually got emergency nerfed because it was going to be something where botters were going to be able to just make AFK Simulacrum farmers and just sit in the Simulacrum AFK on 50 different accounts at once with one person supervising them all. And that was based upon having every aura in the game active and 0 mana. So, yeah, there's a bunch of mechanics we need to test with this, but the key thing is what happens at 0 mana, and can we make this increased flask charges per mana burn work for builds that aren't interested really in tinctures? Flasks adjacent to applied tincture have 10% increased effect when used if you've hit an enemy with a weapon recently. This is really good for scaling up unique flasks. Progenesis. This is 10% increased effect of Progenesis. And that sort of stuff is a big deal. Tinctures deactivate at 12 is probably not something most people want, but it's an option. And so yeah, and people are asking about blood magic. There is a keystone that's broadly related to this. Where is it? We found it before. Here. Inflict Weeping Wounds instead of mana burn, which is 1% maximum life per second per stack. So Bloodsoaked Blade is your option if you want mana burn to be instead life burn. So there's a bunch of really weird stuff. People are asking, does Weeping Wounds work with the... does Weeping Wounds work in conjunction with a... Does yeah. I've just had a complete and utter brain freeze there. Could you use the Life Drain Tincture node and use that to trigger a Ward Loop style effect? I think the answer to that is no, because it's going to be Life Drain, not damage. Ward Loop's all based on damage. And people are saying that the tinctures, the actual text on the tincture items, is that when they go to 0, is that when you go to 0 mana that they stop. So I'll just confirm that that's right. It probably is. Where's our tincture? When you reach 0 mana. See, the wording there is when you reach 0 mana. If you are already at 0 mana, it's not clear how that interacts. That's the reason that I raised that question there. I am not sure how that's going to go there. And so we just got to test that in game. I think it looks like, my reading is that it should be, if you become at 0 mana by any means, including 0 being your maximum mana, that it probably turns off. I'm just not willing to say that's absolutely certain. Okay, let's jump onto the retaliation skills at this point, and then keep going down the list. We've added a number of retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition, which is almost always have successfully blocked. And once you've done this, you can do something explosive. The counterattack skills have been removed. Existing riposte skills are now being changed to Glacial Shield Swipe, Reckoning to Sword Storm, and Vengeance to Crushing Fist. Added a new Careful counterattack cluster, west of Templar Start, provides 10% chance to block attack damage and spell damage if you've retaliated recently. I don't think this is very reliable at all, because most of these counterattacks, you can't use them very often at all. They're like, they're on a several second cooldown, so chances are you haven't used a retaliation skill recently. Added a new crushing reply cluster to the west of the Marauder's starting location. Retaliation skills have 50% increased stun duration on enemies and fortify on melee hit. This is reasonably interesting and strong, but it probably competes with things that are powerful rather than just being interesting. And for that reason, I'm not sure people are going to want to take it. Indiscriminate Revenge Cluster, southwest of Marauder's start, causes them to have 30% increased area of effect. This will get used if any retaliation skills are good. A new retaliation wheel to the southwest of the duelist starting location. First notable, causes retaliation skills to deal 30% increased damage and provides gain 5 rage on hit with retaliation skills. Now, one question I've got about this one is it realistic for these retaliation skills to hit multiple times that are more than 500 milliseconds apart? It looked like some of them might have the potential to do that. Like, some of them looked a bit like the Bladefall skill, which I think can hit like multiple times and the first hit be quite some distance from the last one. But that's something that we'll need to have a look at. The other ones, Cruel Retort provides every 4th retaliation skill always critically strikes, and retaliation skills have 20% increased speed. And okay, so every 4th retaliation skill critically strikes is a solid mod. But if you need to be... That's the sort of thing that would be good in conjunction with Malagara's... Is it Malagara's Virtuosity? No one really uses these gloves, but these gloves used to be okay, but critical strike multipliers become easier to get since then. They just lock your crit multi at 300%. The idea is that it makes crit chance investment worthwhile without crit multi investment. So that's the idea of these gloves. They just haven't aged that well. They're kind of cool, but 300% is too low a number. But if you had something like that, then every 4th retaliation skill you use always critically strikes. That starts to become a bit better. So Mandel's asking, is this the Mandelbrot set on this jacket? Yes, it is. This is a puffer jacket that I organised. It was actually a prototype for merchandise, which I might do. I've recently set up channel merchandise that is just experimenting with one of the newer third-party providers, Fourth Wall. But I was thinking of trying to do things myself with it at one point. It just felt like it was an overwhelming amount of work, so I never got around to setting it up. But that's where this originally came from. I actually have a few of them too. I've got... this is also a Mandelbrot hoodie. And there's another one that I've got, and there's also a bomber jacket as well. So yeah, a whole bunch of different things there. Anyways, it's a quick sidetrack out of the way. We have Prepared Response Cluster, southwest of the duelist starting location. 25% chance when you use a retaliation skill for a different retaliation skill to become usable. Okay, so getting the 25% chance for one to trigger another then becomes another 25% chance if you've got another one to trigger on top of that. Although I'm assuming you probably don't want to have multiple retaliation skills. Like, if you were going full meme with this, you could probably have 3 of them going. And then A triggers B, B triggers C. But you're not going to be able to have C trigger A because you've got the cooldown. Realistically, I think you're probably just going to want to use one retaliation skill anyway. So retaliation skills become usable for 30% longer. That means 2.6 seconds instead of 2. I am just not sold on this cluster at all. I think it's too much cute stuff, but not enough strength to be justifiable there. And I think that's pretty mediocre cluster prepared response. Passive shield mastery that causes counterattacks to have a 50% chance to debilitate on hit has been replaced by 30% chance to avoid stun while holding a shield. Generally, I'd rather have some other way of mitigating stun than that. So, not sold on it. Retaliation passive masteries. 80% increased duration of ailments inflicted by retaliation skills. I like this. I feel like retaliation skills are something that would be quite good to inflict shock with, and potentially also quite good to inflict freeze with. So on that basis, I actually do like this mastery. I'm not that sold on the tree support for Retaliation Gems. I'm not sure I'm sold on Retaliation Gems overall, although I could see someone using the... I could see Aegis Aurora and the Shield Retaliation skill being used quite a bit. But this does something real. Debilitate enemies for 3 seconds on hit. How serious is debilitation again? It's 10% less. It is 20% movement speed. Okay, I thought it was 10 and 10. That's a strong effect, but unreliable. Because you've already suffered a hit. If you're retaliating after suffering a blocked hit, you've already taken a risk of taking full damage from that hit. So the 10% less damage isn't as strong as it seems. And I'm just not that really sold on that. 20% increased armor for each different retaliation skill you've used in the last 10 seconds. If this was 30%, maybe. 10% just not enough. Oh, sorry, 20% not enough. 10% chance when you use a retaliation skill for a different one to become available. The 25% was sort of interesting, but not worth multiple points. This is like... Nah, it's marginal. I don't want to equip 2 of these. I only want to equip 1. 40% reduced cost of retaliation skills. I'd need to know what the costs are. I guess we can have a look at that as we've got some information. Eviscerate was one of these things, and it is 9 mana. They're all pretty low. They're all pretty low cost at low level. I don't know whether they become high or not. So it's kind of... It's hard to know whether this is worth taking or not. It might be, but broadly speaking, I'll say that on retaliation skills, I'm not sold. Tinctures, I'm not really sold. Rage Rework looked interesting, but yeah, retaliation skills, I just don't think it's quite there. That's my current thoughts. Very, very open to being proven wrong on those. It could be that it's far better than I'm giving it credit for, but for the moment, I am just not convinced that it is necessarily all that strong. Endgame improvements come up next. So here we have one of the highest impact changes of all. This is the 6th mapped slot device. So 6th slot to the map device. Slot 5 is going to come from Maven's Invitation, the Atlas, or completing a non-Veldo's Tier 17 map, and the 6th slot comes about from when you complete the other encounter. In practice, Maven's Invitation, the Atlas, is going to come first out of these. It's much easier, even with the nerfs Tier 17 maps that are happening in this league. I still think that you're going to find that Maven's Invitation, the Atlas, is much easier than a Tier 17. Now, in Tier 16 and up, so 16 and 17, you can encounter the Wildwood, and this will not include the Affliction NPCs, or the Nameless Seer, or the King in the Mist. The King in the Mist will now be something that you can access through getting a tradable key from Ritual. The Nameless Seer is tied to a Scarab now, unless that's changed, and the other 3 NPCs have disappeared. They've just gotten lost in the Wildwood. Instead, you have a chance to find the Nameless Seer lurking in 16s and 17s. Okay, so the Nameless Seer is now going to be available in Core. I just want to check if the other... What's the name of the Scarab for the Nameless Seer again? It's... Probably the easiest way to find it would just be to search Nameless Seer, wouldn't it? It'll be... The Scarab name is... Reliquary Scarab of Vision. Reliquary Scarab of Vision is... there it is. Reliquary Scarab of Vision is gone. Okay, cool. So Nameless Seer is just purely random. Purely random. So, Reliquary Scarab of Vision is gone. You now get the Nameless Seer this way instead. And presumably it'll be quite rare. That's going to be annoying because the scrying effect is... The scrying effect is going to be something you really want. And you're going to need to find the Nameless Seer to get it. Oh, that's going to be horrible. Alright, this is going to be my first pick for most annoying thing. If the Nameless Seer is still as rare as I'm expecting him to be, It may be that he's nerfed since he used to be, since what he used to be. But if they've kept the Nameless Seer as strong as he used to be, he's going to be fewer than 1 per 100 maps. Probably like 1 per 500 maps. And so the scrying a map is going to be locked behind the RNG encounter to get this. That's going to be really, really hideous, I think. And so the idea here is that the Nameless Seer allows you to scry a map, which swaps the Divination cards currently dropped in the current map to another map on your Atlas. Specific map cannot be in multiple swaps at the same time. And if you want to undo your choice, you can do that. But you have to find the Nameless Seer in order to action this. That's good. I do not like this idea. What maps do you swap is being asked in chat. I feel like you run a map that has very good Divination cards. Like, let's just assume Crimson Temple still has Apothecary. You then swap those Divination cards into something like Beach that you'd much rather run. Or, if you're able to do it, can you swap a tier 17 map with Beach? So can you get all of the Divination cards that are currently in Abomination and have them drop into Beach instead? And then when you do run an Abomination map, well, all you're going to get there is the cards that drop from Beach. But if that's the case, I don't know if that's going to work or not. There's a number of things that could be done there that would be complex to work out. Crimson Temple might not be on the Atlas. I have had a look at the Atlas, but I can't remember everything. But it doesn't really matter because there's other options for it. There's Haunted Mansion, which I'm pretty sure is on. There's Crimson Township. We don't actually know where the Apothecary is going to be. We just know that it is going to be a map. I think he did mention that it was going to be a regular map. Abomination doesn't show on the Atlas, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a part of this because you can swap your current map with another map on the Atlas. So if you are in an Abomination map and you encounter the Nameless Seer, my understanding is that you're then able to swap Abomination map for that. We'll find out the details of exactly how that works. But there's a bunch of questions, but it does look like you can... Oh, hang on. Thank you, Sean, in chat. The scrying is only in 16s. So that's the clarification we're looking for. I might just type that in chat as well. Yeah. Okay, so that I think clarifies it. What Sean has just said there, I've typed it in chat so that people get the comment before the 15 seconds comes up. So you can then move things around there. That's going to be cool. We've done a big shuffle of which Divination cards can be found in which map, which means that most maps are dropping fewer Divination cards than before, but don't worry, you can now see this information for yourself. And in fact, this information looks like it's going to be shoved in your face whether you want it or not. That's going to be the thing that's probably going to annoy people the most during week 1. And I feel like in week 1, they're going to have some sort of patch whereby you can just look at the Atlas in peace without having Divination cards pop up all over your screen. Now, this is going to be interesting because there's a number of Divination cards that we just don't know where they drop. Like, there's not very many of these left, but there are a few. And this will tell us some of them, but other ones will have obscure drop locations. For an example of an obscure drop location, there's a Divination card for the Pandemonious that drops from Farrell at the moment. Farrell, First of the Plains, I think it is, one of the unique beasts from Bestiary. So there'll be a whole bunch of encounters like that are going to be shuffled around a bunch. Hovering over or selecting a map on your Atlas now displays which Divination cards can drop there. And you can also type the name of a div card into the highlight filter on the Atlas to display maps that drop a particular card. That is going to be really good. I think this is going to be something we do a lot. One thing that I would love to see is that if you search in your Divination tab in game and you type in the word Divine, it will show up the Fortunate, it will show up the Beauty of the Divine, Divine Beauty it's called, it will show up the Sephiroth. It'd be really cool if you could type Divine into the filter and it would bring up all the cards. Brother's Gift, the Fortunate, etc. that give Divine Orbs. That would be a really useful feature as well, be an extension of this. But even if that doesn't happen, just having the ability to name the card is really good. I will just reshare the passive tree as people have keep requesting that quite a bit. It looks like people that join the chat end up end up often wanting that, so I'll just pop that in there again. And then we will have another look here. The audience with the king is the invite token to encounter the king in the mists. This is going to be something that drops from that will be in the fragment stash tab, and that which was taken is being replaced, but it will be Perandus pack, so it'll have a good unique jewel in there. The Name Taker, Flawed Refuge, and Trickster's Smile are being removed from the core drop pool, and they're only going to drop in the Asmiri Wildwood. In map tiers 16 and above, you have a chance to discover a Reflective Mist from the Kalandra League. This has two outcomes. There's the RNG Mist, and it can also give you a Reflecting Mist that you can use on your own amulets and rings. What we have never seen before is how does this interact with simplex amulets and especially focused amulets. Focused amulets with this could be absolutely crazy if that works. We're going to have a look at the exact details there, but that could be absolutely and utterly bonkers what that's going to be like. I will just pin... I'll pin the one that I've already got saved. Actually, someone's suggesting that I pin the... am I even able to pin that in chat? Why can't I pin that? Can I do it from the other YouTube window? I think I can do it. Replace pin message. There we go. I couldn't do that from OBS for some reason. But I can do it from YouTube's back screen, like the live streaming, whatever they call it, the streaming headquarters thing that they call it there. So the mist is an item. If you get the lucky one, the ethereal reflecting mist, that will be an item. Well, at least that's what it was called in Kalandra. And if you don't get as lucky as that, and you get the regular reflecting mist, then you'll be able to look at it. The thing with the reflecting mist, it's actually quite a good reward. The random one, even the random one, because it just has enough chance to be reasonably good. Like it's random rare items that often are counter synergistic with themselves, but the power of the individual mods is so high that it would be like if you had something that dropped a corrupted simplex amulet. The power of each individual mod would be so high that there's a real potential for it to be a good item overall. And of course, yes, you have recombinators in this league mechanic as well. Like the league mechanics for the new league have something approximating recombinators, which is then going to be really, really strong too. So yeah, I think the Reflective Mist is going to be a much bigger deal than people give it credit for originally. And the very best jewelry in the game will all come from this. So that'll be really, really important to note. You may stumble upon sentinels on the ground near the start of tier 16 and 17 maps, and they work as they used to work. They're not items. You can click on them and you can activate them. The other thing I'm really looking forward to with this sentinel thing, you can now use this and actually sensibly play around with the fun that was Apex Sentinels. Apex Sentinels were kind of objectively wrong to use because they were so much weaker than the Pandemonium and Stalker Sentinels. So the correct way to play Sentinel was to take the other two. Apex Sentinels were fun though. So that'll be really, really interesting. People are asking, can you use the Ethereal Reflecting Mist on a very bad Ventus? No, you can't. You can only use it on a rare item. You can't use it on something that's got that on it. It's a unique item. You can, however, use it on a number of quite exotic mods. There are some exotic mods that do interesting things when they're inverted. So there's a lot of really weird things that are going to come up there. Sentinel exclusive mods will not exist with the new recombination, but I'm not going to rule out the possibility that they could drop from the Sentinels that are encountered in maps sometimes. Recombinators do not work with mirrored items anymore, and there'll be a bunch of other cool stuff that's dropping. Like people are talking about double anointed jewelry, which is going to come about in Blight Ravage maps. Lots of weird and wonderful configurations items can be in that are going to be worth playing around with. One thing that I think will be really interesting to watch, double anointed jewelry. When you get an amulet with this, if it's something that is just a bad base, but it's a bad base that has a good unique on it, there's a potential that someone might Varl it and then Mythic Orbit into something better. And so any unique amulet you're thinking of, there might be the potential to, especially if it's a common one, there might be the potential to get a really ridiculously good version of it through that setup. Negative projectile speed is an interesting one. Someone's brought up when we're talking about the reflective mist from the Calandra League. The limits on negative projectile speed have been fixed. You can no longer scale 99% less, I don't think. I think there is a limit on it now. You can't go 101% less projectile speed in order to get instant projectiles. That doesn't work. But there's a whole bunch of other weird stuff you can do. Oh yeah, of course, Carlos is saying in chat that you can just chance it. You don't need to go through the mythic orb rubbish. You can chance it if you want, yeah. So it's going to be worthwhile paying attention, actually. Let's have a look at the amulet bases, the ones that aren't used very much, to see what might be worthwhile thinking of there. And rings are less important. So let's just go through the first few of them. We've got the nothing particularly popular in Coral Amulet. Power Amulet has City Breath is a reasonably solid item. Ascendancy's Foible's quite rare, and Defiance of Destiny extremely rare, so you're mostly going to get City Breath there. Amber Amulet, you've got, like, I could see the Anvil being good if it got double block related stuff on it. That's not likely though. Hyri's Truth is the main one. If you get Hyri's Truth with one bow focused, one meta bow anoint, and one useful to an archer anoint, that's going to be a monstrous item. And so, what else could you get? You could get Karui Ward if you're unlucky, though. Like, Karui Ward's a good item and all, but it's not what you want here. And let's look at Rash Gul'dor's Patience. What's the rarity on that? It might help if I have my unique tiers up again. So, Rash Gul'dor's Patience is tier 3. Hyri's Truth is 4. And what was the other amulet that was in that cluster? It was Karui Ward. That's 5, I think. Yeah, Karui Ward is 5. So, Hyri's Truth is the one you want. I think you're about 35% to get it if you were to chance Jade Amulets. And you could even go as far as to imprint it. Yeah, so if you get a Jade Amulet that has double anoint on it, and those anoints would be amazing on Hyri's Truth, you would imprint the thing using Beast that imprints Crack It Chimeral, and then, so you make it magic first, then you would scour it, then you would chance it, and yeah, unfortunately you are stuck with chancing at this point, but it's not too bad to chance something that's got a tier 5 and a tier 4. I think it'll be an average of 300 or so. Scour, chance it, and if you hit Kari's Truth, you've got something really, really monstrous there. I have Chayula's come up as a comment in chat there. I have Chayula as tier 3. That is Onyx Amulet, isn't it? Onyx Amulet has a bunch of other things on it as well. Double Anointed Rings is an interesting question FS Forward is asking about, and I think the answer is probably yes, you can get double anointed ones there. And so there's a lot of things that could be interesting. Looking at the Lapis Amulet, what do we have here? We got it can't even mouse over these to get them to work properly. But Ephemeral Bond is common and like not very good. I don't think we want to pick up these. Oh, Maryland's Fallacy is good, but Maryland's Fallacy is quite rare now, isn't it? Oh, it's only tier 3. But a lot of other stuff here, like Stone of Lazar, I'm pretty sure is a tier 5. Yep, tier 5. And Ephemeral Bond, I think, is also the same. Yep, Ephemeral Bond is 5. And Tear of Purity is 5. Yeah, so lots of 5s in Lapis Amulets. Maryland's Fallacy is really good, but I don't see it happening often. And I'm certainly not Scour chancing for that slim chance. That's going to be hideous there. So there's those. Just thinking if there's any other amulets that are worth checking. Gold amulet, agate, citrine, turquoise, and onyx, and oh yeah, marble's just got, yeah, there's just blood grip and gloomfang, the other two. Gloomfang could be really good, but it's not, and it's the only blue pearl amulet, so that's a possibility. Gold amulet, we have dead dog amulet. We've got Pericle's toe is super common. It's actually good. Like, it's very, very niche, but it's very good. And then, yeah, nothing there that's really central to the meta or anything in gold amulets. Agate amulets, we have extract. Vol's Devotion's the only good one, and it's extremely off meta now. Citrine amulet, nothing people really want to use. Turquoise amulet, very, very good here. We've got Badge of the Brotherhood, we've got Fury Valve, both of which are tier 2 rarity, I believe. Let's just confirm that. Badge of the Brotherhood and Fury Valve is 3. Okay, that's a bit better. Ungol's Harmony, that's quite rare now, isn't it? Ungol's Harmony is 3. And what else do we have? Victoria's Acuity is very common, 5. Warp Timepiece is very common as well, isn't it? 4. Okay, so we've got a couple of higher tier things in turquoise. I don't think it's very likely to get them, but... Oh, and Malgara's Cruelty is really common as well, isn't it? Malgara's Cruelty is 4. Yeah, okay. I think it's very unlikely. Like, if you got a good turquoise amulet, turning it into a Badge of the Brotherhood with any of the mechanics available it's really unlikely. Jinx Juju would be in demand if you had 2 good anoints. That's a good point. The Jinx Juju is a Citrine amulet, and yeah, that would be really good. If you found 2 good anoints there, Citrine is really good. Like, there's a few things you could conceivably do with this, and so for those that may have missed where all of this is coming from, we got discussing because Blight Ravage maps are going to drop double enchanted amulets sometimes, and double enchanted rings probably. There's going to be some possibility of getting something monstrous, but it's unlikely. Will you be able to use Recombinators to get double anointed simplex amulets? No, because anoints won't transfer. I'm just thinking the most broken thing you can potentially do, and we got to see how this works, is Ethereal Reflecting Mist on a not a simplex but a focused. That's the thing that would be really crazy. So Hirigans, what we're talking about here is something that appears on a rare item, but then you turn it into a unique item through the use of Chance Orbs, or through the use of Mythic Orbs. I initially thought Mythic Orbs, but someone in chat reminded me Chance Orbs exist, so that's there. Scarabs, Chisels, and Horizon Orbs now follow the same drop rules as maps, as they're consumed proportionally to endgame maps. They do not drop more with additional party members present, nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity on the player, not that you can get it outside of standard anymore. That's really interesting. Yep, so this is a party play nerf that's quite targeted. It's a carefully targeted one that's aimed at top Magic Find group, at keeping top Magic Find groups under control a little bit. I thought for a while it would be better if Scarabs were consumed in larger numbers when player quantity was involved, but that's something that is there. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Previously, most of the monsters were prevented from dropping maps except for bosses and elite monsters. Now all of them can, but they have a map drop penalty. Penalty varies based upon how many monsters the league adds and how long the league takes to complete or engage with on average. So, in other words, if you want to get more maps early, Abyss is probably going to be better, and mechanics. Breach is probably the worst one now, because Breach monsters, you often have a few of them get away. But, like, Blight, for instance, each individual monster is probably quite a bit lower. And that's going to be, interesting stuff there. Introduce the Scarab bisection, which allows you to nullify prefixes or suffixes. This is a huge improvement. This should not have been on the Horn Scarab of Awakening. So if you want to nullify prefixes or nullify suffixes and make the map considerably easier, the Scarab of Bisection is there for you, and the Horned Scarab of Awakening now does other things instead. Beyond Scarab of the Invasion now causes rare monsters as well as uniques to create additional Beyond portals. That's a huge buff, and I think that might make this really interesting in conjunction with Blight, because I think Blight spawns a lot of highly localized rare monsters. Maybe and Abyss actually more than anything else. Beyond Scarab of the Invasion with Abyss. This is a cross synergy between two different mechanics, and I think that this may be something to consider seriously. Oh, Blight Scarab of Oils is getting nerfed. Blight Scarab of Oils is being renamed to Blight Scarab of the Blightheart. It no longer provides +1 tier to oils. Instead, Blight encounters in an area now have 1 blighted chest. Blight encounters in an area spawn more waves of enemies. Blighted chests in your area grow larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies are slain. So that's just different, but essentially the idea here is that this is going to control the number of gold oils that get spawned, because I think they want the higher tier oils to be more precious than they are now. That seems to be their goal here. Delirium Scarab of Mania now causes additional delirium in area to increase 50% faster with distance from the mirror. So I've got to remind myself which one that was. Delirium Scarab of Mania. A lot of these names are 50% faster, so it's already a really good one. That's already one of the better Scarabs, and it's going to be better again. Now we have my favorite changes, and this is going to be one that is going to leave probably like the top 5,000 players are going to be sad about this. For everyone else, this is going to be a considerable boost. Divination Scarabs are being completely and utterly replaced. Divination Scarab is being renamed Divination Scarab of the Cloister. No longer provides 150% increased div cards in area. Instead, 8 to 12 additional packs of Doedre's Devoted Monsters, and these have a 1% chance to drop a stacked deck. 1% additional. So if you have 2 of these Divination Scarabs, they're basically going to double dip with each other, assuming you can still use 2 of them. Divination Scarab of Curation has now been renamed to Divination Scarab of Plenty. No longer provides any of the things it does now, because this was completely broken. Instead, it causes 3 additional packs of magic monsters in the area to drop additional divination cards. Don't know how good that's going to be. Divination Scarab of Curation was very, very, very rare and very, very precious in the past, but that may just be they've decided, nah, we're giving up on what it used to do. We're going to make it do something fun instead, and we'll find out whether it's good or not. Divination Scarab of Completion is now of Pilfering. This is the one that causes the map boss to hoover up all of the divination cards instead. So basically, this is going to be way, way, way more interesting, and the loot multiplier factors are no longer going to be as concentrated as they used to be. Like I said, bad change for you if you're a top 5,000 player, but a substantial buff actually otherwise, because this is going to mean that the people who are faster than you can't flood the market on a bunch of items before you can get there. Nameless Seer is going to be around more as well, yeah. Nameless Seer might be around more. We'll have to see exactly how that works. But it may be that the Nameless Seer becomes a bigger percentage of the big rewards that exist in a league than divination cards have been. The other thing to note is that GGG have nerfed drop rates on divination cards every time that they've made divination scarabs more viable in the past. So when divination scarabs were first introduced, soon after that they dropped the drop rates on Doctor and similar cards. Later on in Ritual League, they made divination scarabs got much more common than they'd been before. And then at the same time, they gutted the drop rates on Doctor and similar cards. And then again, there was another wave of scarabs getting more common, and then this being counterbalanced by a nerf to the drop rates of the cards people cared about. So it looks like they've decided, nah, we're not going to bother with that. Instead, we're going to be putting all of these divination scarabs. They're no longer going to multiply loot. They're just going to create monsters and make things more interesting. One thing, though, that I am interested about is finding out whether any divinations cards are going to be tied to these particular these particular monsters that are added by these sorts of packs. Like 3 packs of monsters to drop additional divination cards. Are these going to be new? Are there going to be divination cards you can only get this way? So we'll have to see exactly what goes on there. Domination Scarab of Abnormality used to be 1 unusual shrine, now it is 2 apparition shrines, whatever those end up being. Domination Scarab of Teachings is now named Domination Scarab of Evolution. It now causes an area to contain 1 additional shrine, and there's a... Oh wow, that is transformative. They've killed Domination Scarab of Teachings. That's... I'm not surprised, really. Domination Scarab of Teachings was way better than I thought they ever intended it to be. But that's looking like what it's going to be now. That thing is gone. Cartography Scarab has now been renamed to Cartography Scarab of Escalation. 10% increased maps found in an area for each map modifier affecting the area, instead of a flat 50%. So that's going to be more impactful on 8 mon maps, and not going to be something that can be used to sustain scoured maps anymore. So that's going to be a big change there. People talk about the Apothecary in chat and whether that would be tied to specific divination card monsters spawned by divination cards. I'm pretty sure they indicated that Apothecary is still a zone drop in the patch notes. Not the patch notes, in the Q&A. Doctor is the one that might be moved off there. I'm not sure. Cartography Scarab of Ascension has been renamed Cartography Scarab of Risk. It now causes an area to have an additional random modifier instead of +1 tier. I don't think this is very good, this new Scarab. Random modifier is like... Assuming that this is just pulled from the normal map mod pool, most of the time this is going to be unnoticeable. It's going to be just like a small incremental increase in loot, but every now and again it's going to brick your map. Cartography Scarab of Duplication has been renamed Cartography Scarab of the Multitude. It now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 packs of difficult and rewarding monsters, which drop 300% increased maps, instead of causing 30% map duplication. Harbinger Scarab of Discernment was the one that bleached shards. And, okay, this is one that a lot of us were researching in my Discord recently, and it looks like the research is now completely obsoleted. It now just causes Harbingers to summon obelisks, which then drop currency shards themselves. That's something that's like, yeah, it's doing something relevant. Presumably there's a limit to the number of obelisks that can be spawned per Harbinger. I would assume that Granny Gear Games would get that right. They wouldn't allow them to just keep respawning Harbinger Scarabs, but that's pretty substantial there. That's a big change, and this I have a feeling with this that Grinding Gear Games felt that Harbinger was too much of a jackpot mechanic with that. The Harbinger Scarab of Discernment was believed to be a considerable increase in average loot, but it decreased median loot by a lot, because you would go from a situation where, like, if you weren't picking up anything under Exalted Shards, then it meant that you would have to go quite a bit longer before you got anything, but then when you did get something, you would get much more loot than you otherwise would have. So it felt like things were too feast or famine when you were using it. Interesting to see how this one works out. And yeah, people are saying it could be a pain in the wrist if it causes a lot of shards to drop. Horn Scarab of Tradition now has all rare and unique monsters in the area have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. Hang on. All rare and unique monsters in the area have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier, previously just rare, and no longer has player modifiers to item rarity and quantity do not apply in area. I'm going to bring this one up. Horn Scarab of Tradition. Rare monsters have at least one reward modifier. Player modifiers to rarity and quantity don't apply in the area. All have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. Okay. I believe that this is a typo. I think the intention here is that every rare monster in the area plus every unique monster in the area has a Legion style icon over their head. That is my understanding of their goal here. That's would be in line with the changes they're outlining. However, it is also possible, there's another interpretation of this text, and that would be all rare and unique monsters in the area have dropped items transformed by a reward transformation. Example of a reward transformation is rare items drop scoured. No, sorry, not rare items drop fractured. That would be a transformation that's possible. So I'm not entirely sure. This is one that you might want to, that someone might want to ping GGG support with a clarification question on it, because this could be interpreted in multiple different ways. Mysterious Scarab has now been renamed to Scarab of Divinity. No longer adds a whole bunch of clusters of mysterious barrels. Instead, it has an additional rare monster will be Pantheon touched, and apparitions spawned by Pantheon touched monsters deal 100% increased damage. Ouch! So this is just one monster in the map, has a lot more loot than it otherwise would have, but is also going to do a lot of damage. Okay, we have Reliquary Scarab is being completely and utterly transformed. It's no longer going to be 100% increased unique items found in the area because of all the things we were talking about how much this favored the economic dominance of the top 500 players. Instead, it's going to be unique monsters have 2% increased toughness. Come to toughness in a sec. Damage, rarity, and quantity of items dropped per 1% increased pack size of area. So in practice, this is going to be like you're not realistically going to get your pack size over 50% very often. So that's going to be like 25% rarity and quantity. Misreading that. That's 100% rarity and quantity, but only on unique monsters, which already have really high rarity and quantity. And it's going to give them a whole bunch of damage and toughness. Toughness, I think, is like EHP that is not actually hit points. I think that's what they mean there. So what I think toughness means is it is EHP, it's percentage increased EHP, but done through damage reduction instead. So if a monster has 1 million hit points, then it could be given 50% more hit points, that'd be 1.5 million, but 50% toughness would instead give it 1.5 million EHP, but while still leaving it at 1 million hit points. So it would have 34% damage reduction. And then that would cause it to be bloated out to take 1.5 million damage to kill it. Or if it had 200% toughness, then that would be 2/3 less damage taken from all sources. That's my understanding of what it means, but I'm not 100% certain that's right. So essentially functions as DR that way. Reliquary Scarab of Overlords has been renamed to Titanic Scarab of Treasures. No longer causes unique monsters in area to drop an additional unique item. Instead, it causes unique monsters in area to have 2 additional Legion-style rewards and 30% increased toughness. Again, this is that 30% multiplier to effective life that isn't actually life, and so doesn't cause them to explode bigger as a corpse. Reliquary Scarab of Vision, aka Nameless Seer, has been renamed to Titanic Scarab of Legend. No longer causes the Nameless Seer to show up, and instead causes unique monsters in the area to have 2 additional monster modifiers. Ritual Scarab of Recognition has now been renamed to Ritual Scarab of Wisps. It no longer causes unique enemies slain at ritual altars in the area to have 200% more tribute, which actually wasn't as good as it sounded. Like, that sounded great, but tribute was very rarely limiting in ritual. Instead provides ritual areas in altar spawn a Wildwood Wisp, and these grant 50% increased tribute gained to nearby players. I feel like this is better, but it might be, those wisps might result in the monsters being tougher. So I need to see exactly what that means. Yeah, I'm kind of. We'll need to play test this one. I'm not convinced I know exactly what it's doing. The Scarab of Wisps is now considerably better. It's just been doubled in power. This thing is now a lot better than it was. The Sulfite Scarab of Fumes is getting gutted. Monsters affected by enraging fumes have 50% increased item quantity, previously 500%. Wow. That's gutted. That's absolutely gutted. Torment Scarabs are gutted as well. Oh, no, they're not really. Tormented spirits have 25% chance to be set free when possessed monsters are slain, so there is some recovery of that, but it is worse than it was. The following scarabs can no longer be obtained. Abyss Scarab of Emptiness, which I believe is the one that causes all of the... I believe this is the one that was all of the silly chests. Oh, no, it's... yeah, that was trash. 50% chance to drop an additional rare with an Abyss socket. That was actually useless. Oh, Black Morrigan. Oh, wow, Black Morrigan is gone. Bestiary Scarab of the Shadowed Crow. That's right, they said that it was going to be added as into Einhar's general pool, though, didn't they? So that's... Alright, Betrayal Scarab of Perpetuation, Beyond Scarab of Corruption. What was Beyond Scarab? Beyond Scarab of Corruption. This is the one that areas dropped by Beyond Demons are corrupted. Yeah, items dropped by... That's just bad. Blight Scarab of Bounty? Which one was that? That was the one that let you open chests multiple times, wasn't it? Which I think was really good. Yeah, okay, so that's quite a loss, that Blight Scarab. Breach Scarab of the Dreamer was the Chayula one. That was quite good. Cartography Scarab of Singularity, the one that caused it to rain down unique maps. Expedition Scarab of Danig. Legion Scarab of the Maraketh. Scarab of Unity was... What was that one again? So most of these have been fairly bad, with a couple of exceptions, like the one that was... Scarab of Unity, yeah. Okay, that was the Union of Souls. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, so that's that one was gone for a good reason. Sulphite Scarab of Greed, I think that was a 250% more, and Torment Scarab of Release, which is being baked into the baseline Torment Scarab. So these are still going to exist, but they're going to be no longer available in as new drops. They're going Legacy. These are mostly either bad or they're things that they wanted to put somewhere else. Like this Black Morrigan is being put into Einhar's general pool. And so some of the other things there are bad, or they're things like the Force Chayula, Force Danig that are going to be changed there. So yeah, I think like the main changes from a power perspective, the scarabs that are boring loot multipliers are gone. A couple of specific scarabs are getting pulled out and put back elsewhere, and a couple of the worst scarabs are getting pulled out. I don't think this is intended necessarily to be buffs or nerfs. It's mostly changes. Like, except for the effect on the very top couple of hundred players. For everyone else, it's going to be mostly neutral. There'll be something you've used before that's gone, but it's not like this is a sweeping set of changes, and it's not crushing. People are talking about Vaal side areas a bit in chat. I've just sort of noticed that there is still a very, very good unique Vaal side area. So the Adorned is much worse now, and I don't think people are going to be Vaaling them for the Adorned, but you can Vaal your Vaal side areas, chasing after the side area that lets you encounter a whole bunch of, I think it's a whole bunch of incursion-related stuff, and then it ends up giving you a fractured incursion item. That's the main reward there. I feel like the breach farming now is going to be much more about, like, you're not going to be forcing Chayula with a Scarab. You're going to be farming a whole bunch of hidden sets, and then when you farm your hidden sets, you'll have some excess Zoth, Tull, and Esh. Those Zoth, Tull, and Esh ones, you will then harvest reroll trying to chase Chayula. Sometimes you'll accidentally hit Ulnatol instead. When you do that, that'll make more hidden sets. I think there'll be more hidden sets being run as a result of this change. So that's all going to be crazy. People talking about the potential of the overpowered retired Divination Scarabs in Standard. I hate to break it to you, but they are being changed. Existing ones, the broken Divination Scarabs, are being changed into new Divination Scarabs that are not going to be as broken. There do not seem to be any high Scarabs. Yes, that's correct. There does not seem that there's any high Scarabs there, which is disappointing. We reviewed the limit for how many Scarabs of each one can be used alongside a single map, and have made adjustments where necessary. This is something we need some hard information on. This is going to be transformative to a lot of strategies, and I would really like to see us know this sooner rather than later. I'd like if GGG could give images of all of the Scarabs as they're going to exist in 321, in 321, in 325 would be really useful to have on Monday New Zealand time so that we can discuss Atlas plans. Atlas plans are very, very tied to your Scarabs, and I feel like there are things that Grinding Gear Games need to provide for build planning that will take them a bit longer to lock down, like 2020 gems, but there are things that they could potentially do earlier. Okay, FS Forward Sound has clarified that toughness works exactly the way I thought it does. I did. It is clarified in the essence note, and 100 toughness is 50% DR. So basically, it is exactly what I thought it was. It is a percentage increase to EHP that makes no modification to the monster's hit points. And someone's mentioning Detonate Dead in chat as well. Detonate Dead is detonated and dead, and we'll get to why. If you want to convince yourself of that, though, I would suggest you don't Control F for Detonate Dead, but instead Control F for Desecrate or Corpse, or the number 80, and that will tell you why Detonate Dead is gone. I think Detonate Dead is probably... I think there will still be people who are capable of getting down Uber Pinnacles with Detonate Dead, Cast on Critical Strike, Inquisitor, but it's going to be a niche build. It's not going to be something that's a super powered build anymore. Okay, here's a quality of life change that's really welcome. After socketing at least one Voidstone on the Atlas, you can hover over tier 14 plus maps and view which tier 17 map can drop in that tile set. This is really useful. I know I certainly was searching this information a lot in the past, and yeah, definitely really useful to have. Monsters in tier 17 maps are getting nerfed hard. This nerf is going to be 55% less hit points and 30% less damage. The 30% less damage I feel really good about. The 55% less hit points I'm not so sure about. I feel like it would have been interesting to see how they felt with just the 30% less damage. Tier 17 maps are now going to drop with random quality, and they can be modified with Chaos Orbs, Val Orbs, and Chisels. And that includes the new types of Chisels. So essentially, you've gained the ability to Val them, and you've gained the ability to use the new fancy Chisels on them, but you also have the new requirement to chisel them, because I think you will definitely always chisel tier 17s. You'll use some chisel. Maybe one of the new ones, maybe one of the classic ones. Union of Souls is gone except from Veldo maps. Veldo maps can have it because it's a bit of a troll, but the Union of Souls one is no longer going to appear on normal 17s. And tier 17 map modifiers now have increased rarity to quantity ratios more in line with regular map modifiers. Volatile barrels have been removed, and they've been replaced with rare monsters that fracture on death. Double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravage maps. So we were talking about this one quite a bit before. It's pretty impactful. This one's going to have some crazy shenanigans. It looks like it may only be amulets though. Nothing about rings. People were asking about that one before. Ultimatum encounters, the trash monsters are going to drop loot, which means that there'll just be more filler loot there. Ultimatum monsters, or Ultimatum in general, the reason to run Ultimatum is if you are capable of looking at a double corrupted rare and immediately saying, that's 50 divines because it's mythic or bait, or that's complete trash that no one will want. If you can accurately assess that and pick up the ones that are genuinely valuable, like if you had, say, a Scholar's Robe that had +1 to the level of all socketed gems, +2 to the level of duration gems, if you could look at that and say, oh wow, that's like 1 in 13 to turn into something that's going to be worth a mirror with a mythic orb, then in that case, Ultimatum's for you. If you can't look at that, then it's not going to be very impressive. Now, you keep looking through here. Hordes in Abyssal Depths now drop more items. Probably not very important. Probably not very important. It depends how many more. Like, if they've gone and jumped the shark on this and given them 775,000 items, then that's going to make a big difference. But I do think that Abyssal Depths are... no, this is the one in the actual depths themselves. Not the ones that are in the end of each Abyss encounter. Okay, maybe you will tap those. At least we'll try tapping them when we're running Abyss next in the new patch. Some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts have been added to the core drop pool of Bestiary monsters. You now also have a chance to encounter the Black Morrigan. Now, the rarity here is going to be really important. I am working under the assumption that Grinding Gear Games would regard the Black Morrigan to be 1,000 times as precious as a Fusing Orb. This would be my expectation here, because that's the best use case for it long term. Early on, the best use case for it is probably actually to 3-way split things. But later on, it is to 6... Actually, even early on, you can 6-link things as well. Whatever the case, one of my League Start plans, actually, that I was chatting with Smooth, who may still be in chat now, I don't know if he is, but Smooth and I were talking about some plans for League Start in Trade League. We were going to be buying up Black Morrigans and the Scarab, which is now gone, and running them with a view to just mass-producing 6-links that way. 6 links of chase... not chase, but of really good uniques. That is not going to be an option anymore, but the fact that you can now get them just in regular Einhar encounters is going to be potentially really, really good. Next up we have Giannis's Fortification Safe House is now a chest of Domination Scarabs. Does not apply to Ruthless. I can't remember what Giannis did in there, and honestly, like, as much as Domination Scarabs, there are some that are good. Well, there's now one less that's good. There's still not anything that's really explosively exciting. You now have a chance to find a Gloom Shrine or Charge Shrine in areas. So these are now being added to the core pool of shrines. Gloom Shrines are phenomenal. Charge Shrines are actually really good as well. These used to be tied to the Scarab that gave you one unusual shrine. Now that's being removed and they're just going baseline. But Divine Shrines are being taken away and they're being nerfed. Divine Shrines are one of those mechanics that are just really... they're unpleasant. Honestly, I'm not sad to see them getting nerfed. I wouldn't honestly be sad to see them gone entirely. They're not particularly something I'm happy about. I just had a thought though, going back to the discussion of Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts. I want to search for one of them. The name of the beast in question is the Wild Bristle Matron, I believe. It's not coming up. So let's just go back to Harvest Beasts, and that's where we were. I am curious if this change includes the Wild Bristle Matron that provides a random meta mod, because if it does, this is a huge change. If those are now going to be available outside the ultra rare Memory of Harvest Beasts, then that's going to mean Divine Orb demand will be down quite a bit. So I have to have a look at that. Anyways, yeah, back to the shrines. So Gloom Shrines are Chaos Explosions. Charge Shrine is you generate random charges frequently, and charges have 3 3/4 times the normal effect on you. So both of these are really strong shrines when you get the buff, but the Gloom Shrine is actually pretty scary when you're approaching it, because the Gloom Shrine will empower enemies with additional damage added as extra chaos. So Gloom Shrine's one of my favourite things, and honestly, now that Gloom Shrines are baseline, I am thinking I want to start shrines again on my Atlas. I think I want to start shrines because the Gloom Shrine is so much fun. So much fun to have. It's really, really crazy. Veldo's puzzle boxes we were talking about before. So Veldo's puzzle box, I did a video on this, but basically there will be no change to the amount of killer, but there will be more filler. So Veldo's puzzle boxes, it will be more common to get one of these to drop, but when it drops, it will be less likely to be one of the chase things you could get from it. So you're more likely to see a Veldo's puzzle box drop when you're mapping, and when you open it, it's more likely to be for the Veil of the Night one, or one of the other infamous, really common ones. Also, the middling rarity ones will show up a fair bit more as well. Following maps have been added. Alleyways, which is slightly above average. Ancient City, moderately below average. Arachnid Tomb, slightly below average. Armory, average. Beach, way above average. Caldera, slightly below average, I think, because there's so much tracking around. Carcass, moderately below average. Chateau, very average. City Square, far above average. Colonnade, average. Colosseum, below average. Coral Ruins, way below average. I hate that map. Coves, far above average. Crater, slightly, moderately above average. Dark Forest, slightly below average. Desert, far below average. Dig, very average. Geode, very average. Haunted Mansion, quite a bit above average if it still has Mageblood card. Infested Valley, moderately below average. Leyline, very average. Lighthouse, very average. Malformation, slightly above average. Marshes, slightly below average because it's so empty. Mesa, very, very solid map, like considerably above average. Racecourse, above average. Ramparts, above average. Relic Chambers, average. Scriptorium, average. Sepulchre, slightly below average. Spider Lair. Spider Lair is one of those maps, it's like, objectively I have to give it a slightly below average, but I just like it. I don't know why. I don't know why I like that map. I think it's because it's got so much variance within it. I like the map a lot more than it should be. But to be objective, it's slightly below average. And Summit is slightly below average because the map is so rippy. And then we have... Next, we have the rest of the things that are being removed. So good questions come up from Rabarian in chat there. Should we not look at these for their cards and rather strictly for their layout now that Scry is a thing? That is a good point. My feeling is that Scrying is going to be something that's going to come online fairly late because it's tied to getting the Nameless Seer in a specific Tier 16 map. And additionally, it's got the Scry... Yeah, so that's why Scrying is going to be rare. And on top of that, the Scrying is going to be, like... it's not the only factor. Like, there's plenty of maps that are still... that you're still interested in running that are going to be... like, if a map has great Divination cards and terrible layout, then that's going to be a fairly mediocre map. Like, Val Temple, it's not like... It's got some of the best Div cards in the game. It has Unrequited Love, it has Last Hope... It has The Damned. It has so many other good things in it. But it has Beauty Through Death as well. Like, Vile Temple's fantastic in div cards. But the layout is just heinously bad. So even though it's got a bunch of things going for it, it's not that popular. Certainly, there are definitely strategies that revolve around it, and they're good. But there's a lot of reasons people don't love it. But I'm liking Spider Lair being back, honestly. Toxic Sewer is on. Waste Pool is off, I believe, in the next league. I believe Toxic Sewer's on. Following maps are being removed from the Atlas. Acid Caverns, moderately below average, with a very rippy boss. Arachnid Nest, below average. Arena, below average. Arid Lake, above average. Arsenal is... Which one's that again? Oh, that's... I hate that layout, but to be objective, it's moderately below average. In my opinion, it's horrible. Barrows is moderately... Barrows is just dead average. Canyon's above average. Conservatory is average. Crimson Temple is above average because of Divination cards, but we don't know if that's still going to be the case. Layout-wise, it's dead average. Excavation is average. Forking River is below average. Frozen Caverns is average to average minus. Grave Trough is below average by far. Iceberg is slightly above average. Lava Chamber below average. Mineral Pools, one of the worst maps in the game. Park, above average. Phantasmagoria, average. Plaza, far below average. Primordial Pool, very much average. Reef, slightly below average because of the boss. Like, the layout of the map itself is fine, but the boss is horrible. Shipyard is very much average. Shrine is slightly below average. Stagnation is awful. Sunken City is average to minus. Thicket is slightly above average. Tower is above average. Volcano is average. Wasteland is below average. Waste Pool is far above average. Waterways is an average map, and Wharf is an average map. So, the maps that are being added are better than the maps that are being removed, but there's not a huge amount of difference between them. The Atlas is in a better place than it was. So lots of things there that are for the better. I will not miss Crimson Temple, I will say that. Map tiers and locations are being shuffled and mostly founded initially at a different tier. Remember that if you're ever wondering what tier Voidstone enhanced versions of maps are at, The 1 Voidstone version is +3, the 2 Voidstone is +7, 3 Voidstone is +11, and 4 Voidstone is 16. And in all cases, it's capped out at 16. So 3, then 7, then 11. Pantheons have been reshuffled, and crafting recipes have been reshuffled, as always happens. Now, we're going to look at the League Improvement section in a sec. Just going to take a really, really quick breather before we do that. One of those silly ads there just to get it out of the way. And a quick stretch. One good question's come up in chat. Do we know if any tier 17 drop locations have changed? The answer is, I don't think we know anything about it. Don't think we know what's going on. Oh, yeah. Alright, sorry, I just had to myself back together after we've been going for nearly 3 hours now, and we're only halfway through at most. A long way to go here. Someone suggesting in chat that I mentioned that this is a good time for saying Diablo 4 is a bad game. Honestly, I said that before it came out. One thing I will absolutely praise Blizzard for, they gave us a free weekend of Diablo 4 before the game came out. That saved me 110 Australian dollars, because I was going to buy it with low expectations, but the preview weekend that they gave before the game came out was so bad that I never ended up buying the game. So that saved me a whole bunch of money. Quite happy with that. Anyways, let's get back to what we're here for, which is discussing League improvements next. And we have the first 15 waves removed from the simulacrum, which was teased. This is going to be a real improvement because exactly the reason they say here. By the time you reach the simulacrum, unless you traded for one, the first 15 waves were boring, and they were just way too easy. More opportunities to obtain specific unique items such as voices by defeating the bosses as you complete waves. This is nice and all, but the voices is going to be gutted with the Adorn nerf. So, and also for that matter, there's like existing builds of armor stackers are in a bad place as well. I don't think armor stacking is dead, but it's not going to look the same as it used to. So, with all of that in mind, I think that, yeah, I don't think there's as much in the simulacrum unique-wise as there used to be. Just going through some questions in chat after the Delirium section. Tier 17 changes. Monsters deal 30% less damage, have 55% less life, which is a pretty gutting change, really. Like, pretty gutting to them. I'm glad about the 30% less damage. I think the 55% life might be too much. And then we have the Sentinel question. Can you use Recombinators with uniques? So there is something replacing Recombinators that is not exactly what Recombinators were in Sentinel League, but is a spiritual successor to them. And it's a nerf version of them, but doesn't seem like it's crushingly nerfed from what we can see. But this new type of Recombinator is definitely rare items only, or rares and magics essentially is what I understand. Someone's asking, what do I mean when I say Voices is nerfed? Voices is not being nerfed, but Voices' power was tied up in two main things. It's not solely used in this way, but the most powerful way is usually to use Voices, were to get more jewel sockets to use with the Adorned, and with the Adorned being nerfed, that's much less appealing, and to use it in conjunction with Introspection multiple times, or many times on an Armor Stacker setup, and the Armor Stacker setup is losing a lot as well. I don't know whether the Armor Stacker will survive in its existing form or not. I think it's going to have to be rebuilt from the ground up. It probably will still work, but it's not going to be recognizably the same build, and I don't know that it wants to use Voices anymore. Yes, the Adorned is crushed, but the existing incarnations of the Armor Stacker, they were very dependent on the flat armor and the flat evasion found on Determination and Grace, and the nerf to those stats, and that being refunded in other ways, means Introspection is less of a multiplier to armor and to evasion on a character. You are going to need to have more gear on your character that provides flat armor and flat evasion, and that doesn't fit into the existing ways that people have played armor stackers in the past. But I am not going to say that armor stackers are dead at all. I think there'll be ways to make them work, and one of the key questions is what you can do with the grasping males going forward, and also what you can do with the new dexterity bases that are available in gloves, in helmets, and in boots. Or alternately, it may be that we're in a situation where armor stackers aren't viable unless or until Grinding Gear Games put in something like the Formless Flame that is not in the chest slot, but that has a dexterity version of the Formless Flames mod. So let's go with the Formless Flame for a sec. The Formless... This is a helmet that I love on Chieftains at the moment, although I will concede that fizz damage taken as is a stronger way to build them. But the Formless Flame does some cool stuff on Chieftains at the moment. But if there was a version of this that was for evasion rating instead, then in that situation, I think there'd be a new armor stacker build around that. So yeah, they're basically, I think that the existing armor stacker builds, rebuild them from the ground up, and there's probably something there. But it's not going to be the same build. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the ritual side of things here. Corpses you can raise as specters can now be found as a reward in ritual. So these are corpses that have been rebalanced to be appropriate to the core game, so they're nerfed from what was existing in Affliction, but they should still potentially be pretty strong. Lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps, and the highest tier can only be found in maps with an area level of 83 or higher. One of the key things with those ritual bases, can we get them to be item level 85 and 86 or not? That's going to be critical. Archdemon Crown is being changed substantially, and this is +2 socketed, -2 socketed support gems. I am not convinced that this is a winner here. I'm just trying to think. Like, there's definitely some use cases for this. There'll be situations where you want the Archdemon Helm, but the cost compared to what else you can get in that slot is really high. Like, the helmet slot, you've got some powerful you've got powerful Val Implicits as an option. You could get +2 to the level of a class of gems. You could get a whole bunch of other things there. The other thing that can exist is Glimpse of Chaos helmets as well. So there's just a lot of stuff there that doesn't really exist there. People are talking in chat that Replica Perfect Form, just going back to the question of armor stackers. I had forgotten Replica Perfect Form existed. Evasion rating is increased by overcap cold resistance. This may actually be something that people start using on armor stackers in the future, which is a total rebuilding of the character. Total rebuilding of the character. This is not the same build anymore, but I do think there is some potential for that to work. So yeah, that's a new thing. Cephalus is saying in chat that you can get this on Grasping Males. You can, but then you've got the cost of having your Grasping Male, which has basically no local evasion on it. It's not quite none, but it's close to none. So that's a big thing. We don't know all of the mechanics of how Recombinators are working. Just continuing on with some of the questions out of chat about the ritual bases. It is possible, like when Recombinators were around in Sentinel League, it was possible to make the high tier ritual bases from the Recombinators, but we don't know how the new Recombination is going to work. We'll have to find that information out. Now, the Brimstone Treads is going to be 50% increased stun and block recovery and 20% reduced stun threshold, replacing 4 to 5% chance to block attack damage, and you take 20% of damage from blocked hits. Not sold on that at all. Not over the opportunity cost of losing out on your Eldritch Implicits. Archdemon Crown is a little bit better, but again, it's a high opportunity cost, especially in the helmet slot. So many good things you can get in the implicit slot on the helmets. Maybe you still can, maybe you can't get 8% fizz damage shifted into an element there, but even if you can't, there's mana reservation efficiency. There's so many good things you can get, and that's just your Eater implicit. You can also get an Exarch implicit on top of that. Debilitation gauntlets have been renamed to Thwarting gauntlets. These are now chance to block attack damage, and you take 10% of damage from blocked hits, which was something that was tied to other things in the past. Yeah. Okay, like, this does something. Taking 10% of damage from blocked hits may actually be useful. You might consider that an upside on a build that otherwise, that wants to take damage. Like, does this work in conjunction with Defiance of Destiny? I think it does. And yes, Defiance of Destiny is still very good in this after the nerf. Before being hit by an enemy, yes. So if you block, Defiance of Destiny doesn't... Defiance of Destiny fails to evade or dodge a hit. I can't remember what the interaction was with block on Defiance of Destiny, but if Defiance of Destiny interacts poorly with block, then this is going to be one of the use cases for the Debilitation Gauntlets to be really good there. You get the chance to block, but you'll take a trickle of damage through. There's probably other things that would benefit from this as well, so yeah, just anything that causes you to have a positive proc on losing life. So we'll see exactly how that works, but it may have some use cases. Just if you want to suffer damage in manageable quantities, this may be really beneficial. 10% reduced movement speed and 50% CDR on move skills. I think that could be good, couldn't it? CDR on move skills, especially if you attack with them, that's amazing. If you don't attack with them, it's still got some potential. I can see this being more used now. Block is a hit. Okay, people are clarifying that there. I just couldn't remember the exact interaction there. And then we have Sinistral Gloves have been renamed to Trap Setter Gloves. They no longer provide 25% reduced damage with the main hand and 50% with the offhand. Instead, 30% CDR recovery, a slowdown for throwing traps, and trap skills have increased skill effect duration. That's really good. The new Sinistral Gloves, this is something where it's worth sacrificing Eldritch Implicits for. So you're losing your Eldritch Implicits, which is a big loss. You suffer 30% reduced CDR for throwing traps, but you're gaining a lot of skill effect duration, which is a really live stat on a number of cooldown traps. And on top of that, it's only reduced CDR. It's not less CDR. So if you're using either the new Anoint, the crazy Prismatic Oil Anoint that benefits you from throwing mines, or if you're just using Advanced Trap Support, this is going to be something that's really good. I think these are the one new ritual base that I like. Ritual bases in general were really good before Eater and Exarch influences came into the game, and they're still okay in slots where classic influences are good, but that's mostly the boots, and the boots are the new influences are competitive as well. I think there is quite a bit that's being added here, so yeah, I think these gloves are fantastic here. I think this thing's fantastic at this point. And been an interesting comment in chat about the Apostate. I'll bring that up for people that don't know it. That's the item that was added to the Uber Cortex. The Apostate is this Kabbalist Regalia, and it causes you to gain life instead of maximum energy shield from equipped armor items, with the new Hubris Circlet being better than the old Hubris Circlet, the new Sorcerer Gloves and Sorcerer Boots being better than the old ones. This could actually be even better. This could be really, really good now, and you might use it in conjunction with armor ES bases, and then use it in conjunction with the maybe you could use it with Divine Shield and Discipline. Like, there's a bunch of things you could do that are going to potentially be really strong. The Penitent Mask implicit modifier now provides 4% maximum chaos resistance, which is actually really strong, instead of just 2 to 3 to maximum fortification. So again, that's maximum chaos resistance is not a useful stat on its own, because 75% is enough on its own most of the time, but if you're using it in conjunction with Divine Flesh, that is really, really strong. It's a good question. Alex Knight's asking, Slave Driver's Hand versus these new gloves. That's something that's going to be tested out. I might just bring up Slave Driver's stats just for people that are not remembering them exactly. So this is the one that is the reduced trap throwing speed. Traps cost life instead of mana, and they have increased AoE. They have increases and reductions of cast speed apply to trap throw speed, and you gain various charges. So the key thing here is that this is for instantaneous application traps. So if you're throwing traps like Exsanguinate traps that aren't cooldown based, Slave Driver's Hand is going to definitely be better. But if you're throwing traps that are cooldown based, like Seismic Trap, then the new gloves, the Sinistral gloves, are really good. The Trap Setter gloves are really good for that. And I would prefer Trap Setter gloves in conjunction with the Seismic Trap for sure. But they have lots of other uses too. Like they're basically, there's a lot of cool stuff going on there. Atlas passive tree changes. Back to Basics has gone back to basics and been removed entirely. Back to Basics was the biggest mistake in 3.24. It was the most extreme buff to top 2% players that I think the game has ever seen. And it was put there to replace Wandering Path, which did the same thing but did less of it. So that's basically the intention there. They've gone for something that's very, very different. And it's Back to Basics was unhealthy for the game. In addition to all of the other changes they've made to Magic Find, this is the single biggest thing that they've done to reduce the amount that the top couple of 100 players can distort the whole league economy. Unending Nightmare now has Delirium in your maps has double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. This does not apply to Ruthless. This is a change I'm not sure I like very much. This is the one that causes the Delirium mirror to last forever, but at the expense of you not being able to drop certain Delirium items. I'm just grabbing myself a slight change in how I'm sitting here. Okay, so let me just make sure that I'm still centered. I just wanted to sit up instead of being in a chair. I wanted to stretch a little. I don't know that I like this. So Unending Nightmare was always about, here's a way to play Delirium that is low stress and is a way to learn Delirium without the pressure of either failing a map that you've invested 5 Delirium orbs into, or alternately, the pressure of time that is tied to the mirror. Doubling the difficulty scaling sort of runs against that. I feel like this is something that veteran players will like this more, but rookie players will find this worse. And I feel like this was a good keystone for rookie players before, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'm not sure I'm not sure that this is going to hit very well. Anyway, it's the way it is. Speaker of the Dead, they have partly unnerfed this, and a big part of that is because they know now that there is an absolute cap on the amount of monster quantity that can be on any given monster. Speaker of the Dead is no longer as broken potentially as it could be. It's definitely better. Players can now touch up to 40 nearby monsters instead of 20 for each tormented spirit possessing them. It used to be that you could touch 50 before it was nerfed. It was nerfed to 20. Now it's being buffed back to 40. So they're giving back most of that power. People are asking about Delirium and Tier 17. The way that interacts. Delirium orbs cannot be applied to Tier 17 maps. Delirium Mirror can. And so, yeah, you can get the Delirium Mirror in conjunction with Unending Nightmare. Maybe that's the intention. Maybe they want to have it so that it's accessible with Tier 17s. And especially given that Tier 17s, the nerfs to monster damage are substantial. Like, adding 100% Delirium just goes back to what the damage was last league. The questions come up in chat. Does it increase the damage bonus? The difficulty of monsters by itself, the Delirium Mirror, or does it also provide boosts to loot? It appears that it's 50% more item quantity, and that's monster quantity, if you have the Delirium Mirror at 100. If your Delirium is at 100%, and also there's some rarity boost that's substantial as well. Now, the pack with energy, notable Atlas passive skill, now causes you to gain Sulfite Intoxication for each Voltaxic Sulfite vein found in your map. Each one of these grants 35% increased damage, 15% movement speed, and... Oh, okay, so pack with energy is now time limited. It no longer lasts the entire rest of the map. This basically is reducing the amount of borrowed power that you get from Pact with Energy. It still does the same thing it used to do, but it does it a lot worse. And main thing is that you're not likely to get 3 of them stacked up very often. So this is a considerable nerf, but honestly I think that this node was so good that it's still reasonable to consider this. Unrelenting Torment no longer provides 30% more quantity of items dropped by possessed monsters in your maps. Instead, it now has Tormented Spirits in your areas are more likely to be less common varieties. Ruthless is not affected by this change. Okay, so that's... I'm trying to remember where that is on the passive tree. If we flick over to the Atlas quickly. I think it's up in this corner, isn't it? Unending Torment, is it? Unrelenting Torment, yeah, here it is. Okay, so that's... Unrelenting Torment, hang on. Yeah. Oh, so, okay, yeah, so that's the... Those are the one that adds a whole bunch of spirits near the boss. Okay, that's going to make the bosses way more dangerous there. Way more dangerous there. That's going to be really, really sketchy there. Because you can get a whole bunch of different ghosts in the boss. You're not going to get 2 of the same very often. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. Pillage and Plunder notable Atlas. I want to bring up what that is. Pillage and Plunder. That's one, the name I can't recall. Pillage and Plunder. Syndicate members obtain an additional equipment item when appearing in your maps. Increased rarity of items from... Okay, so let's just go back to the actual thing itself. It now uses League rarity instead of its own multiplicative rarity stat. It now has 25% increased rarity rather than 20%. I don't know what this is meant to mean. League rarity is something I'm not familiar with the intention of there. It may be that there's 2 different categories and that this is essentially... Like, I'm going to guess that this is meaning that it's 25% more... Oh, I think I see it. Okay. So where previously it was 20% more rarity, now it's 25% of a new multiplicative category. So it goes, instead of being 100%, 120%, 144%, 172.8%, it should now be 25, 50, 75, which is a strict buff, I think. If this is correct, I think this is an increase here. 3 small passives are going to add more Tormented Spirits instead of providing more quantity of items dropped. Again, this is just that keeping quantity under control, stopping top-end strategies from generating quite as much loot as they used to. Artifacts of the Vaal now has incursions have 5% increased pack size instead of quantity. Again, it's that thing, they're getting away from quantity boosts to particular monsters and replacing them with just more monsters. Honestly, people will prefer having more monsters anyway, but in some broken strategies, this is likely to end up being weaker. 20% increase... yeah, okay, so the small Beyond Demon item quantity passives are now going to be weaker than they were previously. I think Beyond is actually... I feel like Beyond is an underrated thing early on. I want to experiment with it on League Start potentially, but more on that later when we start thinking about strategies for League Start. Given that the Black Morrigan is being not removed, but it's being pushed off into Einhar instead, which means that it's less target farmable, I have a feeling that Tainted Fusings are going to be much better on League Start than they were last League, and that farming Beyond early, potentially even in low tier maps, may be a quite lucrative strategy. Unique monsters slain at ritual altars in your maps. So answered appeals. I just need to confirm what that was previously, because that's the sort of thing that could have been a very important node, and they're just saying it's changed. Okay, that's not a very important... That's still doing the key thing, which is deferring favors is cheaper. Oh, what was the other thing it did? I'd actually check that. I think I know what it was, but I did take this node. I know that. It was one that I took for it. Oh no, it's just flat out being added to. Okay, that's cool. So that's just gaining some of the benefits of one of the retired Scarab. The Spores on the Wind Notable Atlas passive has now been replaced with the new Templar Ingenuity node. Blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the Blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvaged rewards, and salvage rewards are improved for each different tower type built during the encounter. That's cool. The Small Atlas passives no longer provide 1% chance to contain Blight modifiers. So this is getting maps that were enchanted with a Blight, and now has 6% more non-unique monsters. I like this a lot. This is cool. I really like this package here. This looks like it's a great thing here. Distilled Fungus Notable Atlas passive has been replaced with the Fungal Horizons Notable, which causes blight. So Distilled Fungus, I need to know what it used to do. Instead of more chance to contain. Instead of blighted. Okay. So Distilled Fungus, I think, was quite good before. Let's just bring this up in 3.24. I think we actually want the old one up at the moment. Distilled Fungus is the one we need to investigate here. It was Blight bosses drop an additional anointed jewelry item, and Blight encounters contain up to one additional Blight boss. So maybe we're not going to get any blighted drops here. It now causes Blight chests to have 60% more chance to contain blighted maps, and completing a Blight encounter in which your maps grant all players Blight Reach, which grants a chance for maps found to drop as blighted maps instead. The 4 small Atlas passives in this cluster now provide Blight chests have 10% more chance to contain blighted maps, instead of Blight bosses have chance for additional reward. So a good Blight reward is being removed, but it's being replaced with something else that's quite good. I think this is a quite interesting sort of change that's happening here to the Blight support. Epidemiology is now going to cause Blight chests to have a 20% chance to be openable again, instead of 80% more chance to contain blighted maps. So that is net neutral, and that's the reason that they've removed the Scarab that used to do that same thing. Blightspawn Notable Atlas passive no longer provides Blight chests in your maps have 10% chance to contain an oil extractor. So oil extractors look like they're going legacy, or oils found in your maps have 25% chance to be 1 tier higher. Instead, it now provides Blight bosses in your maps have 10% chance to add an additional reward chest when defeated, and one lane is guarded only by Blight bosses. Oh, that's crazy. The 4 small Atlas passives in this cluster now provide Blight bosses in your maps have 5% chance to add an additional reward chest when defeated. Instead of Blight chests in your maps have 5% increased chance to contain blighted maps and oils. So this here is going to be a bunch of changes. It's like the fact that we're losing these things that tier up oils is noticeable. They've really decided that they want gold and silver oils to be loot this league, rather than being something that's like a quickly attained consumable. I think their goal here is they feel like acquiring a top tier anoint is a later stage in Endgame than it was in the past. I feel like that's their goal, and they're making it so that blighted maps are going to be quite lucrative to farm. Blighted maps are interesting in that not every build can do them well. Pretty much anything can do them, but they are way better on Chieftains with Ignite, and they're way better on certain things than they are on others. So Poison Prolif is another thing that does them really well. I feel like if you're interested in playing a build that does that sort of content, you're going to pick up quite a bit here. I wouldn't be surprised to see 500C gold oils early on. I don't know how long that'll last. That's going to depend on how many people pivot into Blight. But I do think we're going to see 500C gold oils for a while. And the progression step is going to be much like your progression step with chess pieces, right? Your progression step with chess pieces is like, I start with leveling trash, I upgrade to a 5-link with stats or a tabular, I upgrade from that to a 6-link that's not very good, then I upgrade to a great 6-link. I think the new meta for anointments is going to be you don't necessarily, I don't think you can start with the 30 stat ones anymore, but you start with something that is like teal and down. You just find something that will improve your build that's teal and down. It doesn't need to be very good. Then later you come back for something that's Sovereignty tier, and then later you come back for something that uses a prismatic one. I think that's going to be the case. And yeah, they have tried to make special oils in the past. Alex is pointing that out in chat, and they've kind of failed it, but it looks like they may have got that right. Extractors from Divination cards I don't think still exist. I'm also not sure whether we'll be able to 3-for-1 golds into prismatics. But I'm also not sure whether we'll want to. It may be that prismatic oils are considerably less cheap. Considerably less valuable than 3 times the price of a gold oil. We might not want to do that. Monster increased item rarity and quantity. So we've mentioned this a couple of times before. This is the thing where the top, not even 0.1% of the player base, like close to the top 1/100%, we're generating literally tens of thousands of unique items every map, and GGG are hard capping the limits of how much this can scale up. The way that quantity and rarity of items drop from extra content has been changed. Generally, we've added item quantity or rarity bonuses to a number of mechanics, such as essences or delirium. On top of that, we've added drops back to some leagues where it wasn't present before, like ultimatum. In general, the philosophy is that if you're killing monsters, you get loot, and if they're more difficult, you should get more and better loot. Major change we've made is that we've changed a lot of these rarity and quantity bonuses on monsters to prevent things multiplying out of control at the very top end, like with Shape Roll Flames. And this was, basically this was the reason that the Necropolis League ended up with Defiance of the Destiny at like 3 or 4 Divines for a period, Headhunter at 6, and so on and so forth. It was that so many of these things multiplied together that ultimately unique item generation jumped the shark. So what it looks like Grinding Gear Games' goal here is no change to drops for 99% of players, minimal changes for the next 0.95%, and massive sweeping nerfs to the top 0.5% of players. That's their goal, and that's the intention here, to cut off some of those top level multiplications. Okay, player increased item quantity. Item quantity bonuses on all character equipable items are being removed. And this means that it's not removing them from the existing items, it's just they're not going to drop anymore. Magic Find is now going to be a rarity-based thing instead of being something that you can get on unique items there. Oh, rip Bisco's Collar. Bisco's Collar is no longer going to be able to drop. Divination cards that are awarded this unique have also been disabled, sorry Master's Gift, and cannot be turned in. The Ascetic is getting nuked as well. Sedima's Touch is going to give rarity instead. That kills the item. I'm glad to see this change, but that is dead. The numbers on it aren't high enough to use. Brandis Blazon, it's dead. Dead Dog Belt. 15 to all attributes instead. Yeah, Dead Dog Belt is fine because of Rampage is enough. I think that there's some potential for that to be used. I want to check something with Rampage as well. I'm not sure if Rampage gives you... I think it does give you rarity, doesn't it? Or not? Or is there something else that ties to giving you rarity? Oh, it's Bisco's Leash is the one that gives you the rarity. Okay, it is on the item itself. It's not on the Rampage mechanic. So Dead Dog Belt is now going to give 5% quantity, no longer giving 5% quantity, still will give 65, 66% rarity at top end, and it now has 10 to 15 to all attributes at the top end. Divination Distillate Unique Flask is going to be 10% elemental resistances. Oh wow, that's getting gutted. So it's having an increase the amount of rarity it gains, but yeah, that item is dead. Thieves' Torment is still fine because you're like the quantity was a bonus on it, and rarity will continue to be a bonus on it. Centauri's Answer is getting nerfed. Goldworm is 40% rarity, marginal. I don't think it's good enough. Greed's Embrace is good enough. Yep. Greed's Embrace will be being used for sure. I think this is going to be good. Pariah is going to be 60% rarity if you meet its conditions. I think that's good. Pariah will be used still. Venter's Gamble is now going to have 15% reservation efficiency is the two ends of that. Venter's Gamble is still very good if it's well rolled. It still meets its exact niche that it was in. Windripper, still very playable. Spine Fuse is now 12 to 18% dot multi. That's strong. Influenced and corrupted modifiers that provide increased item quantity can no longer roll. Oh my god, these are going to be huge in trade, in standard. Can you imagine like how valuable the legacy versions of... Oh, no, I guess, no, you already had... Actually, correction on that. No, I'm wrong. Because there's legacy quant from back from like 1.0 era of the game is the best amulet thing. So yeah, that does exist. There are existing simplex and focused amulets that have that. So those are going to be absolutely bonkers. Rarity is no longer available on jewels. And Discerning Taste, Timeless Jewel Notable, is now reservation efficiency. 12% is a lot, actually. Discerning Taste is... Yeah, that's really strong. That's on... Is that on Elegant Hubris? I think it's Elegant Hubris. I was going to confirm that. So this was Discerning Taste. Yeah, that's on Elegant Hubris. That's going to be one to watch for. Because that's a big number. 12% MRE is a lot. That is a lot. So keep that one in mind. Lots and lots of stuff are going to be... Like, lots of these things are going to still be good. Discerning Taste got better. Not for everyone, but in general it's better. Venter's Gamble got better overall, although not for everyone. And Spine Fuse Talismans got better. But unfortunately, Spine Fuse Talismans are pretty ridiculous to get now. Eyes of the Great Wolf got better. Although, obviously, it's a really strong use case. Having, like, quantity was really good on that too. But, yeah, this is quite a well done thing. Ultimately, it's designed, like they said, to keep to reduce the percentage of the top items that go to the top players. I think the GGG are probably okay with the top 1% of players getting 95% of Mage Blood drops, but they're not okay with them getting 99.5%, and this is about reducing it to 95% instead. Now, we have player balance. This is the stuff that's significant here. Corpses that are spawned by effects are now less likely to match your spectres, and so basically they're worse than they used to be. And spectral corpses are now going to only exist if you have the raised spectre skill. It's like, yeah, so many things here that are really, really significant. Player spawned corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. This means that if you have a map that has 40% increased monster life, that is no longer going to be a nothing mod for Detonate Dead builds. Where, like, if let's say they were doing 10 million DPS, their DPS went up to 14 million because of this. That's no longer going to be the case. Endurance charges on players and minions are now going to grant 4% additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. This is a huge improvement, except at the very lowest levels of gear. Now, when I'm talking about the very lowest levels of gear, I'm talking about a Juggernaut in the Axe. This is a nerf to a Juggernaut during the Axe, but once you get to the point that you're like at Eternal Lab, this is a huge upgrade to every character in the game that can fit endurance charges. Elemental damage reduction is a really powerful stat. It's multiplicative, and it's basically an alternative to spell suppression. This is really, really good here. Read that fully. Detonate Dead no longer works on Spectre Corpses is what... One sec, I'm just having a quick look at something there on the thing. Oh, sorry, Alex. Chidori in chat has just pointed out that I misread something here. I had understated the nerf of the Detonate Dead nerf. So not only are we seeing the changes that we haven't yet got to, where the levels of various, where the levels of corpses that are summoned are capped at 80 at gem level 20. Not only do we have that, where you need to invest in gem level on Desecrate as well, not only do we have the decreased chance to get the corpses you want, but also a lot of spectral corpses can only be used by minion skills, and Detonate Dead I don't believe is a minion skill. So yeah, that's basically Spectre Control is dead. Detonate Dead as a build is just detonated and dead, I think now. So yeah, it's more than I thought. And I already thought that it was dead, or at least if not dead, it was in a bad way. Now I'm actually thinking it may actually be dead. Anyways, I will not complain about that at all. Jung Rowan's been asking for Detonate Dead to be dead and buried for a long time. I think he's finally got his way, and I'm quite happy with that. I think it's for the best. Anyways, back to endurance charges on players and minions. So this is essentially 4% less elemental damage taken, except in weird situations. And the main weird situation is either if you're a Juggernaut and you've got armor applying to your elemental damage, then it's going to work slightly differently than a less multiplier. It's actually going to be better than a less multiplier. And if you are using the amulet, Eternal Damnation. But Eternal Damnation doesn't synergize with endurance charges at all now. Eternal Damnation's getting nerfed, but I still think it's going to be really good because, yeah, like these changes are strong. All of these options are good. Endurance charges on their own are good. Grand Spectrum gets way better with this change, honestly. Like, I can see a lot of builds wanting one of each of the 3 minimum charge Grand Spectrums now. Yeah, essentially this is just getting a lot of endurance charges on your build is an alternative to spell suppression. That if you're on the left side of the tree, you can pick up two endurance charge maximum nodes and sit on 5 endurance charges, and then that's 20% less elemental damage taken. Plus, you also have other things that can give you additional elemental mitigation as well. Oh, Scoot has just confirmed I was wrong in chat there. Thank you for the clarification. The armor to elemental damage is no longer available. So Juggernaut has had that removed. So, yeah, alright. We'll have to have another look into that then, but there's a bunch of things that people can do that are significant. We're going to have to look into all of this stuff, but Unbreakable, people are saying, has been broken. We shall see exactly when we get to that. This is one of the things with going through the patch notes. You have to read them in an order, and sometimes there are changes that modify each other that you don't necessarily get to. Ward is now instantly restored after 2 seconds instead of 4. This is significant. I posed a question on Twitter the other day, which was, if your goal was to create a unique item that makes Ward powerful, how would you do it? And I had an answer in mind when I did this. My answer was to have an item that adds to you. Let me just bring up 325 character. So it would be to have a half dexterity, half ward base, something that doesn't exist at the moment, that forces you to use acrobatics whether you want it or not. So it allocates acrobatics on the chest. So this transforms the way spell suppression works back to spell dodge. And this item would then give you some suppression. It would just have a whole bunch of evasion on it, and would also have ward, and it would have a lot of ward on it. So essentially what would happen is that most of the time that you hit, the hit's going to miss you because of either evasion or spell dodge. But then the few times it comes through, ward takes the edge off it. But if you take multiple hits in short succession, you can get in trouble. That was my thought as to how I would design a unique based around ward. One of the key things with that, though, is that 4 seconds is a long time. 2 seconds is better. I would love to see if they've made a ward unique along those lines. And so, one sec while I just get a horrible cough out the way. Alright, sorry about that. I just had to take a quick breather to let that one out, rather than blast it into the microphone for you all. because I know at least one of you is on headphones, and that would have not been pleasant if I'd not muted for that one. But yeah, that's how I would have designed a ward item, and we'll see exactly what they've done with that, but they have buffed ward a little bit in this patch, and that's going to be something that might make it a bit more compelling to use. Alternately, though, with armor and evasion getting better, maybe it's not going to be enough, because ultimately ward bases compete with armor and evasion bases. Dual-wielding intrinsically grants 20% attack block and 10% more attack speed. What's the current dual-wielding? It says 15% at the moment, but I'm just not sure which of those it is. It's 10% more attack speed, 15% attack block. Okay, so this is a buff. You're getting 5% better attack block damage. And Advancing Fortress, I think, gets quite a bit out of this. I just want to quickly bring that up. Advancing Fortress. So this is the thing, this was the block thing. It's 15% chance to attack block, and otherwise it's like a pretty mediocre attack weapon. But because you're attacking with it, you're dual wielding it, it's essentially a shield that you are dual wielding. Ends up being reasonably solid, and it has a replica as well, doesn't it? Replica is socketed cast and damage taken, and otherwise I think it's the same, right? It's got the same amount of life, roughly. Yeah, like pretty much the same other stats with a few little changes. So Replica Advancing Fortress or Advancing Fortress sort of thematically fits with this, because it's something you can dual wield, and then suddenly you're at 35% attack block, which is not a lot, but it doesn't feel like it's insurmountable to get that up higher, or even to just use it with glancing blows, and then use Tempest Shield to get a whole bunch of spell block as well. There's something there. There's a potential setup on that at the moment. So yeah, the block has been buffed there. It's just 5% better block when you're dual wielding. You still get the 10% more attack speed. The reason I had to check that was that I couldn't remember whether it was 15-15 or 20-15 or 15-10. Which of those it was. I actually felt that I thought it was 15-15 for some reason. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation now have a more consistent swing speed, rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. This is potentially really big on some of these skills, and where it's going to mean that things will feel more fluid and responsive. Player minions are no longer targetable by enemies when the player has a grace period buff. This is huge. This is one of those things that does not look very significant, but this is going to result in a lot less deaths in incursion temples. Especially incursion temples where the zone has a modifier, monster projectiles chain. If you've summoned some sort of minion of any description, doesn't need to be a combat minion, it can be a golem or whatever, this is no longer going to be the case that as soon as you walk in, the golem is a pincushion because there's projectiles firing at it from every direction, and then they all chain onto you. This is actually much more substantial than it looks. There is I think it's Lysius, the Pantheon, that gives you the ability to shake that off, but you're no longer chained to that particular... You're less chained to that particular major Pantheon. You can now no longer be stunned while performing a Varl skill before the contact point has been reached. This is another thing that's huge, that a number of builds that I've played around with in the past have been bricked by the fact that you could get stunned out of a Varl skill. Definitely the meme build that I played in 2.5, or was it 2.6? I think it was 2.5, Breach League, where you had the instant leech, the old version of Vile Righteous Fire. So it's not a build that exists anymore. Like, the core skill of it has changed. Vile Righteous Fire used to be instantaneous. It would use all your life. Oh, someone's pointed out that I was wrong about Tempest Shield. Thank you for that clarification. So yeah, that's... Thank you for that clarification there. Anyways, that's one of the things about having a chat. Like, I can make mistakes, like forgetting Tempest Shield requires a shield, and people will point it out for me, so that you can all laugh at me instead. Okay, so you can no longer be stunned while performing a Vile skill. This would have been huge with an old build that I played that was essentially using old Vile Righteous Fire when it drained all of your health except one and all your energy shield instantly, and then did a massive explosion based on that damage. and then that would be instantly leached off. So you would you'd pop down to no life at all, then you'd pop back to full ES straight away. It was a really wild build. It was hilariously fun, and it was also quite bad. But it did some ridiculous stuff, and I liked it just as a meme, not as a serious build. That build was bricked, though, because you would get stunned, and it would just ruin you. People are asking about Hexblast Mines. Hexblast Mines have actually picked up something. Sandstorm Visage is getting made rarer, and it's also going to be better because of some of the weapon changes. So that's the only significant change to Hexblast Mines. Sandstorm Visage, instead of being 5 divines, might be 20 early on, and then probably fall over time, but it will also be way better when you get it because of those wand upgrades. So essentially, think of that as day 1 performance, it's a wash. Day 2 and 3 performance worse. Day 4 and onward performance better. If you're and that's assuming that you're a 50 Divines Week 1 player. That's my first thoughts. If you were to start Hexblast Mines, I'd be confident to start Hexblast Mines myself. I'd be fine. It'd be a fine choice. You cannot be stunned whilst performing the spell animation of Vile Smite or while performing Vile Breach. Again, Vile skills just not being able to be stunned out of is a huge improvement. Especially Vile Breach, which I think was a very slow cast time, and you lost your souls when you got stunned out of it. Yeah, 2.5 seconds. So, and it was very hard to get quality on it. So that's actually a really big one. All right, let's have a quick look at the skill gem changes. Divine Blessing support has been removed. Existing versions of this will be deleted upon logging in for the first time after 3.25. Okay. Existing Forbidden Shaco items will have this support replaced with Rupture. That is just peak trolling. Like, we're going to take your existing Shaco that has a support gem you might have cared about on it, and we're just going to give it something completely different. Existing Hungry Loops will at least get Eternal Blessing. So Divine Blessing is something that I think GGG just never managed to get the balance on right, so they're getting rid of it. March of the Legion will be the sole source of this. This is a significant decrease in power to players who are willing to jump through hoops. Essentially, Divine Blessing was to all builds what the obnoxious melee totems were to melee builds. It was a button that you would keep pressing for extra free power, and it's no longer going to be available. So this is a big change here, and it's something that is also going to totally change mana demands on characters as well. The following skills no longer have the physical tag. There's a reason for this. These are losing flat physical damage, which is partly because I think GGG might have been afraid of what Facebreakers was going to do. But these are losing their flat fizz, and they're going to be gaining more weapon scaling instead. Blade Flurry of Incision, Cleave of Rage, Cyclone of Tumult, Lancing Steel of Spraying, Perforate of Duality, Shrapnel Ballista, Split Arrow Sweep, Vile Blade Flurry, Vile Cleave, and Vile Cyclone. All sorts of things there. So Multi-Strike and Awaken Multi-Strike now describe they cannot support travel skills, rather than every travel skill stating the same thing. They also describe they can't support retaliation skills. So this is quality of life change. It's just clarity of the game communicating limitations to you. Some attack skills that can be used ranged or melee have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and the transfigured gem. Yep, that makes a bit of sense. Frenzy skill gem now requires a bow or a wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires a melee weapon or unarmed. Oh my god, that's transformative. That was like Frenzy of Onslaught could be used with pretty much anything before. So that's a nerf to Frenzy of Onslaught, and Frenzy is still fine. So Maniforged Arrows apparently has had some changes, so we'll have to have a look at this. And yeah, Scoot's commenting in chat that Divine Blessing may result in people moving away from Eldritch Battery. I'm not sure it will. I think Eldritch Battery is still like, if you're triggering spells, it's really, really good. Bunch of things that it's really, really good on a bunch of things. Elemental Hit is now melee only. Wow. Ele Hit of the Spectrum is now ranged only. But Ele Hit base gem is now only available on melee weapons. That is something I don't like. I liked old Ellie hit, but I only ever used it with bows. I'd use it with bows. Sorry, I'd use it with bows and wands. I've never used it with anything else. Yeah. I'm not sure the point of that change. Unless they've made big changes to the numbers on it. Elemental hit needs much higher numbers for base Ellie hit if they're going to do that. Puncture requires a bow. Puncture of Shanking Transfigured Gem, which is new, requires a dagger, claw, or sword. Okay, so that's going to come down to numbers. We'll have to have a quick look through there. Here we go. Blink arrow, mirror arrow. The elemental arrows fired from prismatic blink or mirror arrow clones now correctly use skill damage conversion, 100% fire, cold, or lightning. This means that with other sources of non-skill conversion, such as unholy might, the elemental arrows deal entirely 100% elemental damage instead of 50% elemental plus 50% chaos, assuming using a physical bow and no other sources of flat added damage. Okay, that's going to kill off some shenanigans with that. That's going to kill off some shenanigans on it. People are pointing out that one of the purposes with Alley Hit and Frenzy getting split is to separate out the damage effectiveness on them, so that the melee versions can do more damage, which actually makes a bit of sense. It's just that I like the idea of Elemental Hit as a range skill as well. Like, I don't know if they could have just made it be, Elemental Hit could have been, say, here's the damage it does, ranged, and then it could just have the text 60% more damage in melee, or something like that. The elemental arrows fired from prismatic blink or mirror arrow clones now deal damage only of the chosen element, similar to Elemental Hit. I think that's a pretty substantial nerf to that skill. I don't know if that kills BAMA or not. It feels like it's a pretty big deal though. Bombarding clones are still fine unless there's something to them as well, but that feels like it's a big deal. Absolution slightly nerfed, not very much. And so let's go through all of these skills. There's going to be a whole bunch of them that are getting changes, and they are going to vary. It looks like they've decided to make it so that effectiveness of added damage is a stat that scales with level. So that's going to make things confusing here. Ancestral Cry no longer provides a buff which grants you bonus armor and melee range. Instead, the user and all nearby allies grant a buff that grants elemental resistances. No one cares. +1 all maximum resistances per 10 power. That's actually okay. And count a maximum of 30 power. So it's a maximum of +3, but in practice it's going to be +2 against bosses. Now has a base duration that's too low. No, Ancestral Cry's bricked. I don't think that's of any use. That's just a dud. Armor Brand, slight nerfs, not very much. Armor Brand Recall. Armor Brand of Volatility, slight nerfs for leveling. Artillery Ballistas getting a mana cost increase with no change to power, and that's also the same for the various transfigured versions. They were all fine. So basically, a couple of small nerfs there, but honestly, like, the Armor Brand nerfs, it's still going to be one of the best leveling skills in the game. It's still going to be S tier leveling, Armor Brands, so I don't think that matters very much. And then we have the rest. On the BAMA things, people use both of them for different things. Like, there's Bombarding Clones and Prismatic Clones. They tend to both get used. But let's just go through here. There's Bane. Bane is getting a buff. This is not enough. This is only a level and a half. So Bane copped an absolutely crushing nerf when the node on the tree that increases the effect of Withered got nerfed. That was a targeted nerf that was intended to hit poison builds. It did hit those poison builds, but it also hit chaos damage over time builds. It took them from B tier down to D tier. This is just taking them back up to C tier. It's not enough of a change to Bane, I don't think. I'll get Subtractum's opinion to be sure, but I think that this is just, like, what Bane needed. Instead of 895 to 1075, I think what Bane needed was 1320. That'd be the sort of number it needed to be a solid skill. Yeah. People are talking about that there's a lot of ways that you can get an enormous amount of Warcry power. So maybe that's something to keep an eye on later on. As long as it can be reliable. Like, as long as you can do it when there's no monsters around. Barrage, very slight buff, and Volley Fire is the same. Battle Mage's Cry has just been transformed, right? That's what I've heard. It's now no longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increases of spell damage, i.e. the reason people used it. Instead, it's a boost to critical strike chance, and yeah, that's just a new skill. Like, the old skill's now dead, and there's a new skill. It's as simple as that, I believe. So Rebellion is saying that Subtractum also agrees with me on the Chaos Dot, and basically we pinpointed the same number. Like, I said 1320, didn't I? And that's basically 50% more. So Subtractum said 1350 is what's needed for Bane to be good. I said 1320. It's got 1080, so it's basically still a gem level and a half behind what it needs to be. So that makes a lot of sense. It seems to be the case. Yeah, so existing builds around Battle Mage's Cry don't work. They're just gone. Do we want this new version? It's like, there's a lot of crit on that. It's like it's base crit. I don't think we care, do we? Like, do we really want to... I mean, I guess we could automate it for just... Automating it as a source of base crit is possible, I guess, but... Yeah. And creating spells with the exerts, like people are saying in chat, it's just a different skill. It's like... All of the existing Battle Mage Cry uses are gone, but it does have some utility. Like you're saying, creating copies of spells with it, but it's clunky and weird. And I agree, yeah. It does still have the Battle Mage. It does still have an aspect of, like, let's bring it up. Battle Mage's Cry does have other lines of text on it. So it causes the exerted attacks to trigger a supported spell with their first melee hit. That's still there. It's the joint scaling of attack and spell damage that's going away. But it is still keeping the ability to trigger spells. But it's kind of hard to make that work. It's the same problems that Cast on Melee Kill has. If you're doing appreciable things, like if you're doing worthwhile things with your attacks, there's not that many things that also scale your spells that can be linked together. Oh, it's not something you can automatable. Yeah. Call to arms changes. Okay, let's jump down. People are saying I need to jump to the call to arms changes, so let's do that. Then we'll come back to Berserk. Call to arms, being renamed to auto exertion, reserves 15% of mana per supported Warcry to cause them to be repeatedly triggered. Can now support multiple Warcries. No longer causes them to share cooldowns. It now grants supported skills 0 to 19% CDR. And instead of, so it's miles better. And now has supported Warcries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allies. It now can't support retaliation skills. Okay, so it's just... Alright, yeah, that's just unrecognizable. Let's go back to Berserk. Basically, a lot of stuff has gone really weird there. It's like... We'll see what people can do with it, but the existing builds around Battle Mage's Cry are gone, but it does do something, but it's something weird. So we'll just have to play around with it and find out. Now we have Berserk. No longer provides more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more movement speed, or less damage taken. It now provides 40% increased rage effect at gem level 1, scaling up. And it no longer increases the size of your character, but it still drains your rage. So that's like, okay, so it's going to be 60% more rage effect. Like, that's going to be a short burst of damage. It's going to be a real burst of damage, but it's not going to be worth, like, you're then going to have to rebuild all your rage afterwards. I think it's gonna be really niche. Like, Berserk is now. I tell you what this reminds me of. Ambush. Ambush is like, I want to set up one monstrously big hit. Berserk is playing into that same playstyle. I want to set up one monstrously big hit, and then hopefully that kills the monster, because afterwards I'm going to be in a weaker spot. So yeah, this is all totally and utterly changed. But Berserk is looking pretty bad for most people, but it's not completely bricked. I think there'll be uses for it. It's just not recognizable to what they were. Blade Flurry, no flat fizz anymore. Currently, it is getting a huge amount more damage. Huge amount. Once you've got a reasonable weapon with it. So all of these attack-based skills are now much more dependent upon your weapon than they were before. So getting a quarter-way decent melee weapon is critical. I think it's now much more important to get a scaver or similar weapon when you get into maps. Like, rather than just using your leveling trash and relying upon your gem levels to give you enough to get by until you get a scaver. It's now more important to get one of those mid-tier unique weapons, or just a rare that's comparable. So if you're one-handed, that could be Scaver. If you're two-handed, it could be Sinvictor's Medal. All those sorts of things there. So there's a bunch of weird stuff going on. Blade Flurry of Incision is the same sorts of changes, and I've never played around with this, but it's basically just the focus is being taken away from the scaling with the gem level, from the flat damage to scaling with the weapon and the gem level. Bladestorm now has a mana cost of 10 to 14 instead of 8. Massive increase in damage on Bladestorm. Bladestorm is looking really good. Okay, so it is losing a few synergies. It's losing your totems and stuff, and Berserk, but this is this is getting a lot of extra damage on it once it gets to gem level like 16 or so. It's going to be miles better than it used to be. So this is one to keep in mind. Bladestorm's getting a big buff there. It's nearly twice the damage it used to do, but you're losing a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, Rage is in this weird spot where Rage is still really strong, but it's going to be horrible in maps with backtracking. Maps with backtracking are going to be horrible with Rage as an effect. Bladestorm of Uncertainty is just the same sort of boost, like doubling the amount of damage that it's doing at the expense of costing more mana, and also at the expense of no longer bouncing off totems, and no longer really having Berserk to bounce off. I think that seems to be a common thing with Melee. A lot of the skills are getting a lot of damage on them, but at the expense of losing some of those scaling axes that were mandatory before. Blast Rain, no meaningful changes. Blight, not nearly enough. Blight of Atrophy, not nearly enough. Blight of Contagion, not nearly enough of a boost. Bone Nova from Ulnatol's Axe, 150% effectiveness of base and added damage. You're still stuck using Ulnatol's Embrace. Unfortunately, that's just not enough. Bone Shatter, so 9 to 12, so mana is a lot worse on it. Attack range, no, not there. Damage is going... I think the damage is probably staying static on this. So, anyone that's played Bone Shatter lately, how much were your totems an imposition on mana? Like your buff totems, did they mess with your mana much or not? Someone's asking what happened to Castle on Crit Detonate Dead. Castle on Critical Strike Detonate Dead is dead and detonated, I think, with the corpse nerfs. I think it's in a pretty bad state. Yeah, if Alex is right that Bone Nova is a enchant, that would be really strong. Trauma stacks have been nerfed, someone's mentioning with Bone Shatter, so that's not coming up here. I'm not sure why that's... Oh, you're saying trauma stacks nerfed because attack speed is lower because you no longer have the melee totem to provide you with that. Yeah, that's true. So mana cost is like, just trying to think. Mana is going to be a little tighter on Bone Shatter. Previously 5, it's now 12. You are getting paid off for that by virtue of having the extra damage, but I think Bone Shatter is still fine. I feel like Bone Shatter is a couple % worse than last league. Bone Shatter is a couple % worse than last league. It's not gutted, but it's not as good as it was last league. I think that's my thought there. Other melee's been buffed to about where Bone Shatter is, and Bone Shatter's just notched down a little bit, I think. Bone Shatter of Carnage is this is the one that doesn't have anything related to trauma on it, isn't it? Wow, that's getting a huge buff. That is a humongous buff on Bone Shatter of Carnage. Absolutely crazy amount of extra damage there. So mana cost is going up a lot, but the damage is just through the roof. 620% at gem level 20 was previously 275%. This is like a doubling of damage on Bone Shatter of Carnage. I just got to check the gimmicks on that again. I think it's just because this was basically never used. Is this losing its flat fizz or not? Like, it feels like it must be for this. Like, if it's getting all this extra damage, because this is the one that, yeah, just has flat added fizz, then does the pulse shenanigans, but doesn't have any trauma-related stats. I feel like Bone Shatter of Carnage is now looking really, really different. Now, one thing people are talking about is the mana side of things. The minus mana cost on Jory, the flat mana cost on Jory from Elrion stuff is actually going to be weaker this league, I think, because if your skill costs 15 mana, getting -7 on it is a huge deal. If your skill costs 53 mana, getting -7 is less of a big deal. I think there's other things you might want to use. Like, mana leech is going to be more important. You'll need to have a little bit more unreserved mana, and then just rely upon leech more. That's going to be I think that's going to be the main thing there. So all flat damage from melee skills was removed. I'm just looking for that, though. I'm just looking for some sort of... Where's the details of that in the skill gem changes? It's like it would make sense... Would have made sense to list it. Anyway. Bone Shatter Complex Trauma is basically... Like, this was always good. It's comparable to where it was last league. Maybe a little bit worse, maybe a little bit better, but it's not much change. Mana's going to be tighter, and the damage looks like it's just slightly better, but not much. Burning Arrow no longer has added fire damage to attacks against ignited enemies at any gem level. It now has 280% scaling to 420%, so it's 40% more weapon scaling and loses all of the flat. So that's basically probably a wash, maybe a little bit better than a wash. Burning Arrow of Vigor is getting a very slight... No, actually, I'm saying Burning Arrow of Vigor is getting a nerf. It's not getting a nerf. It's getting a buff because of that Uber Cortex Armor. Uber Cortex Armor is way better, so the Apostate and Apostate setups are looking like they're going to be really, really way better. Call to Arms we were talking about before. This is like just about getting the purpose of auto exertion is just simply for slams, I think. I think that's the only real use for it, is for those war cries that have an interaction with slams, because it's no longer going to provide you a buff. Yeah, really weird. Caustic Arrow of Poison looks like it's getting a nerf here. Because the flat damage on this was real, and especially because this was a skill that could be used to poison, and poison doesn't really care. Poison wants physical and chaos damage, which means that elemental damage is the main thing you can get on bows, and you're not getting that. Like, you just weren't getting chaos damage easily on bows, and not getting a lot of it. So I think this is just worse. This skill is dead, I think. Getting 30% more damage isn't 30% more damage isn't there. Chain Hook. This is a meme. 5 mana to 8 mana. No longer gains 1 rage if it hits any enemies. Now has gained 2 rage on attack hit and 171% effectiveness of damage. So Chain Hook is doing damage now. What? Yeah. Anyways, Chain Hook's still a meme. It's that simple. So let's go to Charge Dash. I will get to Inspiration later, but when we get to it, I'm not going to pause to jump ahead. People in chat that are asking about stuff like that. We'll get to it shortly. Charge Dash now has a mana cost of 5, scaling to 6, previously always 4. Lots of added damage on that. Charge Dash is a meme. It will always be a meme, but it's probably a playable meme now. Cleave. Cleave is getting a huge chunk of extra damage. Is this what the gem needed? Like, it loses the flat fizz scaling. How much was that flat fizz scaling? Let's just get a sense of that. So, Cleave. Maybe I can actually type right. So, not very much, actually, because, like, you probably have... You do a lot more... Yeah, like... I think there's a huge buff to Cleave. At least once the gem level gets a bit higher. Yeah. Hang on. Here's Cleave. Yeah, this is a huge buff to Cleave, and this actually states that it's no longer got added attack physical damage. So it explicitly states that when it's being removed. The mana cost is a lot worse, but this is doing a lot of. This is doing a lot here. Cleave is going to be one of those skills that's going to rip bosses apart, but that you're going to hate getting to the boss. You're going to hate getting to the boss, but once you do get there, it's going to do something really strong. It's going to tear the boss apart really fast. This was a playstyle... Like, this is basically Val Double Strike. It's that playstyle. Cleave of Rage now has 179%, previously 180. Scaling to 511, previously 300. And... Cleave of Rage was already good. And that just looks like it's gotten better, doesn't it? Cleave of Rage is the alternate version that was... requires an axe and a sword. And it was not dealing any flat fizz. Yeah, this is just better than it was. And this is already a very playable skill. It lost some AoE in 324. Like, this was better in 323 when it was introduced. It was meta adjacent, if not meta. It was like one of the best melee skills, and it's just got a huge buff here. Granted, the mana is worse on it, but I think this is great. Also, you could get Val Cleave as well. Like, if you get Val Cleave of Rage, that could be really fun. How important is quality on this? Gain 1 rage if the skill hits any enemies. Yeah, that's a live quality. So it's going to be gain 3 rage on attack hit instead of 2. You want to have that. So, yeah, Cleave of Rage looks like it's really good now. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff to go through here. Alright, what do we got here? Cobra Lash. No longer has flat chaos at any gem levels. Now has 125% scaling to 205%. Okay, that's quite a lot. How much was the flat? I feel like this might be one of those cases where the fact that you can't get flat chaos early is really crippling on it. So because it's a poison based, I guess it's fine. Like, you have to have a fizz weapon though. How does this feel with Wasp Nest? I think that's the quest. The question is, how does it go with Wasp Nest? So Wasp Nest is dealing like... Wasp Nest is dealing an average of like 190 max, so dealing an average of 120 damage per swing base. So with Cobra Lash in the current game, you're dealing... if you've got gem level 20, the added chaos damage is really substantial. Really substantial. It's like, it's most of the damage on it. So how does it feel now? 125% up from 75. 205 to 125. It's about equal at Wasp Nest, and then as you get a better weapon than Wasp Nest, it's going to... actually, maybe a worse weapon than Wasp Nest, it's equal. And then, even with Wasp Nest, the new version is better. So yeah, it's an upgrade. It's an upgrade there. It's looking fun. Yeah, Scoot's got a good point on Cleave of Rage, that it does lose the axe that grants extra... extra rage, but... And also both the Rickrolled version and the Heist version. But the skill will be fine. Cold Snap is taking an early nerf, not a significant one. Like spells in general, just getting a slap in leveling. But they're still intended to stay the same at endgame. Consecrated Path is dealing way more damage. That's possibly enough to make it good if you like the playstyle. And if you don't like the playstyle, it's going to be pretty miserable. Consecrated Path of Endurance is looking way better as well. Lots of good stuff there. So there's a whole bunch of good stuff that's going on. And Crackling Lance is next, which is effectiveness of added damage is just nerfed at low levels. Crackling Lance, yeah, all these spells are just getting worse at lower levels and then getting back to full power at gen level 20, which is the same with everything. Creeping Frost getting a bit of a buff there, but only at endgame. Cyclone no longer has added physical attack damage at any levels. It now starts at 61%, scaling up to 111. Now has a mana cost that goes from 2 to 3. Okay, going from 2 to 3 is going to be painful. That's a big deal, that change. Doesn't sound it, but Cyclone ticks mana real fast. So that's going to be a very, very noticeable thing there. Almost double the damage at the expense of losing the attack, the flat fizz. The question is, where is the break-even point on that? And where in progression is it? It's pretty early, isn't it? It is indeed early. Okay, so Cyclone Facebreaker is dead. Even though it was already in a bad spot, it is dead. But Cyclone on attack-based weapons, it doesn't need a real weapon. No, Cyclone's buffed. Cyclone's giga buffed. Like, this is a huge buff to Cyclone. It took me a while to think on that, but this is Cyclone League. If you like Cyclone, this is the league to play it. This is tremendous overall, I think. That's miles better. Cyclone of Tumult has a number of problems with it, so it's not something I'm that keen to try. Let's go to Defiance Banner is just a totally different skill now. So, banner lasts for duration. When you have no place banner, you gain Valor. Now has base duration 10 seconds. Radius of only 2.4 meters is tiny. 5% more aura effect and art per Valor consumed. Gem level 1. Banner makes you faster and have suppression, but... this Defiance Banner is terrible. It's too small a radius. If it wasn't 2.4 meters, I'd be more interested in it. It depends how much you can get aura radius increases. Maybe it'll be useful if you had something huge. But I think this is like the space it lasts in is too small. It's really good if you... No, actually, here's the use case for this, right? The use case for Defiance Banner is you are getting started on a Cycloner, and you drop down Defiance Banner, and you stay spinning to win. You drop it as close as you can to the boss, and you stay spin to win. The boss occasionally hits you, and they hit you less often because you've got movement speed, so you dodge things. You have more chance to suppress the damage. You suppress more of the damage that's taken when they do fire spells. And yeah, like it's looking pretty good in that narrow niche, but I don't think that niche is wide enough, not with 2.4 meters. If this was 3 meters radius, I'd be more interested. If it was 4 meters radius, I'd be like, yep, I can see this working for people who are okay with having a super sort of super active playstyle, but I just don't think it's there. Desecrate. We were talking about how they're killing Detonate Dead. This is the main reason that they're killing Detonate Dead. This is not just Detonate Dead. This is Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction. This is Volatile Dead. This is Seething Dead. All the skills Jung Rowan had to ban for build diversity in his race are all nerfed by this change. And it's not just Desecrate, it's Unearth as well. Everything's addressed. Determination is still fine because the power is being returned elsewhere. I think Determination will still continue to be a good aura. And Molten Shell, but also you'll see people who are using Molten Shell, maybe even capped out Molten Shell without Determination will be a more common choice. In general, there's a bunch of changes to auras. Like, we'll get to Hatred soon. There's a bunch of changes, though, that are about reducing the amount that auras double dip on, like, the various aura stats in the game. And this is one of those things. Dominating Blow now has a mana cost of 7, scaling to 10, previously always 8. Damage kind of jumps the shark on that. Like, that's almost doubled. Dominating Blow, if people actually like the skill, well, here you go. It's probably playable now. Same for the alternate version. Doriani's Touch is going from 600% to 1000% effectiveness of added damage. Is there anything that really goes crazy for extra damage in that? What's the flat damage on it? Doriani's Touch. Doriani's Touch. Well, let's go to Doriani's Fist, and then that should bring up Doriani's Touch on it. How much damage do you do? Oh, it's based on weapon, isn't it? Is it? Hang on, is that right? Use your fist. It's... yeah, it cannot be used while wielding a weapon. That's what I thought. Where's the... so how much... so you need a flat stem in this, don't you? I think. Just trying to work this one out. I've never played with Doriani's Fist, so I'm not sure how the scaling works. It looks like you need like either added cold support or added lightning support or similar in this. This is a lot of extra damage. It's on the item. It's on the item. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Yep. Thanks. So it's 600 max. So it's like basically adds like 350 flat lightning there. So actually you probably still do want Awakened added lightning on that, or Awakened added cold or whatever. I think it's probably going to be one of your best gems, and then the rest you fill out with multipliers. I love how with the 15-second delay, like I ask a question and then people are like giving the answer, and it's everyone types the answers at different times. Okay, so now what else do we have? Double Strike no longer has physical damage added against bleeding enemies at all. Now starts at 143%, scales up to 409%. Wow. Mana on this is going to be pain. Like, there are things that reduce mana costs. We've discussed that already on attacks, but you're going to have to invest in mana. There's no question about it. You're going to need some investment and some leech. But the payoff is there. Like, that damage is crazy. If you're willing to put up with the clunkiness of Double Strike, and it is a strike, so you can get the benefit of additional strike targets as well. And same seems to apply with the other Double Strike versions. They're getting the same sorts of scale of extra damage. Less so on Double Strike of Momentum, actually. Dread Banner. No longer has its previous stats. Gain Valor from melee combat, which will consume more Valor to place a banner with an aura. Larger and more powerful, more Valor was consumed. And radius is only 2.4 meters, which is not enough. Attack block is there. And cause you to recover life when blocking, but not enough. Yeah. Like, this is a defensive benefit, but I just don't think this is enough here. 1000% aura effective banners is a lot, but that's going to take ages. Like, yeah, just don't think people are going to do a lot of this. I'm not sold on this. On these banners. I'm just not sold on the banners at all, to be honest. I'm just not sold on them. Dual Strike is one of the clunkiest skills in the game, and it's getting damage to compensate, but not convinced it's enough. A Dual Strike of Ambidexterity was doing tremendous damage anyway. It is not scaling up by as much. So Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is just not getting as much of a benefit as the other gems have got. And for that reason, I'm just... Yeah, it's probably... It was already fine. Other gems are being buffed past it now. So Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is going from an A tier build if you're interested in melee. It's probably still A tier, but other things are being pushed to A+. So, and maybe a couple of them will be S tier. Earthquake. Earthquake is going to be much more of a mana drain if you're willing to go that way. Earthquake of Amplification is also going to be better and is just still the meme that it always was. It's going to be the hardest hitting skill in the game by a lot. Earth Shatter and Earth Shatter of Fragility. It's the same deal, it's just getting lots more damage. I kind of feel like what I'm taking out of this, like let's come back to Elemental Hit in a sec, but the core thing I'm taking that out of all of the melee skills, if the melee skill was already playable, it's getting a net neutral changes, and if it was not already playable, it seems to be getting buffed up to about that level. Peak damage, i.e. Berserk is up and all that sort of shenanigans, those are going to be weaker, but that was not something that was realistic. That was something that you got for the boss and then, you know, didn't have it for the rest of the map or whatever. So yeah, and as people are saying, like, people keep talking about the Grace and Determination stuff, there is no such thing as a build that relies on uniques now. Builds that rely on uniques stop getting played because you remove those uniques and you replace them with rares, because the rares make the build better. So, you know, you take away that unique and you put in a well-rolled rare, the build becomes better. If it loses a core functionality, then you probably don't play it. I think that's the key thing there. The other things that are going on like Determination and Grace changes in general, I think those auras are still going to be playable. They're not going to be attacks on your build. They're going to be a choice rather than attacks. People in hardcore will still use them. People in softcore probably won't, but some individuals will. And it'll depend, like early on in progression, they'll be better. Later in progression, once you've got some of the good armor, you're no longer using, Duresso's Defiance. You're using a real chest instead. Then at that point, you're going to get rid of it. What else do you have here? In terms of the other skills, though, the melee skills that were dumpster tier seem to be getting buffed enormously. And the melee skills that were playable, like Bone Shatter, like Dual Strike of Ambidexterity, they're getting much smaller changes that are probably net neutral. Elemental Hit. Mana cost of 6, previously 7, scaling to 10, previously 11, so it's cheaper than it was before, but of course it used to be a ranged attack as well. It is getting a smidgen more damage at low level and a lot more damage at high level. So this is because Elemental Hit is being changed to a melee-only skill. Ele Hit of the Spectrum is now... Ele Hit of the Spectrum is getting a slight nerf. Not very significant. It's still going to be fine. Ele Hit of the melee build, which is now the new version of Ele Hit, is going to do a fair bit more damage, but is only a melee build, so it needs it. What do I think on Ele Hit? I think Ele Hit is probably a miss. Ele Hit of the Spectrum, nerf, but still fine. This is depending what happens to Lightning Shot and Ice Shot. I think Ele Hit of the Spectrum is being nerfed to 324 Ice Shot level. We will see what happens with the changes that are being made. We'll see what happens to the changes that are being made to with the rest of the package. But like to Lightning Arrow. If Lightning Arrow gets nerfed, then Ice Shot, Ele Hit of the Spectrum might be the best bow skills. Otherwise, Lightning Arrow will be the best if it hasn't been changed. Enduring Cry. No one grants a brief burst of life regeneration or resistances or PDR based on endurance charges. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants life regeneration, which is a brief burst of life regeneration. The buff is 2% of life regenerated per second per 5 power, and also all nearby allied players are granted endurance charges as well as the user. This just feels like it's better in groups, but probably worse. So I need to check how much the numbers were on it previously. Enduring Cry. How much was the recovery on it? Life recovery was flat. Oh, life recovery was huge before. Yeah, okay. Enduring Cry is just worse. Oh, well. Like, Enduring Cry is, yeah, it's 2% per 5 power, so it can be 10%, yeah. It's definitely worse at high gem level. But it lasts for longer as well. Scaling to 3.4 seconds. I feel like Enduring Cry is... It's worse in lab, which is probably the main spot you would have used it. And it's like... I mean, like, it's perfectly usable, but the main thing is just granting the endurance charges. It is allied players, yes. It is allied players, not minions. Your minions only in the sense of other people that do your bidding, not in the sense of raise zombies. Your skeletons and your zombies get nothing out of this, but the people who farm loot for you, they do. And I still think that the regen on it, like, there are corner cases where New Enduring Cry recovers more life, and it certainly recovers life for longer. So it's got benefits over the old version, but the old version was like a near instant heal for a couple of thousand life, and I think I prefer that to this big boost to life regen that is just like, yeah, it's just that bit too slow, I think. The endurance sharing, though, especially with endurance charges being better, that may actually be enough. In fact, just the fact that endurance charges are better may make this a better package overall, even though the actual effect of the skill is worse. The endurance charges may make it better. Does auto exertion grant you the endurance charges? I'm not certain. I don't think it does. I'm going to check that out. Let's just check the wording on this. It's under Call to Arms, isn't it? It's Call to Arms, been renamed. It's now no longer causes them to share cooldowns. Supported war cries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allies. So it says no. It says explicitly that it doesn't grant charges. So that's the that it is just for the exert. It doesn't really achieve anything else. So Enduring Cry, I'm not willing to say it's dead, actually, just because endurance charges got so much better. I think it will see use because of that, but it's not amazing. It's just alright. Does this do anything else random? Like, does it exert attacks or anything like that? It does not. No. Okay, so Enduring Cry, it's perfectly fine. It's a good enough skill to use. It just doesn't fit what a lot of builds want to do. Ensnaring Arrow is basically dead. Its main use is gone, but the bleed synergies that it provided are now available in other ways. So it's actually fine. This thing is absolutely fine. You don't need this anymore. The fact that it's dead, if you like playing around with this, it's still there, but you don't need it because there's ways to get aggravated bleed, and aggravated bleed is the ensnared enemies counters moving. Is the effect of that. Essence Drain is getting 20% damage. That is not enough. Essence Drain, yeah, not enough. Essence Drain of Desperation is the one that's horrible. Yep, this is dumpster tier just by the virtue of the gem itself. This is the one that drains you of life and is potentially very easily becomes an unsurvivable life drain on you. Ethereal Knives is just getting the standard spell nerfs, which are only for leveling. Explosive Arrow is just getting the tiniest buff imaginable, slightly better mana at low level. Explosive Concoction. How are we looking here? Big damage buffs, 20%. Is it 20% across the board? It looks like it. Explosive Concoction is just doing 20% more damage. I don't think that's enough. I think people are more concerned with the... or just going to use Poisonous Concoction still, because I think Poisonous Concoction is better. There. Okay. Explosive Concoction of Destruction. Also getting 20%ed, but I still think it's Poisonous Concoction unless there's big changes. Exsanguinate's getting crushing nerfs at low level, which is not the case for some of the other gems. Not the case for some of the other spells that are getting mild nerfs at low gem level. Exsanguinate, it's actually really crushing, and Exsanguinate's also losing... Exsanguinate's gaining Hatred synergies, isn't it? Let me just confirm that. I want to just jump down to Hatred for a sec. Hatred is Fizz added as extra cold. Okay, that's the reason, yeah. Okay, Exsanguinate's fine if you're doing hit-based. You now use Hatred whether you were using it before or not. But it is, somewhat different to what it used to be. Alright. Fireball getting nerfed was not on my radar. Obviously only a leveling nerf, but even then, like... Fireball just has this real fundamental problem where it has to invest in additional projectiles. The ways of investing in additional projectiles have a huge opportunity cost. And why would you do that when you can just use Wave of Conviction, which has better damage projection and than even a greater multiple projectiles Fireball, and doesn't have that mess. So yeah, Fireball even more dead. Firestorms, just jump through here. Once we're just checking that all the spells are basically getting the same sorts of changes here, and they pretty much all are. Okay. Flesh and Stone is next. So, no longer causes nearby enemies to be blinded while in Sand Stance, or causes you to take less damage from attacks from enemies that aren't nearby when in Sand Stance. It no longer causes nearby enemies to be maimed when in Blood Stance, and no longer causes enemies maimed by this skill to take increased physical damage. This is so hard to parse the way that it's written. It would be easier if they just gave the old skill and the new skill. It now has nearby enemies take up to 10% more physical damage from hits when in Blood Stance at gem level 1, scaling to 20, which is a lot, and take up to 10 to 20% to 19% less physical damage from nearby enemies when in Sand Stance. Okay, so you want to be in close combat, and they are based upon enemies being in immediate proximity to you. So this feels like it's so good you have to use it if you're Fizz-based. And I think it already was kind of like that, but it's definitely doubling down on Flesh and Stone being... everyone uses this, right, in Blood Stance. So... yeah, like previously you might have used it in Sand Stance. It was pretty good in Sand Stance, but 25% was a lot. It's still 25%, but it's... yeah, Flesh and Stone feels like it's a must-have if you can go close to them. And as people are saying in chat, it is going to depend a bit on the minimum damage, on the minimum distance. Flicker Strike. Wow, that's a lot of damage, especially for a build that actually couldn't really use totems because it teleported out of the way of them, out of the range. That's like a big buff for Flicker Strike. Unfortunately, Flicker Strike Raider is gone. So that's really, really weird. Flicker Strike of Power is getting big buffs there as well. Something I want to check, I'm just going to have a quick look at whether there's any... no change to Hex Blast of Havoc. That was the main build that I wanted to try, but it isn't supported in the game at the moment. Okay, so Flicker Strike of Power is just... like, both Flicker Strikes are getting so much more damage. So much more damage there. And... yep, mana cost is lower. Like, this is just miles better. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of things you can do there. Freezing Pulse is the same, just this thing of reducing the hegemony of spell builds at low level. Like, you can now play melee instead. Frenzy and Frenzy of Onslaught. Now, Frenzy of Onslaught is now... Frenzy, I think, is melee only, and Frenzy of Onslaught is... Sorry, no, Frenzy is bow only, bow and wand only maybe, and Frenzy of Onslaught is melee only. So that's the reason that Frenzy of Onslaught can get so much more damage, but it's still single target. So I don't think people are going to be that keen on it. Frostblades is getting 30% more damage at low level, but losing the flat up to, like, that's 70% more damage or so. How much was the flat on Frostblades? I need to check that. I think Frostblades had a moderate amount of flat. No, it's only a small amount. Okay, like, Frostblades is out of sight better. Like, this is huge. Yeah, this is really huge. And it's also going to be easier to use in conjunction with Trinity at times too. As long as you can get a double element item, and ideally it'll be Cold and Lightning. I think Frostblades looks like a really solid starter now. It was already good, but this just feels like Frostblades is better now than it was. As long as you've got one or... yeah, actually no, you don't want to have cold damage on it. You want to have lightning and or fire damage on your weapon, but it's fine if it's got lightning and fizz as well. So you want lightning damage on it, flat lightning, and you want a high tier of it. So you want to smash a weapon with a Deafening Essence of Wrath, and ideally you'll hit either a medium tier of fire damage, like high tier would be great, or you hit some physical damage on it. And then I think you're looking at going... I think there's a lot that you can get out of that. Someone's asking how Paradoxica survives with doubling damage and with all the flat damage gone from skills. I think Paradoxica lives or dies based upon flat damage from other sources. It could still be fine, but it's just not going to be used without flat damage from other sources, but there's plenty of those. So yeah, Frostblades looks like it's better than it was, and Frostblades was very, very playable in the past. Frostblades of Catabasis is one of those skills that just... It just wants to scale in such confusing different directions. And, you know, you have cold damage over time multiplier as a stat you want. You have gem level as a stat you want. But then gem level is also still not that great on melee skills. It does something, but it's not amazing. Essentially, this is just one of those skills that the pieces don't come together quite right. Base Frostblades, I think, just does it better. I have not been streaming for 9 hours straight, if people are asking. I was streaming 10 hours ago, but I did have an extensive break in there. This stream's been going 4 hours 26 though. We're not even halfway through the skills, so long way to go. Frostbomb is getting the same changes as the other spells, so just looking for anything that's an outlier in those. Now we can just jump past everything here. Frostbolt is getting more damage on projectiles that have pierced, and that's a substantial increase. This is actually really big. Dealing more damage with projectiles that have pierced. Just trying to think of the best ways to take advantage of this. It's like this is now something to consider using with Ashes of the Stars, because that's a really, really strong mechanic. Frozen Legion does not get much of a buff compared to a lot of the other things. Galvanic Arrow is not getting all that much. It's getting a little, but not that much. Galvanic Arrow of Energy is... yeah, actually not really getting much at all. I have to have a look at some of those other bow things, but that's not looking like it's getting there. Galvanic Field, we've covered all spells already. General's Cry. General's Cry is looking a lot worse than it was, but there's a bunch of other things with War Cries, yeah. I think War Cries in general I'm just not that happy with. Glacial Cascade of the Fisher did not need the nerf. Glacial Hammer. This is dealing 622%, but the cold damage on this I think was actually really substantial, wasn't it? Glacial Hammer was... no, only 75 to 113. So it's not all that significant. This is like giga buffed. And they've got here, this is a buff. They actually said this is a buff here as a callback to the time in the past that they said they buffed Glacial Hammer by 6% and they said this is a buff on it. And people were like fully memeing about it. Now they've actually gone and giga buffed the skill. Like this is This is going to do, like, with a good weapon, this is going to do double and a tenth the old damage. This is, like, massive damage. People are talking, though, about trauma support. Apparently, trauma support has been nerfed. So, don't keep Glacial Hammer and trauma in mind. Just assess Glacial Hammer based on baseline weapon for the moment. But there's still some stuff to look into later. Glacial Hammer, though, this is a preeminent potential to start with. And you've got Heat Shiver as a thing as well. Because you're doing so much cold damage with it. Because it's, like, how much converted is it? The 60%? No, it's 100% converted to cold as well. So, you're hitting for physical. You've got Hatred, which I'm not actually sure if Hatred's better or worse for this. I don't know, look. What's the new Hatred is 30% physical at... no, 39%, previously 25%. And what's old Hatred? So... 25 and then 18% more, so 125% of 118% is, I think, 147 and a bit. Okay, new Hatred is worse than old Hatred in Glacial Hammer. And that's going to be the case at every level of aura effect as well. Yeah, so, okay. There is that factor. So Glacial Hammer does start out worse because Hatred is worse and you were using that. But still, this is... you're still going to use Hatred. No ifs, no buts, no maybes about it. And Glacial Hammer with Hatred is better in 325 than it was in 324. And it's not close. So, yeah. Where they say this is a buff, they mean it. This is a buff. This is definitely a buff. Glacial Hammer of Shattering was the one. I think this is every third strike as a crit from memory. Grace we've already discussed. Oh, no, it's not actually halving it. That's interesting. They are reducing it by 40% on Grace. Determination's getting 50% loss of flat. Grace is getting 40% loss of flat. So that's significant. That's a big deal for the armor stackers, actually. Armor stackers survive this better than I'd thought. This is the classic build. They still probably want to investigate other builds, other ways of building the armor stacking package, different sets of items, but I think the classic setup still does actually function. And then there's lots of stuff going on here. Ground Slam. This is a favorite skill. All right, please be good. Please be good. Please be good. What are we looking at? This is like dealing 90% more damage than it used to. What did Ground Slam have previously on other stuff on it? I love the Vaal version of Ground Slam. I just love the Vaal version. That's right. It has this more damage with hits to closer targets effect. That's its gimmick. I knew it had some gimmick with it. So... like, I feel this is nuts now. Like, Ground Slam... I feel like I want to league start Ground Slam now because it was always almost good. It was not good, but it wasn't absolutely dumpster either. And now, as soon as you get a reasonable weapon, Ground Slam's going to be great. I would say Glacial Hammer, but I've had bad experiences with that in performance. That said, that was on my old PC, so that's probably no longer the case. Glacial Hammer in Legion was actually a brick league start for me because of performance. I was getting instance crashes frequently with it. Ground Slam, though, yeah, this is just out of sight better, right? Like, this is buffed almost as much as Flicker Strike. Hey, catch your own Legendary Nightfall. And the other thing is that just with Ground Slam, even if you don't go as far as Hateforge setup for Vaal Ground Slam spamming, just having Vaal Ground Slam as a button to push is so good. It's one of the best Vaal skills to use just occasionally. Someone's saying, wait till I see Sunder, but Sunder doesn't have one of my favourite Vaal skills. We'll get there though. Ground Slam of Earth Shaking is also getting bigger numbers buffs. So Hatred we were discussing. Hatred is worse than it used to be. Hatred and Call of the Brotherhood is no longer a thing. Hatred is... That's the key thing. Hatred and Wrath no longer synergize. That's the key thing they've gone for here. This is a nerf to top-end party play more than anything else. Aura carries are much weaker as a result of this. Much weaker. It doesn't mean that party play is dead or anything like it. Just that people who don't want to participate in that but do out of a pressure, like that sort of sense of pressure of keeping up with the economy, they're no longer going to do it. People who like party play will still find it's fine. But it's no longer going to be as crazy. Heavy Strike, 552%, previously 313, so that's getting a big boost there. It no longer knocks enemies back on hit, which was generally negative. It drains a lot more mana, and yeah, it looks fine. Herald of Ash, no longer grants more spell fire damage, so rip. Grants 15% fizz added as extra fire, scaling up to 20%. So Herald of Ash is mostly worse. There'll be corner cases where it's better, but it's an attack. It is now for attacks, hey. I mean, it can still be used for fizz spells, but I feel like this has its uses, but mostly you're using this for the overkill damage and for the fizz added as extra. Well, I mean, that's two things it does now, but losing the spell fire damage is a big deal. I still think this is pretty good. And yeah, like Herald of Ash is worse, but it's still fine. And I'm curious what this looks like at higher gem levels. Like if you were to have the Uber Cortex ring, potentially. We'll have to look into that. So Hexblast we already discussed. It's standard spells. Hexblast Mine's still very much on the agenda unless there's changes. Unless there's changes, it's fine. Okay, another spell nerf early on. Ice Crash. This is something people have been talking about, so let's have a look-see. Ice Crash is getting 85% more. It was already good. It's now just getting made better. It's not going crazy. It's just going to be really good. People who've just got here, you can rewind and speed up if you want, or you can just go from here. We're just going through the rest of the skills, and then there's going to be a whole bunch after that as well. There's a lot to discuss in this. Okay, Ice Crash of Cadence. I can't. This is the one that like has 3 hits in a row, and one of them's really good or something. Never really done anything, and it's not getting giga buffed. It's getting buffed, but not giga buffed. Like getting 83% more damage than it used to have. Ice Nova, same standard effect. Now, Ice Shot. Let's have a look-see here. How much is... Ice Shot's now 149 to 200%. Let's have a look at Lightning Lightning Arrow as well. It's 149 to 177%. Okay, so Ice Shot actually comes out ahead. Is there anything I'm missing on that? Obviously, Lightning Arrow has Shock, which is probably better early on than Freeze. But later on, it's... So 60% Cold Convert. %, Lightning Convert. Yeah, so it's got the hits up to 3 extra enemies near the target. This has the cone behind, which is like not the best AoE, but is pretty good. I feel like they're pushing Ice Shot here. I feel like they're pushing Ice Shot as the alternative, as an alternative here. Like, I think maybe what they're going for here is that Ellie Hit of the Spectrum, Ice Shot, and Lightning Arrow are all better than Ice Shot was last league, but worse than Lightning Arrow was last league. I think that's what they're going for overall. Early Trinity should be solvable. Yeah, people are asking about the interactions with Trinity here. So early on, you're going to be ice dominant on Ice Shot. You're just going to need to pay attention to Trinity early on. you'll need to pay attention to it because the cold damage is going to convert, the fizz damage is going to convert to cold. So you're going to be doing a bunch of fizz damage. You want to get a bow that is crafted with an Essence of Wrath early on. You need to have lightning damage on your bow if you're using Ice Shot. As long as you've got lightning damage on the bow, you'll be fine. And people pointing out, yeah, Ally Hit of the Spectrum is better early. The thing is, you're not going to have Ally Hit of the Spectrum gem early. And also, Ally Hit of the Spectrum is, yeah, it's harder to get your hands on early, but then later on they can be, they all have their strengths. I think, like, all three of them should be about the same power, but they're going to want different gear late game. That's what they're going for, I think, here. Okay, Ice Trap, again, it's the same sort of spell leveling nerfs that are completely reasonable because they're giving melee a chance to shine in its place. Infernal Blow is just doesn't feel like it's doing a huge amount of damage, really. Actually, it's getting a lot more. I gotta say, 377 compared to 166 now. Maybe that's enough. What's Infernal Blow's exact text of its gimmick again? It's the explosion. It's text of the weapon applying a charged debuff to enemies hit with your strike, and add an uncharged debuff to anything else that's hit. And upon reaching 6 charges expiring, or on the enemy's death, the charge debuff is removed to damage that and near other surrounding enemies. Enemies with either debuff explode when they die, damaging other surrounding enemies. Damage from the explosion can't be reflected, and the amount of damage from the explosion is 66% of damage per charge. So the reflected damage is not increasing. It's still 66% of base weapon damage per charge, so Infernal Blow is just going to deal more with the hits, and the gimmick is still going to be the same. That's my understanding of how that's looking. Is it enough? Is it enough? So 6 attacks is going to go from dealing 10 times base damage plus 4 times off the explosion. Oh yeah, that's a lot more damage now that I look at it. Yeah, that is a lot more damage, yeah. So Infernal Blows, my first thoughts on this were wrong. Infernal Blow is getting a huge increase here, I think. It is losing that flat fire, but I don't think that was very much. No, it's not. Infernal Blow looks like it's really live, doesn't it? Oh, 66% of the total damage, is it? Wait, let me just read that. It says debuff deals 66% of damage per charge. We just Oh, so it's not 66% base damage, it's 66% of the hit. It's kind of like an impale in that way. It stores 66% damage for later reuse. Oh, that's huge then. That's like... Okay, I completely misinterpreted this. This is miles better than I thought. That's doing a lot of damage. Like, the weakness of this is when you're not dealing 6 damage. Is when you're not hitting it 6 times quickly. It's when you're like when your enemies are dying before you hit 6 times. But if they're dying before you hit 6 times, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Infernal Blow has a lot going for it. As well as that, this league has that item that adds, like, if you had a fizz mace and 60% converted to fire with this, you get the fizz mace that has 40% of fizz added as extra of each element as well. So there's some pretty crazy stuff. Infernal Blow of Immolation, yeah, 80% there on the charge up. So that'll deal, oh, yeah, it loses the AoE component. Yeah, so that's... I think Infernal Blow is actually looking pretty good there, eh? Infernal Blow is looking... And it's also a really satisfying skill. So, yeah, it's just a tremendous buff to damage. Here I was misreading that as 66% of base damage, at which point it was, like, not looking competitive with other skills, but it is coming out ahead if you hit the same enemy 6 times, and if you don't, well, stuff is dead. So this goes on the shortlist. Infernal Blow, Ground Slam, and Glacial Hammer is the shortlist of melee skills at the moment. In fact, let me just write a little note to that effect. Bring up a word pad here. So we have Glacial Hammer, Infernal Blow, and Ground Slam. These are the things that are my... like, the things that look like keystones so far because they're cool. It looks like keystones. That look like interesting and powerful things to potentially start that weren't going to be good earlier. Infernal Cry. No longer covers enemies in Ash, causing them to move slower and take increased fire damage. That's actually a nerf to Righteous Fire. Not that people used it late game that much, but early game it was really good. User and nearby allies gain a buff that grants a portion of their physical damage added as extra fire. There's kind of a lot of that stat now, and it doesn't stack very well. 5% of fizz added as extra fire per 5 power, up to 25. Mana cost and base duration of 2.5 seconds at gem level 1, previously 5. Combust now has 1/3. Combust is now better. So let's just bring up Infernal Cry again. It's one of those things that's such a complex skill. And it has the Combust aspect as well, which is... wait, where's Combust? It can only be triggered by the Warcry, and it's off exerted things. Okay, so it's exerted attracts trigger Combust the first time they deal a melee hit. Exert 6 times. And then, yeah, so that's like... this is better overall, but not always better. But I think, like, the uses that weren't melee are dead, but the melee uses are looking better. Yeah, Frostblades is another one that was sick. Sorry. Let me just write that down as another one. I've played Frostblades recently, so it's probably not something I'll play, but it's another one that I do need to mention. Intimidating Cry. No longer grants a buff that lowers the effect of enemy physical damage reduction against your hits. Oh, what? I didn't even do that. I didn't even realize that. Intimidating Cry. I haven't paid attention to this skill for a while. Grants a buff which lowers the effect of enemy physical damage reduction against your hits. Oh, it's only... yeah, it's your ability to overwhelm, not their ability to overwhelm you. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, why is that coming up there? Okay, this one is basically just movement speed. Nah, I'm not interested in that. There. Cyclone is looking really good. Yeah, Cyclone is really good. Kinetic Blast now has a mana cost of 6 at gem level 1, scaling to 9 at gem level 20, so it's much cheaper. Well, Kinetic Blast's getting a lot of improvements there, isn't it? What was the old stat on that? Kinetic Blast was 100% previously, wasn't it? It was... oh no, it didn't even have it at all. It now has increases and reductions of spell damage also apply to attack damage from this skill at 200%. It didn't have that. It had to get that off Crown of Eyes. I thought it had it. Like, Kinetic Blast is getting giga buffed, isn't it? Like, in every possible way. It's attacking faster. It's lower mana cost by a lot. And it's also gaining a huge upgrade. Is that the entirety of the changes on that? That's, like... it's really good. Yeah, Kinetic Blast is kind of... Kinetic Blast is kind of nuts now, isn't it? Like, that's my thoughts, at least. I think that's looking really solid. Now, I don't think it's something I want to league start, but it's something that is, like... maybe not completely derisory. You can use this with Locust Mines, can't you? Only if it fires projectiles ahead. And it's it does way more damage when you can use it, but it's got not real drawbacks on it. I've sort of quickly confirmed things with it. So it's 2 additional mines. So it's 210% base damage at low gem level, and it has all the clunkiness associated with Locust Mines, but this has single projectile that Yeah, I think this, and the other thing with Wanders, it's not just that Wanders are getting the buffs to Kinetic Blast, they're also getting the massive buffs to base wands as well. So that's another thing that's really, really big. And yeah, people are saying Indigon as well. This could be nuts. This could be absolutely nuts. So Kinetic Blast, definitely putting that down on my shortlist as something that I didn't think I was going to be suggesting a wand attack skill, but it's like, it looks like it's really good now. It's getting the numbers it really wants. Okay, so we've already Kinetic Blast, Bolt Blast of Clustering is getting the same bonuses applying to it. Kinetic Bolt, more mana efficient, slightly more damage, but not out of sight more damage. And Fragmentation, this is a skill that was broken for a bit and got nerfed. It's getting a slight bit of that power back, but it's still going to be a shadow of its 323 self. Lacerate is doing quite a chunk more damage. Mana is painful on it, but Lacerate is getting a buff there overall. This is the sort of thing that... Okay, so this is getting a lot of physical damage. If you could get a decent Fizz weapon, Bleed Lacerate feels like it's got some potential with this. It's always been solid, but with all the aggravated bleed support that's available as well, I feel like there's a lot of potential there. So the other things that are on the shortlist so far, people are asking in chat, Glacial Hammer, Infernal Blow, Ground Slam, Frostblades, Kinetic Blast is the shortlist so far. That doesn't mean they're the only skills that are good, just they're the ones that jump out. Lacerate of Butchering and Hemorrhage were other ones that were like marginal variations of Lacerate. You'd at least consider them if you do decide to play it. Lancing Steel, baseline Lancing Steel. It's getting better damage and maintaining all the clunk. Lancing Steel is spraying 260% effectiveness of base and added damage. It's just getting the damage change. It's going to cost more mana. That's the only change. So, cast on critical strike builds, Lancing Steel is spraying is still there. One other thing that's just come to mind as well, something that doesn't really exist in the current game much, Wand cast on critical strike. I really think this is worth investigating. Because wands are getting huge buffs to critical strike chance, and so there's a lot of potential there that you can cap out your crit easier on the attack component. You may not be required to use increased critical strike support early in progression, and that means that you can use a different damaging support there instead. Leap Slam. This is cheaper early on and does more damage, but basically it's still a travel skill. And it's more viable to leave it at gem level 1, honestly. Leap Slam of Groundbreaking. This is the one that does big donks. Very big donks. But it's got all the clunkiness of, like, Consecrated Path and the like, and Flicker Strike. That same thing of, like, you're doing heavy damage with a travel skill can be awkward. Lightning Arrow we discussed already. Like, Lightning Arrow builds... I feel like Ice Shot is now maybe slightly favoured out of the bow skills, and Elemental Hit of the Spectrum as well. Yeah, I feel like if you want to play a bow skill, do, but play Ice Shot, and then Lightning Arrow is there as an alternative if your weapons push in that direction. If you get cold damage, actually Lightning Arrow is going to be harder for Trinity, isn't it? Because Lightning Arrow, the base gem is your gem is going to be doing. Like, your bow is going to deal mostly physical, and then the physical won't have a huge range on it. So you're going to then have a bunch of that converting into lightning. Lightning Arrow might be better if you've got a lightning and cold hybrid bow. If you've got just lightning, then Ice Shot's the way to go. Basically, all of them will be playable, but I think that Lightning Arrow will be trickier to get Trinity working. Lightning Spire Trap is exactly what we were expecting based on other changes. Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading doesn't get any of these changes that are for spells, so Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading for bossing probably going to be even better than it is now. Lightning Strike. This is a buff. It's not a massive buff, but it's a buff. Lightning Strike was already good. It's better now. It also has a really good Vaal skill, of course. Lightning Strike of Arcing is doing... Oh, this is the silly shenanigans thing. Getting a bigger buff on it than Lightning Strike base, which it needed because it was worse. This is probably playable now if you want it. Lightning Tendrils did not need the spell nerf. I don't know why that happened to get nerfed. Like, I understand the rest of the spell nerfs, but that one is just a mistake. Molten Burst by Namahu's Flame is getting a buff. I still don't think it's enough. Oh, Molten Shell. Okay, low gem levels of this are gone. But Molten Shell's just being introduced later in the game. It's not available in Act 1. So I'm guessing they've decided it was too complex for the most new of new players who might not have realized that Steel Skin's better at low level anyway. So now Molten Shell is going to be a little bit later in progression, but it's still fine. No real changes for Endgame, but very, very early game, it's a slight difference. I want to take a quick AFK at this point, so what I'm going to do is run one of these silly YouTube ads and take a quick breather. I'll be back in 3 minutes or so. Maybe, no, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Alrighty, sorry about that. I just needed to take a quick AFK because we have been streaming for several hours now and I needed to go get myself a beer. And, alright. Where are we? Yeah, oh gee, we've been going for 5 hours and there's still a whole bunch left. In fact, we're actually less than 50% of the way through the word count at the moment, which says something about just how enormous these patch notes are. But I did want to go through things thoroughly and hopefully we'll get a bit faster because we have been through some of the meatiest changes so far. Okay, let's get back to what we've got now, which is Molten Strike. No longer has flat added fire, has the same sort of general shenanigans, doesn't gain strike range, but picks up a fair chunk of damage. Molten Strike of the Zenith is the most important skill low, and this was already bonkers powerful. Molten Strike of the Zenith was one of the best skills in the game. It's just gotten better, hey? Like, it's just... This is a buff to one of the best skills in the game. Molten Strike of the Zenith will be everywhere by later weeks. So yeah, there's a... Like, this is really, really, really strong for certain builds. Will love this. Like, actually, I'm going to put down Molten Strike of the Zenith on my shortlist of skills that are looking really good. Molten Strike of the Zenith. This skill did not need the damage buff to be good, and it's just gotten better again. And base Molten Strike is fine too. Okay, we have all of the shenanigans with spells again. We've already discussed. Nothing else changing there really. Perforate. This is going to get a huge amount of extra damage. 622% at the expense of losing its flat fizz scaling. Perforate was already pseudo-playable, wasn't it? Like, maybe not... Perforate was at least playable, if not good. This should be the big buff that it needed to be good. I'm going to mark this down to research further, because I do believe it was sort of already somewhat playable, and it's just gotten, you know, what's this sort of damage increase? It's like gone from 160 to 250. That's more than double and a quarter the damage. Granted, it's lost the totems. It's a melee skill, so the totem nerfs take away some of that power, but it's like 180% the damage it used to do. Perforate would be an S tier melee skill if it wasn't so super boring and ugly, as Black Omega of 34 is saying in chat there. So yeah, Perforate is probably something that's just gotten a lot out of that. Like, it was, as you say, it's already good, and it's just gotten way, way better. Multiple alternate qualities of that are things I'd need to investigate if I decide that, like, if it goes from shortlisted to played. Pestilence Strike, I need to refresh myself on this because it's not one that I've ever really studied. Pestilence Strike. So this had a lot of flat chaos on it. 60% conversion, 60% poison chance, and poison duration. And then, if a debuffed enemy dies while poisoned, Pestilent Strike inflicts a secondary chaos damage over time debuff on enemies around them, based on the poisons on the slain enemies. This doesn't scale with you. Claw or Dagger. So this requires a high stagger, really, I think. Because it's really hard to roll physical or phys chaos hybrid weapons. And this is now going to be more dependent on that. So Pestilence Strike with a high stagger. This is going to be something to consider. It's getting a huge buff there in damage. Secondary debuff deals 50% of the total remaining expected poison damage of all poisons on the dying enemy per second as chaos damage. So that's essentially its proliferation shenanigans. Honestly, this goes in the list as a Pestilence Strike plus Pneumatic Dagger. You really need one of the high staggers, though. Like, this is not going to work without it, so let's just bring that up. Pneumatic Dagger is the ones that allow all damage from hits with this weapon to poison. So that means that elemental damage, fire damage, cold damage, and lightning damage normally does not have the capacity to inflict poison, whereas with a Pneumatic Dagger, that damage does have the capacity to poison. And then with Pestilence Strike, it will poison because you got 60% chance to poison on hit. You're just going to get a few more percents from somewhere else. And it's getting a tremendous amount of extra damage there. It's dealing... This buff is 195% more damage at gem level 20. 195% more damage. Now, it is losing those melee totems, but, you know, neither here nor there. This thing is crazy. Peaconk. What's happening to Peaconk? It's getting more damage? Am I reading this right? Peaconk is just getting a flat buff. Tinctures have changed. I don't believe the tincture for poison is all damage with hits can poison, is it? Doesn't the poison tincture now do something else entirely? I can't check it, but I think that the new where is the tincture? There's somewhere around. It's in here. I think we've got the stats. Poisonberry Tincture, 27% chance to poison with melee weapons, 94% increased damage with poison from melee weapons, but it does not give the high dagger ability. So it's just different. So yeah, Poisonous Concoction was like already really, really strong. And it's now... People are saying it's now percentage chance to poison. I don't see it in here unless it's changed since then. It won't have changed on this actually. They don't usually change it on this interface if they do buff it afterwards. Let's just go. Okay, so we've just done Pestilence Strike recently. Let's hit that refresh, which is going to be painful. Because we now need to check the extras down the bottom if there's anything down there. Oh wow, so much more to go through. What do we have here in the updates to patch notes? Just looking if there's anything else that's listed here. Oh. Fast pelting, frostblades, catabasis. Yeah, I don't see anything with poisonberry tinctures. First implicit mod is just 27% chance to poison with melee weapons, so that's chance to poison. You need that stat, but it's not what you're after. So I am now convinced that the tinctures do not have that. So Nejik, just to give a clarification, chance to poison means that physical damage and poison and chaos damage have that percentage chance to have an echo of that damage as poison. Fire, lightning, and cold, that chance is reduced to 0 unless you've got some sort of source of all damage can poison. So if you have Molten Strike linked to added chaos damage, then the added chaos damage that you get from that will have the capacity to leave an echo behind in poison. The non-converted component of the physical damage will have the capacity to leave an echo behind as poison, but the fire damage will not. Unless you can get it from a high stagger or something like that. So yeah, Pestilent Strike requires a high stagger, and it's that's basically the situation as I see it. You're going to need that. It doesn't look like tinctures work. So Peaconk is buffed. Peaconk was already really good. Peaconk of Bouncing got buffed? Like, this is weird. These skills did not feel like they needed buffing at all. Like, they've gone and nerfed a bunch of the spell leveling things, but this is kind of crazy. That's really, really odd. Anyways, not going to complain about it. Power Siphon. Less mana intensive, and Power Siphon just got a lot. Like, someone did a recent playthrough where they tested was it 2 or 3 Voidstone run for Power Siphon, doing just 3 Voidstones. I think it was 2 Voidstones, sorry. I'm pretty sure I linked it on the channel. And they did multiple Voidstones. It was a reasonably good run, and they ran it with Power Siphon and had no dramas. So now it's just gotten miles better. Power Siphon has Locust Mines as well. Jung Rowan did a run with Power Siphon, Locust Mines to 4 Voidstones. He wasn't able to get it deathless, but he did do a really fast run. So Power Siphon looks like it's way better. And of course, there's the quality damage as well. We've sort of been forgetting that in all the talk about buffs as well. So there's a lot going on there. But honestly, I would say Power Siphon makes it onto most people's shortlist. And honestly, I'm just going to put Kinetic Blast or Power Siphon as potential starters there. I'm going to group them together because they feel quite different, but they scale in many similar ways. Puncture is getting much less of a boost. It's losing the fizz damage. Yeah, so Puncture's in an interesting spot. Hang on, Puncture was getting changed to bow only, wasn't it? Was that Puncture? Whatever the case, Puncture is just an Act 1 gem. Use in Act 1, and it will then get you past Brutus. It's really good for Brutus. That's its utility. That is the purpose of Puncture as a skill. There is a transfigured Puncture, I believe, that is for attack weapons now, like Puncture of Shanking or something like that. I think they mentioned that somewhere, and that will presumably do much more damage than this. Purifying Flame is getting the standard melee nerfs. Spell nerfs. Rage Vortex is getting... Rage Vortex actually, I think, is nerfed overall. Rage Vortex is getting a bit more damage, but yeah, Rage Vortex, I think... I am not keen on these changes to Rage Vortex as a package because it loses more from the Rage changes. Where the Rage changes were beneficial to a lot of builds, or at least neutral, to this build, it's worse. So I think Rage Vortex is in a bad state. People asking about Cyclone as a league starter. Yes, Cyclone will be good. I just don't like the skill, but yes, it will work. Cyclone will definitely have a lot going for it. I have to check what happened to Shockwave support. The other thing is that the staff from Heist, I think, is going to be better than usual. What's it called? The war staff out of Heist. There's Eventuality Rod, I think. I think that thing is going to be better now. Someone's asking, with these spell nerfs, are they going to be buffs once gem levels exceed 20, which they will at endgame? That's entirely possible. I'd have to have a look and see once we get there. Rain of Arrows of Artillery and Saturation, negligible changes. Raise Spectre of Transients can no longer use Spectral Corpses, which was sort of always the intention with that. They can't use Temporary Corpses, but with the Spectral Corpses being added in as a mechanic, part of the thing they're doing to kill Detonate Dead. Rallying Cry. I'm generally uninterested in these war cries, I've got to say. Some of them might end up being worth using, but Enduring Cry is the one that I'd used so far. Buff grants added attack damage equal to 3% of the damage of your main hand weapon per 5 power. Capped at 30. And yes, so that's 18%. Reap. Worse than it was, not by much. Reeve was something someone was jumping out about before. It's getting like 115% more damage. Reeve is quite a bit better than it was. I still think Reeve is actually terrible mechanically, and I'm not going to recommend it. I'm not going to recommend this here. I don't think this is going to be good. Blue-Footed has an interesting point. The unique weapon Disintegrator from, I think it's Uber Elder. Maybe it's double Uber Elder. It's going to be better this league. Yeah, there's a lot of things that work really well with it. Let's have a quick look at some of the other stuff here. There's Rolling Magma is another one of the spells. This is actually going to be quite impactful. Gem level 1, it's going to be quite a bit worse. But it's still so much better than Fireball early on. So much better. Like, they've gone and nerfed Fireball instead. They should have just nerfed Rolling Magma more and Fireball less early on. Scourge Arrow no longer has added chaos damage at all gem levels. It now has better scaling eventually. And that's probably actually a nerf on Scourge Arrow, I think. How high were the numbers on that? It's one of those things. Chaos hit spells in general. Oh, sorry. Hey, chaos hit attacks. And yeah, Scourge Arrow definitely. Scourge Arrow and Scourge Arrow of Menace and Caustic Arrow of Poison. These things feel like they're losing more because they were more dependent upon the flat. The flat was more important to them because you just can't get as much of it. And now we have here, Scourge Arrow of Menace is the same sort of thing. It's only gaining 30%. Yeah, Scourge Arrow of Menace, I think, is dead. It's gone from like Ice Shot tier to Dumpster tier, whereas a bunch of other things have been shuffled around. I think this skill is dead. Seismic Cry no longer makes it easier to stun. User and nearby allies now gain a buff that increases their armor and stun threshold. Buff grants 5% more armor per 5 power and 15% stun threshold per 5 power, up to a maximum of 25. Exerted attacks have more area of effect, and now exerts the first 6 melee attacks you perform rather than 6. What else does Seismic Cry do? Because it's not the whole information. That's the problem with this presentation they've got. Oh no, it was everything. Except maybe the knockback distance. Knockback distance is the only other thing. Okay, so 50% more area of effect is a buff on this. But in general, the war cries I'm not sold on. I am not sold on war cries so far. It will have some niche uses. It will be a utility skill some people will want, but I'm not sold on it. Okay, Seismic Trap of Swells, same sorts of things we've dealt with already. Interestingly, Seismic Trap is not getting any damage nerfs here, like with all the things that are being done to leveling skills. I know that Seismic Trap has, like, it's not something that you can use on every fight while you're leveling, but it's really strong for blitzing the campaign on bosses. So it seems inconsistent that they would nerf Fireball and not Seismic Trap. Anyway, Shattering Steel. This is getting a damage boost. It's not an out-of-sight damage boost, but this is already good. So Shattering Steel is... Yeah, Shattering Steel is probably one of the better things here, honestly. Shattering Steel, I think, because it's already a good gem, the champion builds for this should still be good. Champions has some changes, better in some ways, worse in others, but it's still a solid package, I think. And this is looking like the Shattering Steel builds should still work fine. Ammunition, never really used. Shrapnel Ballista is picking up insufficient damage to make up for losing the Flat Fizz, probably. So Shrapnel Ballista looks like it's worse. Shield Charge. Now has a mana cost of 6, scaling to 10. Level requirement of 4. Flat Fizz scales higher on it. That's interesting. And... Oh, Shield Charges. The damage Shield Charge does is getting a big buff. Like, this thing can ignite. This thing can ignite, and this thing can do a lot of damage. That's an interesting one. Dan's mentioning in chat that Scourge Arrow of Menace could be fine with all damage poisons. I don't think you can get that on bows. The tinctures do not provide it. I've checked it twice. The tinctures, the Poisonberry tincture that used to provide that is not providing it anymore. It provides different buffs. So I don't think you can get all damage poisons on it on Scourge Arrow of Menace at all. I think you can only get it on a high stagger now. You can get it with the silly boots, but the boots are really... Like, they have real drawbacks. Now, armor quality changes apply for shield charges damage and also the other shield skills, but there's no evidence that there are higher tier shields. The thing is, though, that for shield skills, Emperor's Vigilance is generally the slot killer, best in slot item. So there's still that there. Is Fizz Reflect a worry on shield charge? Yes, it is. If you are playing a build that is allergic to Fizz Reflect, you should use a level 1 shield charge. How much does that cost you, actually? I just want to check what the consequences are of using shield charge. At low gem level, it has a drawback, doesn't it? It's, yeah, your movement speed is slower, but it's no question, you have to use it. You have to use shield charge low gem level. There'll be a right threshold. We'll work that out over time. It's probably like level 12 or so. But that's going to be something that you... that's going to be it. Oh, okay. Dan PO is pointing out that there is a Vine Spike Cordial plus... Oh, the boots. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. That's okay, yep. So that is the way that you can get the... This is the way that you can get the poison with anything. So Vine Spike Cordial to inflict Grasping Vines, and then have the boots that provide it's Inextricable Fate, isn't it? Inextricable Fate, which is nearby. All damage inflicts poison against enemies affected by at least 3 Grasping Vines. So you have that in conjunction with the... While you are using a Life Flask, which is kind of difficult to have always, enemies you've hit 3 times already, you can always poison. That's bosses only. So you need to have a clear setup for that. You need a way to clear. If you're relying on this works on bosses, but it does not work on regular stuff at all. So yeah, I think it's pretty much Scourge Arrow of Menace, like, with a Tri-Alley Bow. I don't think it works. I think it's too many hoops to jump through. Because you've got to scale, like, you're simultaneously trying to scale poison and hit, and that's messy. Shield Crush and Shield Crush of the Chieftain. How's the damage looking here? It's way more damage, and also... way more scaling with this. Shield Crush was already, like, it's It's a clunky skill that does a lot of damage, but it's miles better now. Shield Crusher the Chieftain is getting miles better too. So basically, all shield damage skills are miles better. Spectral Shield Throw is the one I want to see now. Like, we're going to get to that soon. There's a lot of stuff that we can make work there, but I feel like Shield Crush has a lot of power, and I'm going to mark it down as a potential thing to check out, because it's just been buffed so much. Shield Crush, and that could be of the Chieftain, or it could be the base version. Okay, Siege Ballista and Splintering, yep. Smite. Smite is dealing 488% damage instead of 273. That's a modest buff, it's not massive. It still has its flat lightning, which a lot of things have lost, and so it's going to actually scale itself more. So that's... yeah, that's got some stuff. That's got some improvements there. Smite Divine Judgment. Smite Divine Judgment needs more than this. It's not getting enough of a buff to be usable. Snipe is going to cost more mana than it used to. Spectral Helix, 180% at gem level 20. That's that's just not there. I hate that skill anyway, but it was 250% when it was OP, and it's also lost the ability to use some of the other scaling that's been removed. Spectral Shield Throw now has 20% more. So 7 from 6, yeah. So it's getting 20% more damage, which is not as explosive as what the Shield Crush skills got. Shield Crush was getting way more. What did Shield Crush go up by? It's Shield Crush went up like 70%. It's crazy. Whereas the Shield Throw is getting only 20%. It's still fine. It's going to be good. Spectral Shield Throw of Shattering. This was the same, right? It's yeah, it's the same sort of numbers as you were getting on the previous Spectral Shield Throw. And of course you are locked to one type of defense here. It's got to be evasion only. And the other Shield Crush of the Chieftain is only based upon your fire damage based on armor. It does not scale with evasion rating the way that Shield Crush does. So you have to keep that in mind with those skills. Spectral Throw. This is getting very little out of these changes. It's, yep, nothing amazing there. Materializing is terrible. Split Arrow is, like, nerfed, I think. It's losing the attack fizz, which was actually really quite good on it. It's not gaining enough to make up for that, so Split Arrow is worse, which I wasn't expecting. Splitting Steel. Splitting Steel is getting quite a chunk of damage. Nothing redonkulous, just a fair bit. Splitting Steel of Ammunition is the same. It's getting a chunk of extra damage, but it's just at the level of compensation for the losses that you're taking with the totems and maybe a little bit more. It's not anything tremendous. Really, totems and Berserk compensation. Static Strike is getting a huge chunk of extra damage. Static Strike is super clunky, but I think this scales really well off that extra damage. So, let me just bring up Static Strike. I believe that this is like, you hit once, and then the extra hits afterwards are going to then be their melee damage that is a beam. Yeah, that's what I thought. And the damage is based upon the attack that you would do. Yeah, that's clarified there. So it's dealing attack damage. So that is a big buff to Static Strike, but it is a clunky skill. It's a very early skill Grinding Gear Games put in that was like melee with splash damage to other targets. But I don't think the numbers on it are particularly amazing. So yeah, I feel like Static Strike doesn't quite get there. Storm Rain of the Conduit remains good, like it was already good. Stormblast Mine, slightly worse than Act 1. Sunder, people who were screaming about Sunder being good, and yes, Sunder is almost getting its damage doubled. Of course, it's losing Berserk and Totem synergies, but it should be ahead on that. I'm less inspired by this than I am by Ground Slam. Ground Slam just feels more fun, and it has a Val button. So I'm going to use Ground Slam over Sunder, but I certainly won't fault anyone that goes Sunder. And of course, one of the benefits to playing Sunder is that you can sing along. You've got a perfect theme tune. He was a Sunder boy, and then you don't need anything more than that. He was a Sunder boy, a miracle wonder boy, dunking enemies all over the head. Da 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 da. Anyways, so yeah, you've got a theme song that's already there that can get stuck in your head while you're playing. Sweep. Sweep is losing its flat fears and gaining tremendous damage. Someone had a build on PathOfExile builds that was running Sweep that was absolutely crazy. The damage they were doing and the damage projection they had was amazing, but they were using Headhunter. So Sweep with Headhunter was already really good in 324, and it's only going to be a lot better doing 664% base damage instead of 281%. That's a big boost. You're losing all that flat fizz, but I don't recall Sweep having much of it. I might just confirm that my memory is right. I think Sweep had modest flat fizz. 75 to 113, which is no joke, but it's not tremendous. So if you want a meme build that is actually going to have teeth, Sweep is going to be Sweep. Meme with teeth is going to be what I'm putting down in the notes there. Okay, Tech Slam. This is dealing, this is a huge amount of extra damage. It's getting the same sort of buff as Sunder. It's doing just under double the damage. And Tech Slam has never felt fun to use, in my opinion. I don't like the skill, so I'm not going to recommend it. But if you like the skill, then it's getting the damage it needs to succeed. Tech Slam of Cataclysm, I don't recall how that worked. Tornado now has a 55% effectiveness of added damage, scaling up to 95. Yep, this is just the usual minor nerfs to a bunch of leveling spells and similar. Toxic Rain is of Spore Burst is the one that's... Yeah, this, again, all of these skills that were reliant on flat chaos and that have chaos conversion and poison, I think all of them are worse, pretty much. It's unfortunate, but I think that Pestilence Strike with a pneumatic dagger might be fine. But during leveling, the itemization for poison weapons is terrible. I just think that's the main problem there. So I don't see any point there. Toxic Rain of Withering, same thing. Unearth, this is the Detonation of the Dead. Unearth and all of these dead skills are dealt with properly. They've been appropriately nerfed. Venom Jar is getting no buffs where Cobrelash was getting a buff from memory. Venom Jar is fine. Venom Jar is in a fine spot. Val Venom Jar is very much a playable skill. Vigilant Strike, someone was asking about before. Damage on this is absolutely off the planet crazy, but it has a huge drawback on it. I don't think that you can main skill this. So what was the drawback? The cooldown on it can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. So it's a 4-second cooldown unless you're generating endurance charges. Vigilant Strike's purpose, I think, is that it provides you a 4-link that you can use to open as your first skill in a fight that deals the damage that a 6-link would do. However, you probably don't have the gems to make it work. That's my thoughts on it. The damage is absolutely off the planet crazy. It already was crazy, and now it's dealing double and 10% the old damage. And so, yeah, there's a whole bunch of cool stuff there. Dan made a good point about poison stuff, the Covenant. I had not thought about the Covenant, and you're right. Dan is absolutely right. The Covenant is a potential solution to a lot of these things. Viper Strike has the same drawback of being Chaos Conversion Poison, except it is getting, it needs the Chaos damage more, but it is also getting more damage, so maybe it's actually fine. Viper Strike of the Mamba is Viper Strike of the Mamba could be really good with certain gearing. If the old versions of Tincture still existed, they'd be crazy. If you're willing to give up the Anoint and the boots on the tech that Dan was outlining before, you can make a Tri-Elemental Claw work with Viper Strike of the Mamba, and that will function. Or you can use Rebuke of the Vaal, which is probably the best thing, and that will get you crazy damage. But there's a lot of hoops to jump through with it. You're investing a lot in order to make that work. You will get a payoff for it. Maybe a second build of the league. So that's something. Yeah, Viper Strike of the Mamba was already really good, and it's just getting a lot more damage, but at a big cost. Let's bring up Viper Strike of the Mamba's. Viper Strike of the Mamba. How much flat chaos is it losing? Like, it's one of the hardest hitting flat chaos sources in the game, and it's essentially losing like almost added chaos support. So yeah, big loss. Void Spheres. Volcanic Fissure is getting a chunky amount of extra damage. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking is getting it as well, and Volcanic Fissure of Snaking was already good. Voltaxic Burst did not need a nerf. Vortex got nerfed again. Oh, what? This is getting a nerf at gem level 20 as well. Oh, they just hate this skill. They hate this skill. They hate this skill. They hate this skill. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is just off the charts silliness. Like, I'm just gonna shake my head at Vortex. So people talk about Viper Strike of the Mamba as a skill that can be used just for hit damage as well. I had not thought of that. I think you're right though, aren't you? Because it's you deal the damage of both weapons in one strike, and you just disregard the poison component of it. Hey, Joseph, thank you for channel membership joining. Yeah, Viper Strike of the Mamba as a hit-based. I'm going to put a note of that down as something that's like Viper Strike of the Mamba hit. I just need to check what its conversion situation is as well. It is 60% Chaos Convert, though, which is really painful if you're not poisoning. Like, it undermines a bunch of your scaling aspects. I guess that's only physical. So you just do Elemental. Yeah, actually, it's fine. Just go with Elemental. With Elemental damage. Poison is a meme. So here's the note that I'm leaving myself here. That should come up there. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So that's just really, really bizarre. Thanks, Jordan. Just put a note there to that effect. Oh, and someone's just found... Rubik has just found something really funny. So there is a Delve character who has become reasonably infamous with a name. We call him Steve, and he has a name that is just on the edge of... Like, I try to keep my channel generally Australian M-rated, and that'd be, like, on the pushing MA. But let's just say that it is related to fecal matter making a mess, his name. And there is a character that you can hire in the new league mechanic that is called Stephen Shit, as in SCHITT. So that's absolutely gold. That is crazy. And the guy involved has gotten to 62,500 delve depth in 3.25, which is, 3.24. This is not going to be repeated, this feat. This is absolutely and utterly crazy. Tumblr is pointing out as well that the cold damage over time skills have also been nerfed by Hatred's nerf as well. Well, Hatred's like more of a change than a nerf. It's like a small nerf, but a big change in the gem's identity, and it causes it to no longer be useful. So instead of being able to use Hatred and Malevolence for damage, you're now only able to use Malevolence. And so, yeah, Cold Dot is sad. That said, Wintertide brand was really good. Jung Rowan did a fantastic run with it. But, yeah. The Delve goes to 65,535, so I'm really hoping that Steve gets to that point in a league. Like, that would just be crazy. As for people who is asking about how Steve gets that far, it's by virtue of the fact that the Adorned, every single Ahuatotli he fights has a 40% chance to drop a 20 divine item. Every single one of them. That's how he got so rich. And he is not doing his own trading. He's got traders behind him. So yeah, if you go to 65,536, if you go to 65,535 Delve, then it wraps around and puts you back at 1. So I'm wondering if he's trying to get 3,000 more. I don't know if he can. Like, there's not much time left, but I really hope he gets there. It's been done in standard, but never anything remotely close in a temporary league. Like, it took like 4 or 5 leagues for people to do it in standard. A big part of it has been the Oriflammes that mean that it's only one map between delves. But yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. Now, we have an interesting change on vulnerability. Quality now provides attack hits against cursed enemies have a 0 to 10% chance to aggravate bleeding damage. Now, that means that the bleeds that are inflicted with that attack are then the lingering damage that they leave with the bleed. This is going to treat the monster as moving constantly. This is a really powerful effect, and as a result, vulnerability is actually scaling really well with the quality on it now. So, Ashes of the Stars is looking really good if you're playing a bleed build. Even though it's only half that, I still think that you're going to get aggravated bleeding on monsters pretty easily with that. I just hit a few times, and it's going to really add up. Someone's pointing out in chat that you can use Zealotry for Cold Dot, which I hadn't even thought of. But it will provide... It's almost as good as Old Hatred. So there is your backup option, but yeah, 10 to 15% more spell damage. I was forgetting that, because you always think with things that have like anything else about them, like, you know, it's got spell critical strike chance on it, so I always think of it as, oh, that's a critical strike aura, but it's not. It's spell damage aura. So it is fine. It multiplies. More spell damage applies to most of them. Applies to most of the Cold Dot spells. Like, they have modifiers of spell damage affect you. Good questions come up in chat. What happens with physical damage added as extra cold on Hatred if you convert all your physical damage to cold? For example, you've got Frostblades and you convert all the rest of it. You still get that extra damage. So if you deal 100 physical damage, and let's say you've got 110% fizz to cold conversion, you'll deal 100 cold damage, but it was originally cold damage, so if Hatred is 30% fizz added as extra cold, then you'll do 130 cold. War Banner is no longer a reservation skill, no longer has any of its previous stats. You must gain Valor from melee combat to use this skill, which will consume all Valor to place a banner with an aura. The aura will be larger and more powerful the more Valor that was consumed. Banner lasts for a duration, but will end early if you leave the aura or use the skill again while it's active. While you have no place banner, you can gain Valor. Now has a base duration of 10 seconds and a base radius of only 2.4 meters, which is really low. 5% more area of effect and 5% aura effect per Valor consumed at gem level 1. So given you can get a lot of Valor, maybe I have been underestimating that range. Both scaling to 10% later on. Grants 8% increased accuracy rating to you and your allies, and 4% more physical damage with melee skills to you and your allies at all gem levels. So let me think here. 5% more aura effect, 10% more aura effect. This could actually be a lot, War Banner. You can get a lot of Valor. Potentially that, like... Potentially this is a powerful short-term buff. Like, this is essentially the new melee totem. The thing is that it's a strategic choice when to use it, because you can't just always use it. So this is the one of the banners that's good. The other ones are bad. 8% increased accuracy rating is mostly trash, but there are times that it's good. So that's something to keep in mind. Warlord's Mark. Cursed enemies grant 10 rage instantaneously when stunned. This is a buff. This is a big buff, because you are more likely to be able to do that multiple times, I think. Oh, hang on. No, sorry, let me correct that. No, I think I'm wrong. No, I think I'm wrong. I think that you will, like, you were better off getting 20 trickling in because you're only going to have your curse on one enemy, your mark on one enemy, and it's going to then, if it gets stunned, it's going to gain stun immunity for a bit. Okay, no, I'm wrong. Warlord's Mark is still good, but it is worse than it used to be. Wok is quite a bit worse. Wok Ignite is still fine. Wok Ignite is still one of the best skills for leveling, despite the fact that it's got this drawback on it. Armor Brand and Cremation will be stronger, but it's still a case that Wok will be fine. Whirling Blades deals more damage than it used to. No one cares except Venom Gyre, and they don't care very much. Wild Strike gets a chunk of extra damage. Wild Strike of Extremes, which is the more interesting of these skills, gets a chunk of extra damage. Wild Strike of Extremes is just a really fun looking skill that I haven't got around to playing with yet, and it's probably a bit easier now that the Trickster has gained a few... like, the Trickster is going to gain a lot from the Sadist Garb upgrades, the new tiers of chests that are above the Sadist Garb, so that'll be something to look into there. Like, Berserk is worse, but Berserk was never super high uptime. I feel like someone's saying it was surprised they didn't buff Wild Strike more. I feel like there's something they've done with the balance where they've taken the best of the transfigures. Like, they've taken the best version of a gem and they've balanced around that. So Wild Strike of Extremes is already plenty good. So giving it 40% more damage felt fine. And then they've gone and said, oh, we can't give massively more than 40% more damage to base Wild Strike. They have given more than 40%, but I figure that Wild Strike of Extremes may have held down how much Wild Strike could get buffed. Vile Skill Balance. Vile Blade Flurry is getting double damage. 100% chance to blind enemies on hit rather than blind enemies on hit, which is the same thing. Vile Blight, no one cares. Vile Burning Arrow, 40% more damage. Vile Cleave. Vile Cleave looks interesting because both Classic Cleave and Cleave of Rage are looking better this league. And it's getting 81.5% more damage, which is a big deal, although it's losing the Flat Fizz. Vile Cleave is looking better than it was. Vile Cyclone is a meme, and don't let the extra damage on it convince you otherwise. Vile Double Strike is doing a lot of extra damage. It no longer has the bonus damage to bleeding, but the boys are still definitely really strong, and they will scale better with good weapons than they used to. Vile Earthquake is getting a chunk of extra damage. Vile Firestorm... Oh no, Vile Firestorm is just getting a low-level nerf. Vile Flicker is getting better, and it was already plenty good. Like, Vile Flicker was actually really, really strong, but it's also really tricky to use. Vile Glacial Hammer, I can't even remember what Vile Glacial Hammer does, but it's getting its damage doubled. Vile Ground Slam, one of my favourites, it's only getting a small buff because it's already really good. The reason I point out Vile Ground Slam is something I like, you can save up 2 uses of it, and it's extremely satisfying to use. It's extremely impactful to use because it stuns everything around you, and it just... having 2 uses of it and having it as this emergency button just feels really good. Hey, FS, yeah, someone pointed out that Steve is going to be one of the miners. That's gold. That's such a find. Such a cool touch that there's this tribute to him in the game. It's like, he's got to be the best of them. He's got to be the very best of them. Vile Ice Shot no longer has added cold and has a little bit more damage. That's actually a nerf. Vile Lightning Arrow, this is a nerf. Vile Lightning Strike, this is probably net neutral. Vile Lightning Strike was already very good. Vile Molten Shell is getting negligible changes because they've decided to make a level 16 gem instead. Vile Molten Strike is getting a bit more damage. That's also available with Molten Strike of the Zenith. Vile Power Siphon is just getting better because of the buffs to... it's getting a copy of the buffs to regular Power Siphon. Basically, Wand Attack builds are getting a lot here. Someone's asking about Frozen Sweep. Frozen Sweep was buffed, but it was tiny. And Yes, the question about retaliation skills, yeah, you can use multiple ones if you want, but I don't think it's going to be strategically a good choice, but you can do it. Val Reap is... Oh yeah, these are just Val spell skills again. Val Reeve is getting numbers upgrades that it needs, but not really enough. I think Reeve needs more. Reeve needs more AoE, is what it needs on it. Val Smite is getting a big boost. Like, Val Smite's going to feel like a massive thunderclap when it goes off. There's going to be a screen destroyer when it goes off. And in the good way. Like, there's a bad way of screen destroyer, which is Glacial Hammer, where it just bricks your entire vision, or ice trap. Like, if you take a deep endgame character that's an ice trapper, and you throw level 1 ice traps everywhere, you blind yourself, but you do no damage to the enemies. That's bad screen deletion. And then there's good screen deletion, which is where you cast one skill and it just annihilates everything. Val Smite's going to be that. It's doing a lot more damage, and it's going to be chonky. Val Spectral Throw, I can't remember if that's any good or not. Val Venom Gyre is actually getting buffed. That's already really good. And Val Volcanic Fissure is already very good. Okay, that's all the skill gems. Oh, wow, that was massive. So that's 5 hours 45 in, and we've just gotten through the skill gems. I'm just going to leave a note to myself to put in the thing. It's like literally 5:45:00 supports. Support gem balance. So, chance to bleed can now support skills that create minions. This could be a big deal, I think, because it's really hard to get minions to inflict bleed sometimes, and minions can sometimes do explosive bleed. This is for Herald of Agony, potentially. Really going to watch on that, because Herald of Agony has massively hard-hitting physical bleeds. No longer causes... And actually, the Herald of Agony bleed build with the new support that does rupturing is something to consider. If you want a meme build that can start, definitely consider this. No longer causes supported attacks deal added physical damage with weapons. Supported skills now deal 10% more damage with bleeding, scaling up to 29% more damage with bleeding. This is now much worse early in the game. Much worse than it used to be. It's basically... Early game, you're going to use this in conjunction with Puncture, and that's going to be it. It's going to use Puncture to hit Brutus, and then you're going to forget that you ever had this gem. Decay support is getting a buff, but it's not enough to matter. Decay support, fun bit of PoE history. In the 2.0 beta, Decay support was so broken that builds that had no interest in scaling chaos damage was still using Decay support because it was so good. They then halved the numbers on it, and it went from absolutely ubiquitous to fringe playable, and then it got power crept out over time. Yeah, there's Earthbreaker, which is granted by the Dawnstrider unique boots now. This used to be a skill gem, used to be a support gem. It's now dealing... Oh, okay, so it's now dealing more damage. It's going to be gem level 25, so it's going to deal 24% more damage. Earthbreaker's going to be pretty solid, honestly. Like, those Dawnstrider boots, they're going to be fun. Like, Dawnstrider is going to be a fun item. There's regular Searing Exarch, and it's the common drop from it. And they're just going to do some cool stuff. They're going to be easy to get your hands on unless GGG pull a Swifty with us. And they're just going to be a really fun item. So yeah, on what Jordan's asking about the Herald of Agony bleed stuff, Herald of Agony just hits so ridiculously hard that it's fine. Even though you're wasting 40% of the damage, because of the Chaos conversion, it still does so much damage that it's fine. Fist of War no longer has ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with ailments. Instead, ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with hits. Now also applies to ailments at the same value. So that's... I don't think that's a change. Impending Doom got nerfed again. Head scratch. But that's in the spell leveling nerfs in general. More duration support instead of increased duration. You guessed it, now grants supported skills 30% more skill effect duration, scaling up to 39%, previously 45 to 64% increased. This is mostly an upgrade, I think. Trying to think where... There'll be corner cases where this is bad, but if you're investing in increased duration... I'll tell you where the corner case is that this is bad. The corner case is that you're playing a Stormcore build, so you're investing in reduced duration on the tree, and you wanted to use increased duration to offset that on a guard skill. That would be the drawback to this. But in general, I think this is all upside for everything else. Infused Channeling no longer has the duration tag and is now Intelligence Dexterity. And it is now Infusion last... While channeling a supported skill, take 8% less damage from hits. Doesn't matter what what the colors of those skills are. Supported skills now deal 20% more damage at scaling up to 29%. And quality now provides take reduced damage from hits. Okay, so Infused Channeling is now a hybrid of... It's a reasonably good DPS support, but it's also a damage mitigation support at the same time. This is going to be used a lot on Cyclone as something that is just there for defense. It's a good thing there. So yeah, and like people are saying, with increased duration, it is the case that if you had no other sources of duration on your character, this is worse. But you're playing a skill that wants increased duration, and is willing to spend a support gem on it. You don't have zero support. Don't have zero increased duration on the trade generally. But what's the breakpoint? The breakpoint is... So it's 164%. It's like, if you've got 20% more, then... Yeah, if you have... No, hang on, that's not right. If you've got... how much damage do you need for... It's... Let me just grab that in the other window. So it's 164 divide 139, I think is what that'll be. 164 divide 139. I think if you've got 18% increased duration, then it's going to be beneficial for you. So based on that, yeah, I think increased duration is just better now. Like, not for every corner case, but in general. Okay, let's talk about Inspiration, the one that people were asking about a bit before. Inspiration is definitely being nerfed here. Now causes supported skills to have less mana cost instead of reduced. This also applies to the benefit provided by quality. Now, normally people think of more and less modifiers as being more impactful than increases and reductions. The only reason that's true is because it's true for more multipliers being more impactful than increases. The reverse is true when it comes to less and reduced. Less multipliers are generally weaker than reduced, except if there are some unusual effects that add increased percentage mana cost. Broadly speaking, this is a considerable nerf, but Inspiration will still be best in slot for a lot of builds. Prismatic Burst is getting gutted at low level, isn't it? That's interesting. Anyways, Rage. No longer causes supported attacks to deal added physical damage with weapons per 10 rage, or supported attacks to gain physical damage with weapons while you have at least 10 rage. It also no longer causes supported skills to gain 1 rage on melee hit, no more than once every 400 milliseconds. Instead, it has gain 3 rage on attack hit at all gem levels, and causes supported skills to have 10% IAS when you have at least 10 rage at gem level 1, raising up to 19 at gem level 20. Is that all of the text on rage support? Because I don't think this is worth a gem now, except when you've got no other rage. Yeah, okay. This is something to use if you can't get a real way of getting rage on your character. You probably want to use this, because it's going to give you 30% multiplier to damage early on. As soon as you can get rage on the passive tree, drop the rage gem on the ground and forget about it. I think that's the way to go. I think that is the plan with that particular skill gem. I think it is completely and utterly gone. Shockwave support. Shockwave support is better, and this further boosts Cyclone. We're talking about Cyclone being in a good spot now. Cyclone is often used in conjunction with Shockwave support, and the combination are growing together with these changes. So yes, Shockwave is definitely up, and Shockwave is less affected by losing melee totems than a lot of other builds because of its cooldown. So Shockwave, really looking solid there. Someone's asking a question about global damage effectiveness change on spells. Does this mean that they'll scale higher past gem level 20? We don't know. I think the answer is probably yes, but I don't know. Trauma support. Now has supported skills gain less trauma per gem level than they used to. So trauma support is now being balanced around the outlier cases, which is mostly that staff. I can't think of the name of it, but the one that grants a whole bunch of extra percentage damage when you've got a lot of strength on your character. Really common, unique item. And also the Glacial Hammer Mace Frostbreath. These two items are probably holding down trauma support for everything else. Essentially, it looks like Running Gear Games have decided they're going to be really, really stingy on flat physical damage from everything. And that's the Facebreaker and Voidforge preservation decisions they're making. They basically nerf other things so that they don't have to nerf Facebreaker or Voidforge. Pillar of the Cage God is the item in question. Yes, that's correct. Thanks, chat. Urgent Orders is now losing one drawback and gaining another. Probably no change, though. Now has a cost modifier of 200%, which is worse, and no longer has 2 seconds of the cooldown. Ascendancy changes. So Crave the Slaughter is no longer going to seem to have the same synergies with Rage. It is going to provide every point of Rage grants 1% IAS, and inherent Rage loss takes longer to kick in. So this is no longer providing plus 10 max Rage or gain 1 hit with Rage. I think that's all upgrade. What else does Crave the Slaughter have? I've got to check that. Again, I'd like it if they had the whole text for comparison in these things. So no, it was just those two things. So what's really funny here is that this is actually changing it from the base game one to the Ruthless one, but the Ruthless one is actually becoming better than the base game one. The 10 maximum Rage would have been really good. But 1% increased attack speed is still solid. As an Ascendancy notable, it's like, I think you can get like 50 or 60 Rage still, and getting 50% IAS as an Ascendancy notable seems actually pretty fine. It's going to be... Depends how much you've got. Like, you might spec this early and then spec out of it late. Rite of Ruin no longer says inherent effects of having Rage are tripled or cannot be stunned with at least 25 Rage. It's now 50% increased Rage effect. That's going to take a bunch of maths, and that's kind of a bit tricky there. Rite of Ruin. Let's get the exact text on that, because I think it had a drawback as well. Yeah, lose life per second when you're not losing Rage. So that's 50% increased Rage effect. It's going to be strong. It might be a lot of people's fourth node. Like, it does quite a bit. Warbringer no longer provides Warcries grant 10 Rage per 5 power if you have less than 25 Rage. Warcries sack Rage if you have at least 20 Rage, or exerted attack steal. It now just provides Warcries exert twice as many attacks. Is that all it does? Like, do you actually need that? Do you care? Like, what's interesting, again, this is just going to the Ruthless one, which is really funny. But I don't think you care about that. So I don't think you take that. Anyway. What else do you have? Chieftain, Tafoa is being removed. Now, this was the... Tafoa Forest Strength was... Trigger the... yeah, that's the one with the Vile Slam, or non-Vile Slam, or Strike near an enemy. That was just a really weak effect. It had too long of a cooldown on it, and people don't really want it. Arangui is being replaced entirely with Warcries have infinite power, so you don't need to use that silly Red Blade shield, and you can use a two-hander and get that effect. And 30% increased Warcry buff effect. So that's situationally really strong, and you get Warcry duration. I figure that like the key thing this is supporting here is Tectonic Slam and Enduring Cry. If you want to play a build based around that, then Sione Sun's Roar is looking really good for it. And Tukahama War's Herald can use either Sione or Hinekora, and Hinekora is going to be on your build anyway. So I feel like you can now do some good stuff with the Chieftain, where you can take the defensive cluster, so you can take the resist side of things, you can take the Hinekora explosions, and then you can take the one that's the actually strong one, that skills in equipped body armor supported by level 30 Ancestral Call and level 20 Fist of War, whichever one's better, because we one of the two. That's Tukahama War's Herald, which is the one that's now been moved behind Hinekora. So there's a bunch of stuff that you can do there that's interesting on there. Juggernaut is going to be a lot worse, though, apparently. Unrelenting Ascendancy no longer provides 4% Chaos Res per Endurance charge or 8% reduced elemental damage taken while at max ECs. Instead, it provides 1% additional elemental damage reduction per Endurance charge, i.e. your Endurance charges are 25% better. That's fine, I guess. We're losing this incredibly strong 8% of armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning damage from hits, but you are picking up 15% of armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. This would be incredible, except there's a mastery that does that. I'm going to check if that mastery still exists. In fact, I want to check those masteries in general. They could be really important. What exists in the... What exists in these masteries? Can't... Armor and Energy Shield masteries. We've got to check those. I might just check for that now. Mastery. Armor and Energy Shield mastery is what we're looking for. Yeah. So 10% physical damage from hits taken as chaos is gone. Okay, so both of the Armor and Energy Shield masteries are gone. The ones that people used to take are being replaced by things that are... yeah, they do useful things, but they're not what you wanted. So, based on that, the Juggernaut is the only place that can get that 15% of... Oh, hang on. I'm going to find the Juggernaut again. Juggernaut was up here, I think. And... No, we're still in Ruthless. Juggernaut, here we are. So, Unbreakable, people were saying this is dead now. I don't think it's dead. It's still pretty solid. People like the 4th Vow for a reason. This is 4th Vow Light. This is still fine in conjunction with Divine Flesh. And so, I think you could run Brass Dome, Unbreakable, Javakwa Jewel, and that's a solid package, I think, there. Then there's also a bunch of Chaos hits that you cop nowadays. Like, Chaos hits are really nasty these days, which they weren't in the past. Actually, it's coming up in chat at the moment, and Dan's exactly right there. There's Incursion has lots of them. There's a map mod that causes you to get lots of nasty Chaos hits. There's the Javakwa Jewel, which causes you to take a bunch of Chaos damage from hits that is really beneficial to you. And there's stuff like Betrayal. Betrayal has sickening amounts of Chaos damage hits from trash monsters. It's not actually so much the bosses. Tora does Chaos damage, and I think the Fled does Chaos damage as well. But it's the trash that wreck you with Betrayal encounters in maps. And there's always, various other mechanics, like the Chaos damage hits in Rituals can be really quite sketchy at times. There's a whole bunch of them there. So, lots of things going on there. Champion. The Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy has swapped place with Fortitude. Unstoppable Hero no longer grants AAS when fortified, armor and evasion when fortified, or cannot be stunned when fortified. Instead, it simply provides nearby allies having equal fortification to yours. Fortitude is now a 2-pointer, not a 4-pointer, and it grants 15 fort instead of 20. This is fine. This is like a side grade, not really a nerf, not a buff either. It's definitely a nerf to the Fortitude Timeless Jewels. No, Timeless Jewels are Forbidden Jewels. That it is a crushing nerf too. But to people who are allocating it, taking Fortitude for 2 points is great. I honestly think that Fortitude's always been comparable to the Trickster's Heartstopper, where Fortitude is more reliable. And nowadays, back in the past, Fortitude gave the same amount of damage reduction but was more reliable than Heartstopper. So in softcore, they were both pretty good, but it was clear that the better one was Fortitude but it cost you more points. Nowadays, Fortitude costs you less. It is less mitigation than Heartstopper, but it's much more reliable than Heartstopper. And the Heartstopper node is one of those polarizing ones that some people swear by, some people swear at. But I've always felt that it's a really good two-pointer. And Fortitude's going to feel like an even better two-pointer, I think. So I think this is fine. And Champion's in a good place overall. Now, here we've got the Inspirational. No longer provides banner skills have no reservation, because that's not needed anymore. When you leave your banner's area, recover 30% of the valor consumed by that banner instead of what it used to have. So the key thing, though, with that is Inspirational does more than just that. So Inspirational is doing the banner shenanigans we're talking about, but it's got 30% increased effective non-curse auras from your skills, and that's the reason you take it. So guess what? You're taking it anyway because you would take it just for that line. And everything else that's changed doesn't really matter very much. What does the champion lose? The champion loses 5 points of fortification and loses Defiance banner free. What does the champion gain out of this? It gains 2 points to spend on something else. So realistically, it can pick up Master of Metal if it wants, which is something that was really hard to justify taking in the past. And there's other choices. There are other ways you can build things around. So basically, the champion is now in a pretty good spot here. I think it's still fine. It's a side grade. I don't think it's really a nerf. There will be builds that are worse. There will be builds that are better with this. Gladiator's been completely redesigned. And the easiest way... Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do with the Gladiator. Well, let's not go through this in depth now. I need to do another video on the Gladiator. Probably tomorrow. This will be the one that will be the most to think about because it's just so different. We had a really quick discussion of this at the start, but 20% bleed explosion is really good. Bleeding you afflict is aggravated is crazy. And then we have weapon mastery, which is doing something live. It's like, it's giving you something significant whatever you're using, and it's giving you more if you're using Varanustra. Measured retaliation, determined survivor is base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, which means you can use all sorts of bad shields that would otherwise not be very good at blocking, and or you can dual wield. And then there's this chance to block is lucky if you've blocked recently, which is just crazy good. More than skill, that is incredibly good, especially like with Aegis Aurora. Oh my god, that thing is nuts. I think it's absolutely and utterly bonkers with Aegis, which is still one of the best items in the game. So yeah, that's Gladiator. That needs another video. Deadeye. Rupturing is getting replaced with Avidity, which is now 5% more accuracy per frenzy charge, +1 max frenzy, and gain a frenzy charge every second while moving. So this is +1 max frenzy is nice, but ultimately Avidity is just going to keep you at full frenzies, which you probably were on a Deadeye. I don't think you really had much trouble with frenzy generation in the past. It means that like not needing to use Blood Rage to generate them. Not that you necessarily need that, but if you were using it, it does free up some really weird options, like going like Chaos Inoculation with Oxium, but people aren't usually interested in doing that. So I don't know. I'm not sold on Avidity. I think I'm going to continue not to take the point that's in the place Rupturing used to be in general. So that's... Oh, someone's pointing out that Maniforged Arrow's Frenzy is in a bad way. Let's have a look at Maniforged. What's up with Maniforged Arrows? Frenzy's still fine. You can't use Frenzy of Onslaught, but Frenzy Maniforged Arrow should still be fine, right? I don't see anything that's changing there. If you want Maniforged Arrow Frenzy, you can still do it. If you want, but if you don't want that, for whatever reason, you've got the option of the classic option of... Avidity is good for steel skills, you're saying? Yep, I could see that. But all in all, I kind of feel like the rest of the Deadeye package is just so good that you're probably not going to want to take anything else. There's a bit of a nerf to Tailwind, but Gathering Winds is still so good that you're going to take it always. Wind Ward is getting a buff because it's not taken very much because the rest of the package is so good. I still don't think that this is enough to make Wind Ward worth taking. And Far Shot is gaining a change here where it's going to provide projectiles gain damage as they travel further, dealing up to 30% more damage to targets. I'd have to look at a graph to see whether that's how that changes. I think that's a nerf, but I don't think it's a crushing one. So let's go through to Warden. Warden needs its own video. It's as simple as that. We've discussed it a little bit already, but I think it needs its own video, and I think that one needs to be made tomorrow, not today, because this stream has gone on for a very, very, very long time already. We're going for 6 hours and 9 minutes, and we are still only at the 2/3 mark at the moment, although I don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be going on forever there. Okay, so the Ascendant. Berserker no longer gains... the rage interactions are changing, but because rage on hit is easier to gain, you now no longer need to get it from your Ascendancy. You can get it from your regular tree, and so it can give a different stat instead. Chieftain is giving Warcry buff effect, which is, yeah, like, it's neither here nor there changes. Deadeye is no longer going to gain... it's going to be gain a frenzy charge every 3 seconds when moving. That's actually pretty cool. That's like... It used to be 50% increased damage. I think being topped off on frenzy charges is better. Like, very early on, I would prefer to have the Deadeye option on the Ascendant, but by the time you're at mid-game, I think I prefer the frenzy charges already. Like, mid-game, like, as in, by the time you get to, like, late acts, like, say, you're about to do third lab, Gladiator Ascendancy no longer provides hits of ignore enemy monster physical damage reduction if you blocked recently, or chance to block, or Fizz Dot over time. So Fizz Dot is the stat that seems to be disappearing. Generic Fizz Dot and support for Corrupting Fever on the tree seems to be going away here. It now provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks, and gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Inherent value. Wow, there's actually a lot in the Gladiator. Like, the Gladiator's doing a lot there. In terms of the Gladiator Ascendancy here is actually doing quite a lot. But not the Gladiator, the Scion's Gladiator node. It's actually providing a lot of benefits. Generally, you're only going to benefit from 2 of those things, but the last one is significant. Deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for every 2 seconds they've ever been in your presence, up to a maximum of 50%. That's a big deal on bosses. Like, if you're doing any boss that's genuinely tough for you, that's a big, big, big deal. Oh, it's a good point people have made about the Deadeye Farshot node. It now stacks with Farshot from the helmet, and also the Deadeye node itself works with spells. That's significant, yeah. Okay, so the Warden is +1 Tincture. Attack damage penetrates 8%. So there's just a bunch of changes there. Ascendant's not an overhaul, but the key thing is that the Gladiator version is pretty good, but it no longer does what it used to do that was beneficial for some builds. What range is Presence, people are asking? It's pretty generous. It's basically like you're both in the Shapers Arena. It doesn't matter which corner of the Shapers Arena you're in. I think it might be 12 meters, but I'm not sure of that. So the monster needs to be awake. Passive skill tree changes. There are now more notables on the passive skill tree than there are oil combinations to anoint them all because of all of these new oils. But notable passives that granted 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. No longer anoints beef. Allocates beef. That's sad. Vile Pact is getting totally transformed, and this is huge. So cannot recover life other than from leech, and life leech from melee damage is instant. This is basically old Vile Pact, which was crazy back in the day. Old Vile Pact did so much survivability. The faster you're attacking, the more powerful this is. And this is actually at its best on builds that deal medium DPS and deal it super fast. Essentially, you can get to the point that you can only be killed if you're killed in 1 frame. So that's, or at least, maybe not 1 frame, but like within 3 or 4 frames. So that's really scary. The Impaler inflicts 5 additional impales on enemies you impale, and for 5 seconds after you impale them, they can't be impaled again, and impales cannot be called from them. So this is just doubling down on what it already did, making it so that if you're hitting very slowly and with very slowly with one skill, then the impale will do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of clunk to this, and I don't really like it. Versatile Combatant has swapped places with Iron Reflexes. That's important. Where is Iron Reflexes now? I can never remember where Versatile Combatant is. Iron... Oh, okay. So that's Iron Reflexes is down near the south charge nodes, and Versatile... so it's a slightly worse location, really. But Versatile Combatant is really solid now. It's Versatile Combatant provides you a good chance to get a lot of spell block on your character, albeit at some modest cost to your chance to block. I do think that is definitely something that's really solid. Warlord's Keystone is now once again known as Call to Arms. It's now 100% more Warcry duration, and they don't grant buffs or charges to you. Again, like, this is just all for automating things for purposes of exerting attacks. It's, yeah. I don't think they've nailed the Warcries. I'm not one on it yet. I'll have to see once I get a chance to really play with them and theorycraft more. Perfect Agony. This one is interesting. So it's going to be... Oh, this is intriguing. Okay, no longer causes modifiers to critical strike multiplier to also apply to damage over time multiplier for ailments with critical strikes at 50% of their value. Nor does it provide 30% less damage with hits. Instead, it now causes damage over time multiplier for ailments to be equal to critical strike multiplier. Wow, that's huge. But then there's drawbacks of critical strikes no longer deal extra damage. So basically crit multi is... If you've got 370% crit multi on your character, then this means you've got 370% dot multi for ailments. That overwrites your dot multi for ailments. And crit multi is an easier stat to get. But critical strikes do not deal extra damage, and non-crits cannot inflict ailments. So you need to be critting all the time to do this. Or at least if you're bleed-based, you need to be critting so frequently that you don't care about the odd occasional fail to crit. This is just totally build transforming. This is the Assassin buff as well. Like, this is the buff to Assassin because Assassin has a whole bunch of stuff related to poisoning with critical strikes. There's the power charges, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the Ascendancy that's all about poisoning with crits, and this is definitely the support that it needs. So, Perfect Agony Assassin is a thing, but the defenses are going to be real hard to make work on it. Really, really hard. You could potentially pull in Escape Artist off Trickster with Forbidden Jewels. That's an option to get defenses, like to get at least a bit of a buffer on it, and then take Ghost Dance. So there's things you can do, but it's going to be tough. Bleeding Mastery. 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with exerted attacks. New cluster that is providing 12% chance to block attack damage while dual-wielding or while holding a shield, and 3% chance to block attack damage universally. Okay, so that's 15% unless you're 15% unless you're using a two-hander or in some weird spot, in which case you only get 3%. As a Thunder Cluster is 25% Warcry. It's Warcry rubbish. Impales you inflict last one additional hit. This is amazing. Brutal Skewering. This is going to be mandatory if you're playing any sort of Fizz scaling. We mentioned Cyclone Shockwave before. They usually do scale Fizz and Impale, so this goes with that. Cornered Prey. Cluster is southeast of the Jeweler's Start. 30% to crit multi against bleeding enemies, and 80% increased critical strike chance against bleeding enemies. So this is an interesting synergy here. If you can reliably inflict small bleeds on enemies, then you can deal more damage with your hits. I don't know the numbers are quite worth it, but it's an interesting playstyle people will try. 10% chance to block attack damage while dual wielding, 8% move speed while dual wielding. So there's definitely some support for dual wielding coming out here. There's a few skills, of course, that require dual wielding, and those are definitely going to be interesting. Viper Strike of the Mamba in particular. We were talking about that before as a hit skill of all things, and there's definitely some support for that. And so keep that in mind when you're thinking what you want to play. Leader of the Pack cluster to the southeast of the duelist start. 20% increased area of effect of aura skills and 12% reservation efficiency. Oh, wow. Leader of the Pack cluster is amazing. So let's just bring that one up. Get used to this. We're going to be seeing it a lot. %, reservation efficiency. That is universal reservation efficiency, mana and life. And 8% reservation efficiency and 12% aura area. So area of effect, 32% area of effect, 20% reservation efficiency, and that is a reservation mastery. That's a huge cluster. Get used to it. You're going to be taking it on a lot of builds. It's as simple as that. Master of Wounds in the southwest of the duelist starting location, 12% to dot multi for bleed, and 30% reduced bleed duration on you. Reduced bleed duration I like. I would rather have reduced damage over time from bleed. Or even 30% slower bleeds on you would be better. I'll take it, 30% reduced duration, just because you might be able to get 100% of that stat. But 12% to dot multi for bleeding is a damage thing, so that's what's the reason you're taking it. Now, Nomadic Teachings is interesting. Northwest of Templar, this provides 2% to all maximum elemental resistances. But we already have that as well. So we have Prismatic Skin here, 2% all max reses. But now we have a new cluster that is providing more of the same. I think they said that was Northwest of Templar, didn't they? So let me just confirm that. Northwest of the Templar start. I should probably just do a search on that, hey. Okay, oh, there it is. That's not very northwest. Northwest of the Templar. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, maybe I'm in Upside Down Land or something. I think that's northwest of the Marauder and southwest of the Templar. But anyway, Nomadic Teachings is here. 2% to all max res, Protection Mastery, and it's got 1%, 1%, 1%. So basically, you can really go hard on this if you want lots of resist early on. This is also a really good spot if you want to pick up Arsonist. So you would go Arsonist, Fire Mastery for damage over time, coming to Nomadic Teachings through maximum fire res. And at this point, that's an easier way to start Righteous Fire already. If you want to start Righteous Fire really early, that's going to be the easiest way to do it. Righteous Fire is really good early on as well. Okay, Roaring Challenge Cluster, 25% increased total power countered by War Cries. Yep, I'm going to skip on that. Savage Skewering, 15% Impale effect. This is really good, and it stacks very, very well with +1 Impale that we mentioned earlier. I don't think there's any changes to Watcher's Eye. If I'm wrong on that, then let me know. But that's something else that's going to scale up there, so lots of good stuff there. Now we have Spirit of War. This is important. 0.5% of Fizz leached as mana and 15% reduced mana cost of attacks. We also have Thrill of Battle, which is similar stats. You're probably going to need one of these clusters. And Fizz Attack Leech is better if your build can use it. If you can't, Thrill of Battle is the way to go. I think attack builds are going to need to take one of these. They're going to be a new tax, much in the same way that you've gained a bunch of damage in this patch on basically every melee build, but you are going to have to give some of that back in some of these points that you're going to have to spend on mana. I think that's going to be the case normally. Wall of Steel provides 10% chance to block attack damage while dual wielding or holding a shield, and 300 conditional armor based upon you having blocked recently. That's solid, like it's 10%. 10% block is solid, but its spells tend to be the harder one, so I don't know. I don't think that's bad. Wild Hunger Cluster, southeast of the Ranger, is lots and lots of leech. Yeah, that's good to have some of that there rather than all in the duelist area. attack passive mastery that causes nearby enemies to be intimidated when you have rage. I was just talking about this being good earlier, I think. It's been replaced by a new passive mastery that causes attack skills to cost life instead of 20% of mana cost. So if it would cost 100 mana, it now costs 20 life and 80 mana. There's also a life mastery that does that same thing and does it better, but you might consider taking both on some builds. But unfortunately, that intimidation one, that was a really good mastery, and it's gone. Yeah, no fizz taken as on Watcher's Eyes is something big. I did think they were going to do that. I knew they'd mentioned that there was changes to some of the scaling of that. Fizz damage taken as is... And they're not from Delve mods either. Oh, wow. That's... what's Delve going to have? Like... I guess we'll see, but Delve's lost... Ahuatotli has lost his chase drop. If Delve loses the Fizz taken as X helmets, that's going to be a pretty big deal. Anyways, we'll figure it out. The Fizz damage taken as X meta, we're going to have to see exactly how it plays out. I feel like you still want to have incomplete shifting off Fizz, just so that you can take the edge off some of the Overwhelm monsters. And also, apparently, we're losing perfect fossils. We'll get to that when we get there. So, what's Delve going to do? That's crazy. Okay, Bleeding passive mastery that provides 60% increased bleeding duration has been replaced by attack hits aggravate any bleeding on targets that's older than 4 seconds. Okay, that is seldom going to be useful. There'll be use cases for it. 3% spell damage per 5% chance to block spell damage has been changed to 1% chance to block spells per 5% attack block. I figure that this block mastery is going to be taken by everyone that takes a block mastery now, because you can easily get 15% spell block from that, and that's going to be really good. The things that provided damage in block masteries are going, it looks, both of them. Dual-wielding passive mastery that caused you to gain spell block instead of attack block now grants 20% chance to block spell damage, but that's instead of 20% attack block. That's fine, that's converting things. The Fizz taken as Chaos Armor and Energy Shield mastery is getting completely squished. It's now 20% reduced extra damage taken from crit strikes, which is a useful stat, but not so good that I'm going to be taking that mastery on every build. And then there's also the same thing down here in Curse Effect on You, which is, again, it's a good mastery, but not something that's going to push me to take an entire mastery that I otherwise wouldn't be interested in. I'm not going to take that cluster for it. Life mastery that causes skills to cost life instead of mana. Oh, that's getting nerfed. Ouch. The life mastery is now only 30 instead of 50. Oh, of course they're moving that onto gear now. I think the 15% mastery is going to be worse now as well. So that's going to be pretty transformative there. Right, a chance for hits to ignore enemy PDR has been increased from 40 to 50%. That's quite a noticeable buff for Fizz DPS melee builds. Impale Mastery, 20% Overwhelm, now causes them damage with Impale to ignore PDR. That's massive. Like that, I think it's mandatory to take this. I think this one is mandatory now. Minion Offense, passive mastery that provided 20% Overwhelm on minions is now 50% chance for them to ignore it. That's a huge upgrade as well. I think in general it's an upgrade. Yeah, it should be. Bloodletting is now, instead of 40% increased attack damage against bleeding enemies, it's 10% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. That's really good. Aggravated bleeding is great. Measured Fury has been moved. What else do we have here? Warcry stuff. We'll skip over those. I'm just not sold on the Warcry changes. So spent too much time talking about them already. Cannibalistic Rite no longer has reduced life cost of skills. Recover life on kill if you kill. So it's basically being transformed entirely. Attack skills cost life instead of 10% of mana cost and 15% reduced cost of attacks. Okay, that's basically something that's now mana based. Cannibalistic Rite though, the fact that it's a mana mastery instead is now really good, because that's like the life masteries have been nerfed and the mana mastery is one of the best in the game. Sanctuary is 1% all res, or all elemental max res, instead of 12% elemental resistances while holding a shield. That's an upgrade. Of the small passives, there are all smaller. So Sanctuary is now better. Bastion Breaker, again, chance to ignore enemy PDR. There's a bunch of this ignore enemy PDR instead of Overwhelm. The critical thing is, what do monsters have? It looks like Overwhelm is getting gutted everywhere. Is this applying to monsters as well? That's what we need to see here, because if you then have something that is then going... If you then have... if enemies lose the ability to Overwhelm on us, then armor is going to be godly in this league. Like, that's been its only drawback for a long time. And I think that the setup that I've had for defenses is going to be miles better. Okay, Razor's Edge notable passive now provides 35% chance for hits to ignore enemy PDR instead of 20% Overwhelm. Yep, so it's more ignoring enemy effects. Like, basically, it seems like everything we've got that overwhelms is getting nerfed. It's not getting nerfed, it's getting changed. Whirling Barrier is getting buffed at the expense of costing 1 more point than it used to, which is probably fine. Rejigging of one of the mace clusters. Another mace cluster here has gotten a bit of a buff. This is definitely a nerf here, that maximum rage sources are getting nerfed because rage has been buffed. Kind of like maximum quality sources are getting nerfed. Okay, what do we... Just sort of jumping through, looking for things that stand out as interesting. Lots more block stuff. I want to know what is happening with... have a look what's happening with Overwhelm. Reikiara is saying that their monsters have a change and he won't spoil it. Lots of leech changes here. Leech is something I gotta really get my head around as a separate... That'll be a separate video to get my head around all the leech changes. There's so many of these now. Again, like, you're going to need to take one of these mana clusters. It's not going to matter which one you take. You're going to need one of them probably for melee builds. And probably continue to have more advanced investment in mana on caster builds. Lots more block, lots more block, lots more block. I think we're just sort of going through here with a whole bunch of pretty mundane stuff. Looking to see if there's anything that really jumps out. Okay, unique item changes. The Adorned is dead, but 100% is still viable. 100% is viable. 99% I think is bad, and 0% brick ones are going to be so funny. Honestly, I think they should make it 0 to 143%, because I think that at 143% the item is really good, and it functions as a chase item, but it's miles weaker than Mage Blood. And if they're okay with Mage Blood, they should be okay with the 143% Adorned. Dancing Dervish is now like the best weapon swap item in the game, probably. Defiance of Destiny is still bustedly OP. People have been talking about how much of a nerf this is. Yes, it's a big nerf. The thing is that Defiance of Destiny was good enough to stay alive in Tier 17s when Tier 17s had 30% more damage than they're going to have in the future. So this is going to get really, really crazy here. Elixir of the Unbroken Circle is... I can never remember this item. It's one of the... I think it's one of the Ward ones, isn't it? Elixir of the Unbroken Circle. It's the... Oh, the one that grants you endurance charges per second during effect. And yeah, so it drains all your endurance charges instantly and then recovers... It turns them into life and then recovers them back slowly over 4 seconds or whatever time it takes to recover them. And you also have this increased duration, which is actually a live stat on this thing for some weird reason. Like, it doesn't feel like it should be. But this comes from Medved, but it gives you 200 maximum ward as well, which is now a more live stat. Essentially, this is better than it used to be. Cannot gain power or endurance charges on Eternal Damnation. It's still fine with the buffs to endurance charges. Hands of the Fervent, aka Hands of the Pervert, because there was a Magic the Gathering card back when I played that game that it was Hazaret the Fervent was its name. They made a special deluxe edition of it, Invocation version or whatever they called it, that the wording on it was so... that the font that was used was so bad that it looked like it said Hazaret the Pervert. And so now every time I hear the word Fervent, that's what I immediately hear. Anyways... that is going to now ignore enemy physical damage reduction while you have Sacrificial Zeal instead of 10 to 15% Overwhelm. Existing... yeah, okay, cool. So that's a new thing. Kelm's Heart is going to be back to the Legacy version. I don't... like... do people think Kelm's Heart's any good now? I feel like it's not. And someone's asking in chat the question about, is Eternal Damnation... going to work with Relicash Boots? I think it does. Yeah, my reading is that it does. Yeah, that's the one, Manosh. That is the one. Have a look at the Hazaret, the Fervent one, because it's exactly what it looked like. I don't play Magic anymore, so I've lost track of what sets are coming out. The last set I remember coming out was Wilds of Eldraine. I feel like my thought with Kelm's Heart, and people seem to be agreeing with this in chat, 1,250, I'm interested. 1,300, I'm excited. 1,000, nah. There are niche use cases for it, but in general, like, the cost is so high. Like, giving up 6 gem slots, it's, yeah, nah. I don't think it's any good. Now, Lethal Pride, Fist Taken as Fire Notables are bricked. 1 rage on melee hit. Crangled. Lycosidae is getting quite a buff here because I think Retaliation skills will be better than counterattacks were. Martyr of Innocence is not going to have any of the new Retaliation skills attached to it. It's just going... but it's not what people use it for anyway. It's just there. Night Grip is getting a nerf, but I think this is actually net neutral, not really a nerf, because there's more sources of ward than there used to be. Oros Resolve is getting nerfed, except for the fact that, again, there's more sources of ward than there used to be, so this is probably net neutral. Perfidy is getting completely rebuilt. This is... you can have 2 banners, instead of 2 banners and all this other shenanigans, it's now... having a placed banner does not prevent you gaining Valor. This change affects existing ones. So that's kind of... like, if you're determined to use... banners, then you're probably going to use Perfidy, but I'm not sold on this item. Replica Innisbury Edge is losing its 10% fizz damage taken as Chaos. I wonder if Darkscorn loses that, because that had 25%. Interestingly, was seen as a drawback when the item was new. Rickrolled Command now has now has double the benefits of Rage for dot multi for Bleed, Wearing, and Axe. The Surrender is going to grant... okay, existing ones get nothing, and... sorry, existing ones grant Crushing Fist, new ones grant nothing. Taste of Hate is getting nerfed considerably. It's still kind of good, but it's just not wanted by the same builds. If you're using Sublime Vision, you might be able to get all damage taken as cold while Taste of Hate is up. All non-physical and chaos. So you'd be looking then at dealing with cold damage mitigation, chaos damage mitigation, and physical damage mitigation, which is just a different situation to be in. I feel like Sublime Vision and Taste of Hate could be quite good. So that's something of interest. I think something to consider. I don't think you can get there without Sublime Vision, though. I think you need that 40% from it. And I've got to look up. I've got to make sure that you can actually get everything that I think you can get. Reckless Defense is getting improved, as is the Replica. And they're still not very good. Alright, item quality, we know about all of that. It's going to be... but it seems like 20%. It's very hard to get higher than 20%, except for the fact that non-gem items that generate with random quality can generate up to 30. Oh, Tainted Armor, Scraps, and Whetstones are capping at 20 now. Ouch. And they're rarer than they used to be. Bestiary Corruption is gone. NPCs will no longer have items that can be purchased with quality currency items. Okay, everything here is screaming. They're making Whetstones rarer than they used to be. Everything here is screaming that. Also, Catalysts are going to scale with the item level as well. Be interesting to see exactly what happens. I think Catalyst could be quite rare this league. League content is now capping out at 20 quality equipment instead. Honed Cleaver. Hits with this weapon have 50% chance to ignore enemy PDR. Apex Cleaver is now dealing quite a bit more damage and has always got the ability to ignore PDR, so Apex Cleavers in Standard are going to be crazy good now. Honestly, really, really good. Cartographer's Chisel Recipe, no one cares. Corrupted and Mirrored items can be unveiled again. Wow, okay, I didn't realize that they ever couldn't. Okay, Master of Command, Cluster Jewel, no longer affects banners. It's now 10% increased aura effect just on your banner. Yes, it's a different banner buff to what it used to be. But also it's less effective with Pride. That's probably more significant. Yeah, it's going to be really stingy to get 30% now. We'll have to find out that exactly where everything else can drop, because it may be that random quality stuff is more common. It may actually be that Scour Chancing is better, which I really hope isn't the case. Rapid Infusion Cluster Jewel notable passive has been replaced with a new Unrestrained Focus notable, which causes channeling skills to have 8% increased and provides unaffected by chill when channeling. Okay. Prefix life modifiers on body armor have been changed. So this is now 189 is the top tier. So the top tier is now way better, and Essences of Greed have been improved as well. Burning damage suffixes on weapons are gone. Righteous Fire not in shambles because it's only a small nerf, but it is a nerf and it's one that will matter. Increased damage with bleeding and attack chance to cause bleeding, and increased damage with poison and chance to poison on hit. They can all no longer roll. Most of that's an upside except for this first sentence. Perfect Fossil now is renamed Opulent Fossil, and it's now more drop modifiers and no tagless modifiers. Wow, that's let's see what drop means there. That's interesting, but yeah, so that could be really interesting. Wonder what drop modifier means exactly here. Okay, incursion modifier that provided increased spell damage and percentage of non-chaos as extra chaos has been replaced with a modifier that triggers a socketed spell using a skill. Triggers this way have more cost. I wonder, that's really strange because that felt like something that was it was always a mod that you were pretty content with, but having this as a trigger instead, does this mean something with Betrayal? We'll find that out, I guess. Regular classic jewels now have suffix modifiers for maximum resistances. Be interesting to see how rare those are. Fizz damage taken as X can no longer roll many sources of them. Incursion Temple, Delve modifiers. Rip the Delve ones. That's harsh. Corruption modifiers on shields. Ouch. And Fire Warbands and all Watcher's Eye modifiers. Yeah, that's huge. So basically, you can get 50% on Lightning Coil. You can get 20% on Dawnbreaker. And then, trying to think... Is there much else? Okay, so you can get 8% on Eldritch Implicit, I believe, still. And Essence of Horror on body armor is now gives something else instead. Yikes. A new set of modifiers for Purity Auras that can roll on Watcher's Eyes to replace the physical damage, but it doesn't tell you what they are. Oh no, Eldritch Implicits for body armors that grant physical damage taken as cold, physical, or lightning, or chaos. Gravicius's signature veiled modifier is banner effect. Oh god. Corals is gone. Yikes. Aggravate bleeding is good. Lots and lots and lots of rubbish there. It's a very good point. People have said that drop modifiers might be... So some people think it could be +1 to max specters, which was my initial thought. It's things that you can otherwise not get from the drop pool, or that are drop only. And other people think it might be things related to Magic Find stats. So we shall see what it's going to be here. Now, we're still going down here. We've got chance to block attack and spell damage on cluster duel notables and timeless duel passives have been increased, as have sometimes the suppression chances. Values for chance to block things on duels have been increased. Hunter influence weapon mods that provided overwhelm now provide chance to ignore enemy PDR. So, really got to see when we got in the way of monsters that do that. Hunter influence mods that provide overwhelm, again, they're doing exactly that. Ignore enemy PDR. So as a player stat, it's gone, overwhelm. And the fact that even corruption duel mods are going is, like, that really stands out. Okay, now we have all of the wand bases. These are just getting huge buffs, right? It looks... everything's getting massive buffs here. 1.6 the top IAS, but the base crit is going off the planet here. 10% on the Omen Wand, Prophecy Wand, and Sage Wand. And those are going to be really good with Sandstorm Visage now. Like they already were, but now they're just so much better. Cat's Paw, like a whole bunch of claws are getting base critical strike chance increases. That I didn't expect. I did not think that claws needed a buff there. Oh, daggers are getting one, though. And daggers are getting a bigger one. That would explain it. Okay. So the weaker claws are getting bigger buffs, but the daggers are getting big buffs as well. Heist daggers are getting 8.3%. And then there's a couple of bases that are getting more. 8.5. 8 flat. Just in general, critical strike chance on weapons is way up. Sandstorm Visage works with two-handers, right? I had to check that. I think it's just your base thing. Hey, Renador, thank you for the super chat there. Me or Varlobs have interesting results. This is definitely a long patch note review. There's a lot to go through in it because there's so much in there. It is base critical strike chance as well as, yeah, it does work with two-handers. So, Sandstorm Visage is doable with these two-handed staves that are getting buffed here. The increased base critical strike chance on heist staves is going to be a big thing as well. So I think it is called the Eventuality Rod. I believe this is the level 70 heist one. Yeah, it is. +1 max power charge and +1 endurance charge. So let's check. Eventuality Rod is going up to 8.3%. That's huge. Like, that was already a great base, and now it's just way better than it was. And like Jordan is saying in chat there, high stagger buffs at the same time as perfect agony buffs. So there's a lot of things you can be thinking about here for playing melee crit. They did say Sandstorm Visage is being made rarer. That is correct. And that's going to be something that we've got to keep in mind. Now we have a couple of nerfs though. Suffix modifiers on shields that cause you to gain life when you block can no longer roll. We have to see what happened with Aegis Aurora, if that is affected. It doesn't look like it. The shield modifiers that provide a percentage chance to block are being shifted from suffixes to prefixes. So that's going to be intriguing to see how that plays out. I feel like that's going to be a choice between... Do you want the all defenses shield, or do you want the life, or do you want a life shield? I think like these are going in different directions, but there's lots of interesting stuff. Anyways, Eventuality Rod. We need to put Eventuality Rod into my notes for Cyclone Eventuality Rod. This was always good. It's just gotten so much better with this patch. Okay. Spellcaster Staff block is going up, but it's still not super high. Div card changes. I think we mentioned this already. So 30% quality 30% quality stuff is being turned off. All's Uprising is now friendship. So Nico no longer... Nico... This comes from Argus. Hey, this comes from killing Izaro's dog. We'll get you All's Uprising. There's got to be a moral to that story. The Long Watch was... I got to check where that dropped from. But the Long Watch, what was it previously? Historically was dropping... I'm not sure what this used to drop as... Oh well. Was that... It was some block-related unique or something, was it? I'm not sure. Anyways, it is now going to go over the Fourth Vow, which is going to be huge. This is going to be quite rare. Fourth Vow is a tier 2 rarity unique, so this should be 150 drop weight, which is about 8 times as rare as the Fortunate per card. But this is going to be something that you can target farm. It's just going to be an effort to do so. And we're going to have to find out where exactly it is. Now, what else do we have? And yeah, boss exclusive div cards are getting removed from more sources, as well as being removed from stack decks like they were last time. They're going from other places. A number of Ruthless changes. I'm going to really quickly scan through these. Determination's getting nerfed. Grace is getting nerfed. Just looking for anything that's really significant. And I think it's just mostly going to be small things. The key thing I want to check is if there's any assassin changes, and there's not. The assassin in Ruthless is cool. It has all your damage can poison as a 4-pointer, and that's something that the base game needs, but doesn't have. Monster balance. Essences now grant increased toughness instead of life to the monster they're inhabiting, and they grant a small amount of increased item rarity and quantity to the monster for each essence on them. Higher toughness a monster has, the less damage it takes, and it is just a flat increase to EHP. So that's all there is to it. So that's just... What's the key thing they're doing with that? Like, compared to it being life, it's... I think it used to be a more multiplier to life, so they're just trying to avoid... Oh, I know what they're doing. They're avoiding essences from hitting the hit point cap. That's what they're doing there. Thanks, Saul, for the clarification on the Vigil. So, it used to grant... That is a good point. The old PoE wiki, which is useful only for checking historical information... it actually has some historical information that matters there, so that's cool. Thank you, fandom, for preserving the history of PathOfExile by virtue of having such a bad wiki that everyone abandoned you and stopped updating you because you drove away all of the high effort people that used to use it. So that's really funny. Okay, there is going to be... Tormented Spirits now provide 25% rarity and quantity for monsters they touch, and 50% increased rarity for the average spirit possessing a monster. This is a smashing nerf to Tormented Spirits. I know that we were saying that Tormented Spirits are getting buffed elsewhere with the self-ghosting thing, but this is a crushing nerf to them. Torment is dead, I think. I said that I have not been a fan of Torment for a while, and it looks like GGG have finally decided to put it out of its misery. It's still going to be miserable because it's still in the game, but... it's just no longer going to achieve anything. Like, the amount of quantity and rarity is so low that no one's going to intentionally put them there. So, yeah, that's the thing. Dan, I did have a look at PoE Wiki's history for the Long Watch, and it didn't have anything on it. It didn't have everything on it. So, it didn't have the thing I was looking for on that. This is interesting. Pinnacle bosses, Shaper Guardians, and Elder Guardians can now have 50% action speed reduction, which is a huge buff to freeze. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected them to go that far with those. Maybe 40%, but 50%'s a lot. Like, that kind of gimps them for a bit. Meteor telegraphing is clearer with tier 17 meteors, so that's presumably going to be the same as the similar mod that exists from Searing Exarch Altars, which does become very clear where it is. And here we go. The rare monster modifier that previously made armor unviable as a defensive mod is gone and is now going to provide Crushed instead. Crushed is 15%, I believe, which is much more reasonable. So that's amazing. Like, that means that armor is viable. Oh, the history button at the top. Okay. Edit history, yep. Alright, well, that's cool. So yeah, Ghostbusting is gone, and armor is viable. The defensive setup that I used at the start of last league is now... It's gone from very fringe when I used it to genuinely good. And I would definitely consider using that again. This is not armor stacking in the true sense, but it's a chieftain with a dedicated armor chest. And honestly, these days I would use Brass Dome for it. So Brass Dome is your chest piece, and you use the Formless Inferno helmet. Sorry, not Formless Inferno, Formless Flame. The one that has the text, among other text, it's got your armor is increased by your overcap fire resistance. Dan, you can attempt to put a link. The auto moderator might eat it. If it doesn't, I've got no problem with it. But if the auto mod eats it and I can't see it, then then it'll get missed. Okay, so the ultimatum mod that overwhelms is still present. It's a good point Reikiara is making, that the being hit by that crushed is going to mean that other monsters do more damage to you. But most of the time, by the time the rare monster is hitting you, you've killed the other monsters usually. You've killed the trash. So yeah, that's... Battering Val side area modifier, I think, was one of those things. It's dealt with. The Expedition Remnant modifier that previously caused monsters to overwhelm now causes them to ignore PDR, which is fine. That's wording change only. That's fine because it's opt-in, as is the Ultimatum one. Simulacrum is now granting PDR for the monsters instead of giving them overwhelm and PDR. So that's basically, that is a nerf. I've never minded 5 to 10% overwhelm, but it's kind of extreme. Yeah, Ricky's pointing out that we can outdo Brass Stone potentially in the future with armor. I just like having the 5% all res as well. Like, it takes the edge off elemental damage. Simulacrum monsters that granted modifiers that granted Fizz overwhelm, they grant monsters overwhelm and impale chance can no longer appeal. Pure impale chance mods can still appeal. Unrelenting emblems are now going to deal 10% increased damage instead. I'm going to have a look to see if there's been an attempt by Dan to post something that has come up in my... No, unfortunately, I can't see the message there from... I can't see the message from Dan either. So if he's tried to post something that's been eaten by the filter, I haven't even seen it. So what I would suggest is if you post it... If you can type in the title of anything on Reddit that discusses it, that would probably be the way to go. Yeah, with respect to Brass Dome, I just like the whole package of it. I think you might be able to outclass it eventually, but Brass Dome's a really solid overall package early on. It's got a hell of a lot of armor on it, like a monstrous amount of armor. It's also got the tremendous amount of max res in one spot. So you're getting 15 points of elemental max res all in one spot, which is amazing. So maybe with a chieftain you can... Yeah, maybe it does turn out that there's better options. Just trying to think where you would get... Like, what's your alternative? I guess your alternative is, yeah, just a rare chest with the new top armor base, or even the top armor evasion base, or the top pure evasion base, and the iron reflexes could be an option. Like, there's a whole bunch of things. We've got to think a lot about this. A lot of different ways we can go. Revenant monsters will telegraph now. Kirak mods. Essence is getting buffed. Yes, it's buffed. Abyss is getting buffed. Ambush is getting nerfed. Harbinger is getting side grade. And Breach is going to be buffed. Quest rewards. We know about these bandit stuff. Help Creighton. If in doubt, help Creighton. And then you can respec at the very, very top end of progression into Eramir. But help Creighton, and don't change off Creighton until level 96. After 96, reassess. If you're playing in hardcore, then all of the 4 options are viable instead. Through Sacred Ground is now important to do, so don't forget that. We've got a whole bunch of gems that are just rewards. That's not something we really need to go through. Static life bars has been pre-announced. That's going to be good. Waypoints pre-announced. All of this is stuff that we already knew, I think. Scarab vendor SP now returns surplus scarabs when you vendor 4 or more scarabs. So if you put in too many, that's going to be fine. Dan has just mentioned another comment in there that I'm just going to see if I can find. There's a big... Hopefully you can see this and are pointing up. Unfortunately, Dan, I can't see anything between your comment that Snaps and MP's teams indicated it's dead. Anyways, what I would suggest is, like, Empyrean will know the details of that. So he'll be the person to... Empyrean will be the person who will be the authority on that, I'd say. Or one of the other people who's a real authority on juicing. So if you want to find that, you'll be able to find that information out. Oh, this is a big one. This is a very big one. Fixed a bug where some vendor SPs could unfracture fractured items. So, helical rings. Helical rings are going to be more expensive as a result of this. And people are asking more about the question on the bandits. I think the key thing is that 8% move speed is just the most powerful of those stats. It's the hardest of those stats to get anywhere else. You are not, like, it's going to be the biggest more multiplier. Like, getting 15% all res helps you a lot, Acts 2 and 3. But then from then on, like, it's not all that much. Getting move speed is hard, and move speed is a loot multiplier, whereas the others are just like, getting 40 life, which ends up being 100 at endgame, that means that maybe once per 20 maps, you don't die when you otherwise would have. Maybe it's once per 50 maps. You don't die when you otherwise would have. Well, big deal. That doesn't slow you down very much to have the odd death like that. The resistances basically mean that you're going to have to sacrifice 1, maybe 2 ring explicit suffix modifiers, which is going to be probably the equivalent of like 20 crit multi, and 20 crit multi is good, but it's not as good as 8% move speed. So yeah, that's really good. So it looks like the fracturing changes are significant here. Someone's mentioned the possibility of helical rings unfracturing with the new recombinators. I think that could sometimes work, but it's going to be RNG. Your best chance to do it, let's say that your suffix is chaos resistance, your unintended suffix, you would want, say, a coral ring that has the only suffix on it to be chaos resistance. So you could just alteration into it, doesn't matter what your prefixes are, and then you'd vendor those two together, and then there'd be a 50-50 chance of choosing the right base, 50-50 of... So essentially you'd be 1 in 3 to keep your helical with it, if that works. I don't think there's any better way. Maybe there is if you go 3 suffixes with no collisions might be better. I have to look at it, but that's also based upon how they used to work as well. Fixed a bug where implicit modifiers is double tripled on the Eyes of the Great Wolf and String of Servitude uniques were not working correctly. They were working, like they were functioning. It must be a display bug. Oh, yep. Hand of Frisia, the generosity stuff bug is fixed. I knew that'd be fixed. I'm surprised it lasted the whole league. Body Swap of Sacrifice was not working properly. Flame Blast of Celerity was not working properly. Just looking through if there's anything of note here. A couple of weird things with weapons and the like. here's our friend Steve. Fixed a bug where Delve Darkness damage was not being dealt at some very deep depths. This was like 23,000 to 55,000. Darkness damage was not being dealt during those levels. And fortunately, Steve was honest enough to advise GGG of that being the case, because otherwise it would never have been known. So that's just fun. The reason that move speed is so good is that, like, one, it's a defensive stat because it helps you not be where enemies are, but most importantly, it's like it just takes 3 or 4 seconds off every map you do. And Raider, the problem with Raider was that the opportunity cost was too high on the Raider. Yes, you did get a lot of movement speed on it, but you are giving up way too much. You are not just giving up a trivial one passive, which is like maybe 3% damage. That's all you're paying to get 8% move speed, which is going to save you a few seconds every map. So yeah, I'm definitely taking Creighton and advising everyone else does. As I say, reconsider when you get to level 98 or 96, 97, 98. At that point, it's like, oh yeah, we'll try and change things. Okay, what do we got here? Coward's Trial Bug. That was really annoying when it happened. It was pretty rare, but it was pretty ruinous when it happened. Operative Strongboxes. That was a bug over there. Fix a bug where rewards for completing Veldo maps could be affected by item conversion modifiers, so that's now been fixed. That was one of the infused beachhead maps in Affliction League, was really bad with that. I think the only Veldo map that provided infused beachhead had a percentage chance for it to be converted into currency. So basically be bricked. And then what else do we have here? We've got the... anything else? Oh, fix an issue where lesser shrines were difficult to interact with. That's big. They were really annoying. Okay, lots of really weird, silly things. Fix a bug where you could only throw the black flag into the beacon from awkward angles. That's a huge improvement. Fixed an issue where one copy of a mod didn't prevent you from rolling another. That's a big improvement there. Fixed an issue with outdated modifiers on heist breaches. This is going to make heist gearing easier. I thought the Veiled Scarabs were intentionally in heist and delve, so they're not actually intentionally there. So they're not going to be dropping from there, but they are going to drop from one of the Divination cards. What else do you have? Itemized temples dropped in areas of the incursion scale. We could have non-functional rooms. Okay, that's kind of really corner case. Looking for anything that's not corner case here in this section, because we're nearly done, actually. I'm going to refresh after this and check if there's anything new that's been added, but it looks like everything else is tiny. So let's go through the updates to patch notes, and then we're just about done. And at that point, I am going to finish up and go get myself some food, because it is 6:30 and I have been going for 7 hours and 5 minutes. Ouch. Okay, so with the Speaker of the Dead Keystone passive, players can now touch up to 40 ghosts, but that doesn't matter because ghosts are dead. Okay, Cleave of Rage now has 179% instead of 180. It's going up to 511 instead of 300. Cleave of Rage is looking kind of silly good here. I don't think this was all here. I think they missed the damage numbers on it last time. Yeah, Cleave of Rage, really, really good. Firestorm of Pelting is... Oh, they just made a typo, but it was a big one. That's funny. Look at this typo on Firestorm of Pelting. The original printing said that it was getting triple damage at level 20 when that wasn't intended. Okay, that's cool. Frostblades, the changes I think happened before I got to Frostblades. So Frostblades, really, really good now. The damage, like 490% is a lot. Yeah, Frostblades, really good. I think... Oh, hang on, it's 409. 490 was a mistake. And, okay, Frostblades of Catabasis is also getting this extra damage, but it has this identity crisis where it wants to scale on too many different axes, and I don't think it can do any of them really well. Okay, so what's the change here? 3 packs instead of 5. I wonder if this is going to be quite common, the Divination Scarab of Plenty, or if these magic monsters are really, really special. I guess we'll find out. Added a new... This is funny. They have listed that they've changed it, but they got the target location wrong. Anyways, let's do a really quick summary of the biggest things here. Yes, this is Melee League. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. This is Melee League. The builds that I've pointed out as being particularly interesting to potentially start: Frostblades, Kinetic Blast or Power Siphon, because there are a lot of wand upgrades as well. Molten Strike of the Zenith, Perforate, Shield Crush, Sweep as a meme that has teeth. Like, Sweep has been a joke for a long time, but it's a joke with teeth now. Pestilent Strike using a Heist Dagger, Pneumatic Dagger specifically. Viper Strike of the Mamba as a hit-based build using elemental damage and just disregarding the poison aspect entirely. And Cyclone using Eventuality Rod if you want something that is safe, and it just gets so much out of these patch notes. Cyclone gets more damage, Shockwave gets more damage, Eventuality Rods, Endurance Charges now provide you with more than they used to. Basically looking really, really, really solid. I think there's a big change to the meta that's coming up, but it's looking like it's interesting. Oh, and there's 3 more things that I forgot to mention. Glacial Hammer, Infernal Blow, and Ground Slam. Ground Slam is another thing that really stands out as looking like a lot of fun. So many things to try, so little time, and I think there's a lot of potential for some crazy stuff. In terms of thinking about Ascendancy, my first thought, I'm really liking the look of the Chieftain as an all-rounder now, partly because the Juggernaut lost a bit. I don't think the Juggernaut's dead or anything like it, and sometimes it can be good to play things that have just been nerfed because everyone thinks they're trash when they've gone from like 1 tier above everything else to 1 tier below. But I do think there's a lot of potential there for the Juggernaut. Bone Shatter's coming up in chat from Dan, and I agree. Bone Shatter was strong. It will keep being very strong. Bone Shatter's not being nerfed. I do think some things might be being buffed past it. And that's my thought there, that a number of the other melee skills I mentioned might be buffed past Bone Shatter, or at the very least buffed to be competitive with it. For instance, like, I kind of feel that, like, if you're playing in Trade League, where getting an Eventuality Rod is eventually going to happen, it's not going to be particularly a barrier to get, it's not going to be a major barrier to get it. I think that that's something that you can definitely count on getting. Now, I did want to check my heist table. Is that something that's popping up on the screen? I just need to check something on it. Eventuality... Where is it? Hang on. I was looking for the... Eventuality Rod is... It'll be in here. No, it's not coming up. Why am I not finding that? Oh, because I've got Replica Uniques showing as the only thing. Okay, Eventuality Rod. It was 85 of them dropped in the heist experiment, and it's 1.44% to see per wing. So 70 blueprints to find it yourself, but you're in Trade League. You're going to find lots of other good stuff while you're doing that. Like, you're going to find 3 or 4 Divine Orbs while you're doing that. So lots of things there. As for Deadeye, I think Deadeye is fine. Deadeye, now, I would start Ice Shot. I think Ice Shot is the power level it used to be. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum and Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow might be a bit worse than Ice Shot now. So I think, like, Ice Shot's been 5% worse than Lightning Arrow forever. I think now Lightning Arrow is being nerfed 10%. So instead of it being like A+ tier for Lightning Arrow, A tier for Ice Shot, and no one plays Ice Shot because Lightning Arrow is better, it's now going to be like slightly better to be Ice Shot. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum is the other pivot, and it's fine. It's really good. Anyways, that's been a marathon. I actually am going to need to get going. So I think the best bet, people are going to want to continue this discussion. The best places to continue discussion about this at the moment, there's potentially my Discord, which I'll put a link to in the comments, not in the comments, in the chat, which is then going to result in me getting a whole bunch of pings to approve you all. So that's going up in chat. But otherwise, there is also the PathOfExile subreddit, PathOfExile builds subreddit, and a whole bunch of other places. I will apologize in advance. It's going to be a sec until I can invite you into the Discord, because I'm getting up and stretching because I've been sitting down here for 7.25 hours, and I am too old for that now.